Good. Let's have a look. And YouTube is now live as well. So, good evening, everyone. Hello, YouTube friends. How are you all? Apologies for the couple of minutes delay. We had something wrong with the TikTok stream, but it now seems to be working. So, much appreciation to you for bearing with us. And hello, everyone. I hope you're all okay. Hope you're okay and ready for a lovely July 4th weekend. How is everyone? This is the Unconvinced After Hours stream. So this is the one where we don't debate. This is the one where you guys can call in and ask Sean or me anything you want. It doesn't have to be about religion or belief. It can be if you want. If you want to talk about deconstruction or belief or non-belief or anything around that, you're absolutely welcome to. But if you want to phone and ask us about our favorite type of food or what we think about, I don't know, the weather, you can do that too. Anything you want.
Anything goes.
Anything goes. Those of you with a keen eye will notice that Sean is sporting the informal look tonight, and something tells me that he may win some new fans tonight. I think that might happen.
I'm out of town right now. I'm at a hotel in a beach town, and it's hot as hell here.
Yeah. So I'm just prophesying. I'm just prophesying that Sean's surf guns or sun guns are gonna do the job. So appreciate that. Pastor Ferry appreciates my lighting. This is a more subdued tone, so I thought it would be appropriate to just set the scene. We're just going to hang out for a bit. This is just what we do. We already have quite a number of callers lined up, so I think without further ado, let's get into it. So the first caller we're going to bring in is Grayson on the TikTok side, and we'll bring Grayson in right now. Hi, Grayson.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How are you?
How you doing?
No, I'm good. Yeah.
Great. What would you like to say? Anything you like?
Yeah, just letting you guys know that even though 4th of July is tomorrow, it's okay to drink today. So if you guys want to have some drinks, that's perfectly fine. And yeah, like I said, you don't have to just drink tomorrow. You drink today and on Sunday too if you want to.
That sounds good.
Drink responsibly.
I've got my trusty water here. I'm going to be drinking it liberally to celebrate the weekend. But thank you very much for letting us know that. We appreciate it.
No problem. All right, guys. All right, bye.
Take it easy. Thanks.
For the folks at home, drink responsibly, but drink only if you want to.
Yeah, especially stay hydrated in this heat. Right. That is drinking responsibly.
That's right.
Oh yeah. Yeah, someone said you shouldn't drink water because fish do the deed in it, but I'm ignoring that. Okay, we will get in Kenneth Fox next, still on the TikTok side, and then we'll start taking some guests over on the YouTube side. We have a few lined up, so I do enjoy this Unconvinced After Hours thing. It's just a more relaxed vibe. I like it.
Hello.
Hi, Kenneth. How are you?
I'm good, yeah, can't complain.
Excellent.
This is the first time I'm catching your after hours, so usually it's the debates and stuff. So
sure.
I wanted to actually ask Sean. I don't know if he's spoken about it before, but I was interested in what was his journey to leaving Christianity, etc. And what was me personally. I went to church for 20 years when I was young. I was never that much of a devout Christian. I just went along because But I suppose I just was wondering what was your kind of path to leaving Christianity, etc.
Sure, I can explain that. Just right up front, my story, my deconversion was far less dramatic and traumatic than many others. I lived in I became a believer when I moved in. I had sort of a unstable childhood, and there was a short time where I lived with my great grandmother and great aunt, who were staunch fundamentalist Seventh Day Adventists, living in a Seventh Day Adventist town called not England but Angwin, California. And they had me converted to Seventh-day Adventism, if that's a word. And I was a staunch believer, etc. I ended up I lived with them for, I want to say, a year and a half, 2 years. I'm bad with times, but when I moved away from them, I was always in a less religious environment, but I've always identified as Christian and believed in God and Jesus and the whole nine yards. Later on, I began having just questioning things, and I ended up having a conversation with somebody I work with who basically sort of pointed out to me, like, he was a non-believer, and he was like, dude, like, Noah's flood and the Tower of Babel and like mentioning these stories in the Bible, like they're pretty ridiculous, don't you think? Like the Bible's definitely not true. And I thought about it, and actually Christianity fell away relatively easily for me. But I hung on to my belief in some type of vague creator God due to my personal incredulity. There's a fallacy argument from personal incredulity. Well, my belief was based on that fallacy. Like, how could life just come about from non-life? It doesn't make sense. How did the universe come about? There must be some grand creator somewhere. And later on, I realized I didn't have a good reason to believe that either, and I kept trying to hang on to some kind of God belief. I started having conversations with people online, like trying to convince myself that God exists. And somebody, I've always been liberal. There's a liberal blog where somebody's like, hey, check out the atheist experience. And I did that. And I started listening to people like Matt Dillahunty and everything else. And it was like a light bulb went on. Like, I don't have a good reason to believe any of this. And I need to just accept the fact that I'm an atheist. And that's pretty much how it happened. But I didn't have, like, at the time I deconverted, I wasn't in a heavily religious environment. I didn't go through like trauma other than sort of internal, like, having to deal with my own mortality without the promise of an afterlife, things like that. But in terms of my life being disrupted, like my deconversion was much easier than many.
And I suppose one last question. It sounds then maybe it wasn't that big of an adjustment. Another way, sometimes people, they have a community built around Christianity, so was it mainly your grandparents that were the very religious, and then the rest of your family weren't as, religious?
Yeah, but by the time I deconverted, I'm almost certain, yeah, she would have. My great grandmother had already passed away. I mean, she was well into her 90s when I was living with her, and then I wasn't really in contact with them, and I wouldn't have cared so much because I was an adult when I deconverted, and they didn't have any sort of power and control over me. Yeah, my deconversion, well, like I said, was much less traumatic than most. And I was fortunate, but I'm always mindful that for many others, it is a disruption to their life. They're in many different ways. So I'm always cognitive of that. It's not always as easy as it was for me. Mine was more. I dealt with some psychological, like losing something that. It's like you believe you have the winning lottery ticket, and it's like, ooh, I was one number off. You didn't really lose anything, but you sort of did, like psychologically. There is that aspect of it.
Cool. Yeah. No, I was just wondering because I've seen you a few times. Saying, yeah, like, I think it's cool because you can come from that perspective of, like, when someone is arguing, you're like, yeah, I used to think that, and you can kind of see the signs or the talking points that are regurgitated. So I think it helps with the debates and stuff. So anyway, just wanted to know. Thanks for having me up, guys.
Thanks, Kenneth.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good one.
And you. Thanks for coming in. Have a good weekend. Okay, there we go. Okay, so over to the YouTube side, and the first person to join the YouTube queue was Too Skinny Stroke Maple. So we will get them in right now. Hopefully,
what a name.
The audio is all good. I know, right? Let's try this. Hey, Maple, are you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here. Hi, John.
Hi, Maple. How are you?
I'm a little elevated, but good enough to still talk.
Elevated is such a beautiful turn of phrase. Enjoy your heightened elevation. And what would you like to talk about?
Well, actually, I was just going to make originally a joke, but Sean made a really good thing. For me, I just real quick, I lost my faith. If anybody ever wants to know how I did it, I read the first like few pages of the Bible, and once I heard God lie to Eve, I just didn't give a shit.
Right.
And then my mother's like, "Well, aren't you afraid of going to hell?" I said, "Or aren't you afraid not going to heaven?" And I said, "Actually, I like the idea of just nothingness. Sounds just like a really good sleep to me.
Mm.
I don't want to live forever. That sounds boring and drawn out."
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
about that, so just explain that. The other day I made a joke about the well guy and the 28 thing, and you're like, "What's that?" There was a guy when you were with Matt the other day.
Oh,
He kept saying the end of the 28 everywhere, 28 everywhere.
I'm
You can repent by digging a
sorry.
well.
This is why my audience are always smarter than me. Now, of course, he was absolutely nuts. This, for anyone
I
who missed it,
so much.
for anyone who missed it, this was our second guest on the line the other day with Matt, and he came on and said he's been seeing the number 28 everywhere, and that's how he knows there's a God. And then his parting, well, it wasn't quite his parting shot, was it? It was like a turn in the conversation where he suddenly said, "Everybody needs to dig a well and repent." And it was,
Yeah,
Matt and I were both like,
well,
okay.
I fell over laughing. I'm sitting here because like my back is really bad. I got 2 spinal cords messed up. I can't move very much. So I'm sitting here laughing as this guy's going, "Yo, yeah, if we just dig wells, I was told in a dream we'll repent." I'm sitting there like, "Oh, this guy's not doing very well at all, is he?"
No, really not.
No.
Yeah, there was some cray up in there. It was craziness.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah.
one last thing and then I'll leave.
Sure.
I actually, last time you and I talked, it was about my mother believing in the Bible only because of the prophecy.
Oh yeah.
And I said something to her literally 2 days ago that has completely stopped her from bringing it up to me anymore. She has abandoned it.
Wow.
And I think it works. And she said to me, she said, "What would it take for you to believe? There's got to be something." I said, "Okay, pray that a purple unicorn appears. If a purple unicorn appears in front of me, just magically poof appears, I will believe in that and Christianity." She says, "Well, that can't happen." I said, "Okay, well, I told a Catholic friend that if a pink unicorn appears, I will believe in the Catholic version of God. That doesn't mean I'm going to worship him.
Right.
I just will believe it exists."
Yeah.
Because he's a dick.
Right. True.
And that's just it. That's all. Just the purple unicorn thing. If anybody ever wants to it works. I've done it against 4 Christians, and they've just completely stopped. They don't even try to convert me anymore. They just go, it's not possible because we can't produce a purple unicorn. And if that's what you said takes for you to believe, that's what it takes.
The next thing you can say in that instance is, of course, is Matthew 21:22 says, "Anything you ask for in faith believing will be done." So if they actually are taking Jesus' promise at his word, they should, if they have enough faith, be able to produce a purple unicorn for you. But I guess they just don't have enough faith.
Well, this is where the end of the joke comes from, that I said I was going to get you to laugh. My mom said, "Well, that already happened." I said, "What do you mean?" She says, "Oh, Twilight from My Little Pony." I said, "Aha, I knew you watched My Little Pony. You said you're too old for it, but you knew the name of the horse. Caught you. I got you twice, Mom. I got you twice." And she's
awesome.
Like, I'm done. You win."
Excellent. Well, I hope you gave her a big hug. Give her a big hug afterwards and say, "I love you anyway." Even though you believe batshit crazy stuff, I still love you. That's the way.
I love the crap out of my mom. She's religious, but you know what?
Good.
She at least knows it's crazy. She just wants to believe she's going to go to heaven. I said, "You know what? If you're just that's all you're going to do. You believe that you're going to see your mom and your dad again. I respect that. I think it's a little cuckoo-doo-coo, but if that's what you like, I like the idea of if my idea of heaven is just." That's it right there. Just silence. The world is noisy. And when I'm old and I'm 80, 60, whatever happens, I want just that in my afterlife. Nothing.
Sounds good. Sounds lovely.
Yep.
Good stuff,
Yep.
Maple. Lovely to talk to you again.
Yep. Oh, yeah. I used to fall asleep to your videos when you go late because I suffer from insomnia because of the back pain. And when you go until 1 o'clock in the morning for me, I usually just pass out in the middle of your streams.
Fair enough.
Your voice is very soothing. I'm just,
Either that or I'm just really boring. Either one is fine. I'm glad to help.
No, your voice is very soothing. Though the people are crazy, your voice is really soothing. It helps me fall asleep at night because I have a hard time.
Good. Well,
Yeah.
I hope you get some rest when you need it.
It's like Bob Ross.
Yeah,
Bob Ross.
Yeah.
It's going to pick some happy little atheists right here. And we'll get the Christian clouds right off this because they're walking the mountain.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah, we
We're
don't
gonna
make
give the
mistakes.
clown a little friend.
We have happy accidents.
Oh, just happy little accidents.
Just happy
Yeah,
accidents.
yeah, that's right. Happy little accidents.
Yeah.
We're gonna give this tree a little friend. There he is. There's the little friend.
It's the best ever. I love Bob Ross. Absolutely, I can Bob Ross all day long.
I used to watch him to sleep because he has live streams, and oh my god, he's such a sweetheart.
Yeah.
I'll let you all go, but thank
Thanks,
you so much
Maple.
for giving me your time.
Lovely
no
to talk again. Keep well.
Same.
Take care.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
There you go. That was Maple. All right. I'm trying to think who was next. T. T is in the queue. Well, we have to take T, don't we? Where has it gone? There we go. Hey, T. Are you there? Let's try this again. Try it like this.
T.
There we go. Hey, T. Are you there?
T. Tracy.
Mm-hmm. Tracy, are you there?
Yeah, we got you.
It's not coming through though. Hang on. You might need to rejoin Video Ninja because it's not working. So hopefully Tracy will come straight back on. It is a really crappy platform. This. I gather that Justin is building or implementing a new caller thing, and yeah, I might have to tap him up for that because this one is properly rubbish. Let's try T again, and hopefully, second time lucky, it might work. Let's try once more. T, how's that?
Yeah, we got you. Can you hear us?
I think I know what might be. It might actually be something my end. It does this sometimes.
I can hear him. Can you hear him, John?
You will be able to. Let me just see. I think it might be. How about that?
Test. Yeah.
No, we're still not getting that. I'm not hearing it, and I don't think anyone else is hearing it. That is
John Jangle. What's that? What's the line again?
Hang on a second. Try this. And now, how's that? T?
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. Got there in the end.
I was telling everybody your full name.
There we go. We got there. How are you, T?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Really good. Been looking forward to tonight. This is like my real happy place. We're just chilled. I'm not having to kind of keep in like mental sharp mode. What am I going to be facing? Are we ready to dismantle tag again? And all of that. This is just chill. We're just like hanging out. It's great. Much smaller audience size, but much kind of more relaxed and kind of fun. It's great. I've been looking forward to this all week. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Just looking at the nudie photo on your wall.
The nudie photo. It's not a nudie photo. It's an impressionistic painting.
I know. I'm just kidding.
Nudie photo. Yeah. For anyone who's trying to understand what T is referring to, for callers on Video Ninja, actually, there's another camera that's pointed at a different angle, so I don't have to use the main camera for that. And it points at the wall next to me, and there is a painting on the wall that does involve a female form with no clothes on. But there we are. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm just kind of admiring Sean's elevated eye candy look.
Yeah, I did predict this. This was my prophecy for today. I mean, we don't need to be impressed by biblical prophecies. Check my prophecy. I'm like, Sean, you're going to win new admirers today, and my prophecy is coming true before our very eyes. I spake verily unto thee.
Now we got to get John in a tank top.
It might happen at some point.
Yeah, there we go, John.
Well, Justin's been rocking it this week. I did hear him say it was like over 100 degrees in his room, so I think he can be forgiven for the sleeveless look when it's really, really hot. I'm guessing it's similarly warm where you are, Sean.
Yeah, probably for him. Yeah, it's hot here too. I'm in Arkansas. It's like 90-some degrees.
Yeah, it's pretty warm. Yeah. Well, it's cool here in the UK now. For now, I think we're getting more hot weather to come, but for now, it's pretty relaxed. It's pretty good. Yeah. Well, what do you got, T? Anything in particular you wanted to say, or just admiring Sean?
I couldn't hear you, John.
I was asking T if he has anything in particular to bring up, or if it's just about admiring you.
Oh,
which you can't be blamed for, to be fair.
Well, I can multitask.
Fair.
No, actually, I'm not up here for any specific thing. I'm up here because I've been talking to someone that has a story to share, but they're afraid to come up. I'm not going to name them.
Okay.
But just telling them, they should come up and you guys would be happy to hear it. They feel a little self-conscious, which I'm self-conscious. I hate public speaking, but you guys make it feel comfortable. So I told them, come up. They'd be happy to hear you. But, that's all I wanted to say to them through you guys.
Yeah. When you come up on the mic or come up on the live, and it's up to you if you want to, I'm just speaking to whoever this person is. There's no, all you got to do, just be yourself. We're not looking for a performance. We're just regular Joes. It's just like we're hanging out, drinking beer, drinking coffee. You can just come up and have a conversation. There's no expectation that you're going to have this perfect radio voice and you're going to perform. Just, we're chill. And if you feel comfortable coming up and sharing, by all means, but there's no pressure to.
Did I just see a cat go by?
In my world, you might have done. I've got one on my lap. The other one is around here somewhere. So you might have seen a cat go by. Cats are a regular feature in my world, I'm pleased to say.
All right, well, I'll jump down, but I want to ask Sean a question first.
Sure, what you got?
Who taught you how to kick it like that?
How to kick it like that?
It's a song. I'm sure John knows it.
Oh, yeah. What song is that, John?
I
have a sordid history of.
You're a music producer and don't know a basic song.
Clearly a failure here, T. Clearly a failure.
Yeah.
I've never pretended to be cool.
Well, I'll just
Music
Google it. You'll know
not
it.
my strong suit.
If you guys hear the song, you'll know what the song is.
Excellent. All right.
I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks a
Good
lot.
to speak to you. Take it easy. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. WT, as they say. Right. Next up, I'm trying to get to people in the order they came in, and I don't always remember, but I think it's Midnight next. So we will try Midnight, and hopefully that will work. Midnight, are you there? Hello, Midnight. Well, we can definitely hear something, can't we? Are you there, Midnight? No, we can just hear the background noise. Hello, Midnight. How are you?
Yes. Let me just this double audio coming through.
So you need to, yeah, we can hear you. Just need to switch off the YouTube stream so you're not hearing the audio from that, because that's going to be a few seconds behind, and it will fry your mind, and it won't be nice. And we might hear it too. Yeah.
So now is it fine?
Yeah, we're good. We weren't hearing it anyway, but you would have been hearing it, and it wouldn't be good. So we can hear you. Yeah. It's all good.
Okay. So I'm 22 now, and it's been a while since I have started the deconstruction thing. I started at 16, and I was from a devout family, basically, and I just started from 16. I was the kind of kid who would debate other kids about the existence of God, and like everyone in my surroundings didn't have like good rebuttals to what I said. But then I went on YouTube and saw all these other arguments, and ironically, while trying to defend God, I came to know of the other arguments, and I couldn't defend it anymore. And especially the Job's story, I couldn't reconcile it in any way.
Yeah, it's horrific. Book of Job is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, so it's like he gets tortured, and Job asks, "Oh, what did you do this for?" And God gives like a complete non-answer. Oh, yeah, I was there at the beginning. That's not an answer.
Yeah.
But an issue is, I have come to like a very bleak worldview at this point. Maybe it's my age. It's like the world is random. There's unfairness everywhere. It's all chaotic, and there's injustice everywhere. And I have come to like such a cynical view of the world. I don't know if it's like a religious residue, or because Christianity was a huge part of my life, right? So when that's removed, something else has to fill it in some way. You were not religious. You were not brought up religious, right? As far as I understand.
No, that's correct.
Yes. So I don't know if that's like a uniquely religious thing problem or what it is.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that that's how life feels for you, and I really hope that you manage to find your way to looking at life in a more hopeful, positive way, because religion kind of pretends that it's giving you something precious to give your life meaning, but it actually doesn't give your life meaning. Your life would have no more meaning if there was a God and the purpose of you was to just serve this God. That just basically gives you a kind of celestial job. It doesn't actually give you meaning or purpose. The meaning and purpose would still be something that you really have to find for yourself whilst you're busy gushing over and praising this, Bronze Age war deity. And so once you realise that in reality you haven't really lost anything. It was just the thing you've lost, I guess, is the story and the illusion about what you had before. But what you had before wasn't really of any value. I mean, you may have had community, that's a value, but there are ways of finding community amongst like-minded people in other ways. And I'm sorry to hear that it feels a bit bleak for you. A lot of people do experience that. Sean was saying earlier, a feeling of almost having realised that you're not going to win the lottery that you thought you were playing, and you have no chance of winning it, or that you thought you'd nearly won. And that I suppose can produce a feeling of loss. But there's really no need to feel down or cynical or jaded about it. Life is, all the riches of life are still there for you, and you've got lots of life ahead of you. So figure out what brings you joy in life, whatever it is, whether it's exercising or reading or watching movies or walking or being with friends or partying or playing music or listening to music or whatever it is. Find the things in your life that give you joy and lean into them and do them and make a difference to other people, and you'll stop feeling that way. You'll stop feeling like there's something that precious missing, and you'll actually start living life rather than wishing for it to end so the real life can begin. That's to me the tragedy of Christianity and these other belief systems, Islam as well, that sort of teach you that this life isn't the real life. This is the sort of doormat you wipe your feet on before beginning the real life, and that the very best thing that's ever going to happen to you is the day you die and then start living life for real. So that's like almost a willingness to just get through your life, almost wish it away. This is the one life we have, and it's precious, and you don't know how many days you have left. So enjoy them, and find joy for yourself, and it will start to feel better. I don't know, Sean,
So
if
the thing
you
is,
have a perspective as well.
So the thing is, it's like religious people are like wrapped in like a comforting delusion, is what I think. So when I see like the suffering in the world or stuff like that, there's no recourse for me, right? There's no recourse for me. But for a Christian, it's like it all happens for a reason. Like if you're suffering for something, it's
Yeah.
like it's easier to
Yeah.
tolerate that suffering, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're working towards something. But like in my worldview right now, it's like it's just unnecessary suffering. There's no point to it. So what's the point of all this, right?
Yeah, I mean, suffering is just part of living, unfortunately. It would be great if it wasn't, or if it had a more minor role. But that's life. I often think of a human life as being like a line with peaks of joy and troughs of suffering and agony and sadness. And we move around the line. And that's the human condition. So enjoy the good bits, endure the bits that aren't good, and just make the best of it you can. Read the Stoics and,
Yeah. So
realize
I
that
have
it's
been
not that bad.
going through like the Buddhist stuff and like learning about detachment and stuff like that. But like I am again, as you say, I'm unconvinced because I don't want to detach. Detachment is like I want to still feel deeply, but feeling deeply also comes with the consequence of feeling the suffering of others deeply as well.
It does. It does. You're articulating the human condition, my friend. This is being alive. Enjoy it. Enjoy the bits that hurt a bit too. That's being alive, right?
Yeah. One more thing. It's like the one thing that screws me up is like it's the hedonic adaptation, right? It's the feeling that no matter what I do, I'll always come to like a baseline of suffering, right? Because I'll always adapt to whatever conditions I have, and I won't be satisfied no matter like whatever there is in the world. That's also like the Buddhist philosophy. Like you won't be satisfied no matter what.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's life.
Yeah.
That's being human, and funnily enough, there's a certain satisfaction to be derived from accepting that you will never be fully satisfied, and a peace to be found in
I
there.
haven't reached that point yet.
Yeah, well, keep going, and don't let it get you down. And if you are really struggling, reach out to recoveringfromreligion.org, and they will be able to recommend resources, possibly offer counselling. They're an incredible organisation. I think most of what we talk about here tonight in this area, I'll just be pointing people at them. They are absolutely awesome. Our friend Chaos Christie is in the process of becoming a recovering from religion counsellor, and will be able to speak to people and help people. She's over on the TikTok side, though, not so much on the YouTube side. But they're an amazing organisation, recoveringfromreligion.org. If it's starting to feel too much and you feel like you want some help, there's no shame in asking for it, in asking for help. That's a thing that we do. We're really good at it. Human beings are good at supporting each other and helping each other when things hurt. So, don't feel like you always have to shoulder everything yourself. Get some support if it feels too much.
Thank you.
All right, friend.
Well.
Good to speak to you, Midnight. Thanks for calling in. Take care. Okay. Next, we are going to go over to the TikTok side and get in Viking Chef. This is my first time speaking to Viking Chef. I'm very excited. Viking Chef is awesome. So let's get Viking in right now. Coming in on the TikTok, Viking.
Hello, mate. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. How are you?
Nice one. Yeah, a little bit nervous, pal.
We've got you. This just mates chatting. This is all good. We're just chatting as mates, aren't we? Great to get to talk to you at last. I absolutely love what you're doing over on TikTok. If anyone doesn't follow Viking Chef, give him a follow on TikTok. His content is on point. I love it. When you drop a video, I'm all over it. Love it.
Oh, thank you, pal. I didn't come here for free clout or nothing like that. Tracy's been kicking my ass to come up here and talk to you.
Good.
I'm like, I don't know, because you have so many thoughts in your head, and you don't know how to word it sometimes, and
yeah,
and it's I don't want to bore people with the same old stories you've heard before. Just a little testimony on me. I've never been religious or anything like that. I grew up with my mother, who was never religious. She got cancer diagnosed about 2 years ago, and my other side of my family are very religious. They're Catholic and all that, and they stepped in right towards the end, and they put the beads up on the bed, and they stopped me from going to the hospital. They said I'm some heathen. I'm not allowed to see her anymore.
Oh,
I never got to say goodbye to her. So yeah, it sort of left a bit of taste in my mouth, to be honest.
I can understand why.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, before that, I never had any problem with religious people or anything. I had no bias or anything. Like the good old Hitchens said, you can have your toys and keep them. Don't invite me around to play with them.
Right. Yeah.
And after that, it was like I got divorced from my wife, and she was very Catholic, and she had the kids and all that. And I've eventually got custody of the kids because we found out that she was giving them a bit of a slap about and stuff. And because of the religion, it was very hard on them. They're with me now. They're safe and everything's good.
Spare the rod, spoil the child. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm talking super fast because I'm nervous. My heart is pounding.
We got you.
This is the first time I've ever done this.
You're
Sorry,
good,
mate.
You're perfect. You're perfect.
Sorry to bore people if this is the same old thing. Anyway, I just want to say, there's been a few people I've come across in my life, like Hitchens, Sam Harris. Really putting a nail in it. But Justin really nailed it for me with the Jesus fulfilled no prophecies. That was one of the ones that I thought that is a banger. But
yeah,
since then I think you and your story and this idea that you can't choose your beliefs, I think it's an absolute game changer. And I think in a few years' time,
yes, it is.
It's gonna absolutely change it. And it's
Thank
a shame
you.
that not a lot of people actually understand it, to be honest, John. Like people, even atheists don't sometimes understand it. But
that's
the way
that's why I wrote a book to try and change that.
Mate, you know what? That book's going to be there forever, and people are going to look back on that in 100 years and go, "That was the moment when it really changed it." If people can understand it properly,
I'm happy to say I'm starting kind of doing the rounds on TikTok in the debate rooms, etc. I'm starting to see it pick up more and more people are bringing up the fact that belief isn't a choice. That's the way I met John. Is like I thought I was like the lone crusader on my own, like trying to beat that drum, and John had an entire live dedicated to it, and wrote a book to it and the whole thing. But yeah, I do think it's an important message, and one that, when we promote skepticism and we push back against religious incursion, that belief not being a choice, it's such an obvious thing, and it's so catastrophic to to the Abrahamic religions.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think this is one of the fundamental things that people don't actually talk about enough or realise. And I think what you've done, John, is you've put a whole new look and conversation on this whole topic, which even it defeats the philosophy he talks, because they can't argue against the truth of what you're saying, even though they try to deny it. And I think it's brilliant. And it's very inspiring, to be fair. That's why I've started my channel. You and Justin sort of got me to do it. Not for me to do anything like, be a big hit TikToker. I've got, obviously, with my testimonial, like I said, I've got a bit of a passion and a little bit of a bitter taste in my mouth, even though I don't want to have that, but I just can't help it. But I try to be polite and do my thing. But you guys really inspire me. So
that's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy, for making me come up. I'm not going to be too long, John. I also just want to say, hopefully I'm going live with Chaos in a couple of weeks and helping her out on her channel and
she mentioned that
backup voice.
You should definitely do that. I think you guys would be a brilliant team and balance each other in different ways. I'm really looking forward to that. I'll do whatever I can to help boost that as well.
I appreciate that, John. Yeah, and hopefully the more I do it, the slower I talk, and the more I calm down.
Yeah, you nailed it. You're good, mate. You're all good. Brilliant stuff.
Cool. And Sean, give me my vest top back.
Give you what?
Vest top.
My vest top back.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Excellent stuff.
Anyway, cheers, pals, and have a good one.
All the best, buddy. Great to talk to you, VC.
Thank you.
Take care, man. Bye. Excellent stuff. This is my favorite part of what we do here is like community building. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And this used to be part of every show, and then it just got a little bit confused, and people didn't know what they were tuning in to listen to. And the debate people got bored by these bits, and the community people got a bit harassed and freaked out by the kind of fiery debates. It was such a no-brainer to just separate the streams and then lean into each one as we focus on it. I absolutely love it. Okay, to everyone who's waiting in queue, hello people on YouTube, thank you so much for being patient. I'll try to keep things moving along so you don't have to wait too long. That's what I'm going to try and do as we bring in, it's user P4YHD, which I know is Bex. So we're going to bring in Bex right now over on TikTok. Hey, Bex.
Hey, John.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Yeah, all right. Long time no speak.
Indeed. Lovely to talk to you again.
And hey, Sean, as well.
How you doing?
Yeah, all right. I'm good. Sean, John. I was just wondering, I thought this would be a good space to ask about your kind of TikTok journey. And I wondered if you had come up with sort of religion being a topic that you wanted to create, and that was what created the channel, or if you wanted to be a TikTok creator first and then picked a topic to fit.
Not at all. No. It was literally, I finished the book, I got a publishing deal for the book, and there was an 18-month runway between my publishers signing for the book and it coming out. So that was it was in June or July, I think. And the book's not out till November this year. So I thought, I've got 18 months until this book comes out. And I had absolutely no profile. Nobody had a foggiest clue who I am. And my background's in the music industry. And I know that for a newly signed artist to have any hope of being successful, if they don't have some audience already, the record company are never going to create an audience for them. So this is why record companies now only really sign people who have an audience already. And I thought, well, I've been lucky enough to get this publishing contract with my book, but nobody has the foggiest clue who I am. I have no platform, no presence, no reputation, no nothing. When my book drops in November next year, if no one knows who I am, it's going to just disappear without a trace. I just know this. It's not like my publisher is going to commit $1 million to promoting it. It's just not going to happen. So I thought it's for me to start generating some kind of profile so that when the book comes out, it's got a platform. And so I thought, well, how do I do this? I made a website for my book, which is unconvincedbook.com. And I put a few little videos on there that I made. Now that I watch them, they're really, and they're not bad, but they were like before I'd kind of found myself in this way. But, and I put a little email list on there. So anyone who was interested could join the list. And then I could say to the publishers, look, I collected some names of people we can market to sell the book. And I thought, well, how am I going to get anyone to my little website? People aren't going to find it. It's not like Google's going to suddenly start channeling people to my little website that I built. I thought, okay, I'm going to have to start doing something on social media as a funnel to get people to my little website. So that's why I thought, okay, well, start doing TikTok videos. Apparently that's what you do. And I started doing them. And I remember the first one I did, and it's still on there, I think. It was about why belief isn't a choice. And I remember I think it got, I forget now, it was either 19 or 29 views. I was very excited about this because it meant 29 people had watched this thing that I'd created. And this was interesting. And then it started, slowly it started to gather. And I was very, very disciplined about it. I made a video and put it on TikTok every single day for many months. Didn't miss a single day, even when I was traveling, even when I was away, every day. And I was just trying to basically generate something. But what I found after a couple of months was I was enjoying it so much that I was forgetting about the book. And I wasn't bothering sometimes I wasn't even bothering to mention the book. And I kind of, sometimes I'd realize I'd gone a week and not mentioned it at all. And it was doing the videos, and it was meeting people online and connecting with people and hearing their stories and feeling so moved by them, which made me realize that my original aim to do this as a means of building a platform for my book wasn't actually my aim anymore. And it became the aim in itself. And so I never wanted to be a TikTok person. I never wanted to, I spent 25 years in the music industry behind the scenes. I was never intending to be out front in the limelight, that stuff. I was always happy to make other people famous and do things for other people and just be in the background doing my stuff. And it wasn't my intention with the online stuff either, but I just didn't realize how much I was going to love doing it and how much I was going to love the connections I made with people and how meaningful I was going to find it. I mean, I've had conversations with people on live streams which have brought me to tears because their stories have just touched me so much, and hearing what they have to say and knowing how their lives have been impacted by this stuff has affected me so profoundly. I mean, I feel even emotional now talking about it, that this is just my calling now. For the rest of my life, this is what I'm going to do. I've never done anything that has this much meaning for me. And then, the YouTube side sprung out from the TikTok side, and now they kind of exist alongside each other, and they have slightly different functions, but I have incredible communities on both. And those communities come together in the Discord for people who enjoy that type of interaction. I just feel super privileged, and this is it. I feel like the luckiest person in the world. I've found my calling after decades of doing something else.
Do you do this full time now?
Yeah.
And one thing I've noticed is because yours was the first channel I found of this subject, and I guess the algorithms put me onto other similar channels, but it's a totally different vibe. It's a lot more argumentative, and a couple of times I've joined ones where Sean's been in a panel. Yeah. And the vibe is so different. This is so much more chilled and civilized.
Yeah, that's kind of by design. I'll give it hard if somebody needs to be put in their place, and if somebody needs to be brought down a peg or taken to pieces, I'm happy to do it. But I don't go out there looking for conflict, and I don't go out there with a sort of aggressive mindset. I don't really go out there at all. In fact, my whole thing is, let's create a space over here where non-belief is legitimized and even celebrated as a completely valid way to live, as a way of pushing back against the cultural narrative that people without religious belief are bad in some way. What a ludicrous idea. And so that's why the vibe is more relaxed and friendly and chilled out. That's who I am. And Sean has two sides to him. Sean fits in here so well. I'm talking about you like you're not here, Sean, but
no, it's okay.
Sean can fit in with this sort of mode of being so perfectly, which is why I asked him to do this, because for anyone who doesn't know, Sean was originally like a guest who came into the live, and we found out that we had such similar views on the involuntary nature of belief. And then I think you came in one day, Sean, as a guest, and I said, stay up while the next guest comes up. And it just worked really, really well. And I thought, this is a great fit. I'd love to have Sean around as someone to kind of bounce off, and it just worked super well. But I've also been into those panels, sneaked in to have a look when Sean's in there with 4 or 5 other people in a room slogging it out, and you could be ferocious, Sean. But what I love is you come in here and you meet the energy that's required when we're doing the stuff here. So yeah, it's good. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Thank
you both do a great job.
Thank you.
But yeah, I'll drop back down again now.
All right. Lovely to talk to you as ever.
Yeah, good to speak to you both.
Thanks,
Bye.
Bex. Take care. Bye-bye.
I didn't know you were lurking and kind of watching from afar.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes I'll see you on, and I'll be like, oh, I wonder what Sean's up to, and I'll just quietly come in. I don't do it much, but I'll just sometimes just quietly come in and like, there you are, pulverizing people with reason and logic. And I'm like, yeah.
You should make an alternate account, because people can see, like, if they're paying attention, you come in the room. But if you make an alternate account, you can just lurk all day long and see what's out there.
Maybe I should do that. Okay. Trying to remember who's next. I think we might need to go over to the to the YouTube side now, the video ninja side. Let's get in Matthew next. Has been waiting a little while. Again, if you are waiting in the queues, thank you so much for being patient. I really, really appreciate that. I promise I'll get to everyone. So, Matthew, are you there? Let's see. Maybe not. Let's try that again. Trying to activate your iPhone audio. Matthew, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
There you go. We got you. How are you doing?
Oh, should I turn off my YouTube at the same time?
Yeah, turn off the YouTube, and then you'll just hear me speaking to you here, and we'll all hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Perfectly, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I'm Matthew. It's just the French pronunciation of Matthew. So forgive my accent. English is not my first language.
All good.
So I partially deconstructed from the Catholic Church many years ago, beginning in my teenage years. I say partially because there are some things I'm still agnostic about, so I'm not really at the atheist stage, or maybe you'll say not yet, but I've been watching some of your debate streams recently, and I'm a bit new to this kind of content.
Yeah.
And there's one thing that the fundamentalists bring up very, very often, and they say that the Bible they call objective morality.
Yeah.
So if I understand correctly, basically they see the Bible as written by God, and me currently I see the Bible as humans writing about God.
Yeah.
So to me, the book is as imperfect as the people who wrote it. I'm not saying there's no wisdom or no good advice at all in the whole Bible, but I don't think it's the perfect guidebook to morality that we can apply in 2026, So when I say that to more orthodox or more fundamentalist people, their first reaction is always the same. They always reply, without inerrancy of the Bible, you have no objective morality.
Yeah.
So I was wondering, what is your favorite answer to that? Like, what's the best angle to talk about this?
Yeah. Here's the fun fact here. Even if a God exists, morality is still subjective. So I mean, now I'm going to get a little silly here. So to just illustrate a point, we understand certain things like taste in music, taste in food, or whatever is subjective. That's not controversial, right? Now imagine if God said, "Never Gonna Give You Up" by Rick Astley is a great song. Now this comes from God. Does that make it magically become objectively a great song? No, that's God expressing an opinion. Something that's in the category of being subjective doesn't magically become objective just because God holds the stance. It would be silly if God said, liver objectively tastes delicious, but if the taste of liver on your tongue gives you a visceral reaction, are your taste buds wrong? objectively, no, it doesn't make sense. And so what you have is each one of us starts with a moral compass. It's a subjective preference as a moral compass. So for John and I, we like to evaluate how behaviors affect the well-being of others. So that's our subjective preference. We like behaviors that help others, the well-being. We don't like behaviors that harm the well-being of others. What Christians do, not all Christians, by the way, most it seems, is they take their subjective preference, which is obedience to God. I hold God in such esteem that I'm going to listen to everything he says. So that's their preference. And then they just by decree call it objective. But really, they're subjectively deciding, I like being told what to do by my God. So their subjective preference is to defer to God's subjective preference. And so now they have two layers of subjectivity instead of one. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. So the preference aspect is somehow inescapable.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're participating in subjective morality every bit as much as you are. They're just calling it objective because it makes them feel good to pretend that it's objective. And that's really the response you can give. You can say to them, you have subjective morality too, you just don't realize it. And then you can explain why, because it's a subjective choice that they're making to base their morality on God's subjective morality. In fact, it's even more subjective than ours, because we root ours in measurable outcomes. So you can tell, right? If I say, for me, what's good is what limits suffering, what's bad is what increases suffering, and then I make a decision to do something, I can test the outcome and say, well, did the suffering increase? It did. Oh, that's a mistake, right? Then I can course correct. I thought it was ethical, I thought it was good, but actually it didn't lead to an outcome of lower suffering. It led to an outcome of more suffering. And that feedback loop gives me an opportunity to go, oh, okay, I what I thought was ethical actually isn't ethical, and I'm going to realign and change direction. If your way of testing ethics is whether God likes it, you're deprived of the opportunity to ever test it in the real world, because you don't know if God approves or not. Maybe you're really busy campaigning against slavery, and actually you're getting that wrong because God loves slavery. So you're actually being unethical and upsetting God, but you would have no way of knowing it because God doesn't give you that extra step of reality testing that basing your ethics on real world measurable outcomes gives you. So your version of ethics is actually more objective than theirs. Hope that helps.
And I don't know if you would agree with that, but I think there are some very good Christians with decent behavior. So I think what you call the moral compass is working in them too. But sometimes I get the impression that they decide what is good and bad or moral and immoral based on that moral compass, and then afterwards they choose the verses or the parts of the Bible that seem to agree with that.
Absolutely.
That's exactly it. Yeah, we're all human beings. We're wired for empathy. We're wired to cooperate with each other. Our brains are literally made that way, with instincts to form groups and keep those groups cohesive by cooperation, because we understand, even if we don't understand it intellectually, instinctively we understand that that's how we survive. And we've got mirror neurons that see the suffering of others and feel it ourselves. All of this stuff pushes us towards ethical behavior as a kind of instinct. And then the religiously minded perceive that in themselves and they go, God's put it on my heart, of course. And look, it says so in this book. So they're retrofitting their natural experiences into a theological framework afterwards.
So God's put it on our hearts, but he's mostly put it in our neurology and mirror neurons.
Right. Exactly that. Exactly that.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you.
All right. Great to talk. Thanks so much for coming up, Matthew. All the best. Take care. Okay, that was Matthew. I love these calls. Right, we have quite a few in the queue. Okay, let's move this on. We'll stay on that side and
have a lot in the queue.
Yeah, we will get in Aleph Naught here. Aleph Naught here. Let's try that. Aleph Not, are you there? I'll try to refresh the audio again.
Hello?
Hello, there you go. How are you?
Hey.
Hello.
I'm here.
Hello.
Ever learning, always improving. How are you, friends?
Likewise. Likewise. What have you got?
Yeah, well, I wanted to share a joke, but I also, I just thought I'd be ashamed not to call in once because I've been listening for a while. But
sure, I've enjoyed your comments. You're clearly mathematically minded.
I am. Yeah, it's not professional, but I could. It's just a fascination. I love, reading about math and.
Brilliant. Well, what have you got?
Yeah. Someone asked what my plans were for the weekend. I'm making a tough decision between two equal options. The first is a Star Trek viewing party with a focus on the development of a main character. And the second option is a Renaissance fair where everyone's dressing as a medieval musician. So I'm between a Spock and a Bard place.
Oh, jeez.
Very good. That reminds me a bit of the chestnuts boasting in a hotel foyer joke. And if you don't know that, look it up.
Yeah, I'd love that kind of humor.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Well, thank you for that. Anything else you wanted to share with us?
That's mostly it. Yeah, I just wanted to say I really love what you're doing. Keep it up.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Empathetic and respectful approach for sure.
Thank you.
Good one.
Thanks, man. Take it easy. Thank you very much. Yep. Brilliant stuff. Okay, yeah, I like those kind of jokes too. Kind of silly and needlessly complex in order to achieve the pun that's required. I love that. Okay, where are we going next? We are going to go to FM next, or still on the video side. FM, are you there? Let's try again. FM, are you there? Maybe not. I can see your audio, FM. Are you there?
I am here.
You are. There we go. I thought you were.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly well. Perfectly well.
I'm just trying to. I just need to turn you off on my.
Yes, turn off the YouTube feed.
There we go. Now we go.
Now it's
here we are.
Now it's just the three of us.
Excellent. I do have a question. I just want to say I discovered you recently. The YouTube algorithm just recommended a live stream, and I clicked in, and you were trying to calm the caller down, like, calm down, just calm down. And they actually quieted down. Yeah. And then it turned out that we couldn't keep talking to it. At one point, Sean said, "Are you driving? Oh, crap. No, we can't talk to you." Anyway, point is, I do have a quick question.
Sure.
This is and I just want to preface this by saying that I love what you guys are doing. Very happy to have discovered you, and I can't wait to buy your book.
Thank you.
And you had responded to a comment I made about what a great question when you asked Apostle Michael, why is it disgraceful?
Yeah.
That someone has come to a different conclusion. So that was me.
I remember your comment. Yeah.
Yeah. And there was a moment in your live stream with Promise that I wanted to address, but I wanted to preface it by saying that I was very interested to hear Dr. Digg talk about, the scientific community has been, discussing our use of language to avoid the anthropomorphic language that gives people the wrong idea. So it's along these lines. So I just want to hear your and Sean's take on this, because I really have zeroed in on this idea that belief is not an action, it's a state of mind. You can't command it.
Yeah.
it's like trying to love someone. It's a state of where you are. As the little prince quipped, when conditions are favorable, is when you have a state of belief in a particular proposition or a feeling of love for someone when conditions are favorable.
Yeah.
But in your conversation with Promise, she was telling her story, and then one of you, I think you, John, or I don't remember who it was, you could have both said it. You said, "Oh, so you changed your mind." Now, the difference between I'm unconvinced and it's not an action, it's simply a state of mind, and you changed your mind, doesn't changing your mind indicate an action like a choice?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. It's. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I want to understand it better.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah. It's a turn of phrase, isn't it?
To your mind.
Yeah, it's still something that happens to your mind. We just call it "you changed your mind." If we wanted to be more accurate, what we could say is your cognition forced your mind to change, and then you realised it had changed. But that's a bit long-winded in the middle of a conversation. So we have a shorthand for it, where you say "you changed your mind." There is an instance in which you could say "you changed your mind," and I know that those of us who are skeptical about free will are going to be upset with me for saying this. But for argument's sake, if you say I'm gonna have a chocolate ice cream, and you're waiting in the queue for the chocolate ice cream, and just as you get there to order it, you think, you know what, actually I'm gonna have coffee today, and you order a coffee ice cream. You could say you changed your mind, meaning that you were intending to do a thing, and then something made you decide to do a different thing, and you could say you changed your mind. Now, what someone could say there is whatever it is that happened in your mind that caused you to become aware of the fact that you no longer desired chocolate and you now desired coffee, that event isn't something you chose. It's something you became aware of. So it could be said that, strictly speaking, in that instance, you didn't change your mind changed you. But in that instance, you still have the experience of being in control of this. So even if it's true that there is no free will, if free will is a complete illusion, it's still the case that you have the experience of feeling like you have free will. But in the case of belief, you don't even have that. In the case of free will, if you self-examine, you realize that you don't even feel like you're changing your mind when something doesn't convince you anymore. You just realize that you are unable to accept that thing as true internally. You can declare it true, you can say it, but you're not capable anymore of feeling persuaded by it. So you don't even have what the ice cream example gives you, and that's why I confidently say you choose your actions, but you don't choose your beliefs. And people who are well versed, who have read Sapolsky or Harris on free will, lambast me and go, well, what are you talking about, John? You don't choose your actions either. I'm like, I know. But what I want them to grant is that you feel like you're choosing your actions, but you don't really even feel like you're choosing what persuades you. It's genuinely something that you discover.
So it's more like, you're hearing basically arguments and thoughts and ideas, and this sort of accumulates, and your mind, could it be said that your mind changes itself, and then you realize, oh, I don't believe that anymore.
Yeah.
It's not an active choice. I didn't change my mind in the sense of that free will sense. Like I changed my mind about what to have at the coffee counter.
Yeah, and I can't remember in the conversation with Promise what it was that we were referring to when we said, "And you changed your mind." It might not have been about a belief.
Story.
Yeah,
she was talking about her story and the things that, I think built up for her over time, because sometimes it's a cumulative kind of thing. It's not like you have like an aha moment. There could be that light bulb moment, like, oh crap, just something, it hit me like a lightning bolt. But it sounded more like, she was having doubts, and various aspects of her religion started not ringing true to her, and eventually she said, oh, I don't accept this anymore. So it wasn't like it was over an instant thing. It was a gradual thing.
Often the way. Yeah, often the way. I mean, I'd be surprised if I used that terminology with respect to beliefs because it grates on me. If I hear someone, oh, you changed your mind, and like it implies that you decided not to believe it anymore. So I might have to go back and listen to that again and see what was being spoken about and what.
Well, it just struck me because I know, I understand what you guys are doing and I love it. And it just struck me. It's like, well, doesn't that imply a choice?
Yeah. Yeah.
And maybe you spend a lot of time in a middle ground, like, I'm not sure, I don't know, I'm divided, I keep going back and forth, with in terms of what your own cognition, what your own mind is saying to you in terms of what you feel about it. Like I say, I do believe in that psychological state of belief. I totally get it.
Yeah.
And I just had that moment like, ooh, that sounds like it's a choice. And I'm like, maybe there's a better way to say it. It's like your mind just starts, you become more aware.
Yeah, maybe I may have misspoken. It is possible that Sean or I misspoke.
It seemed totally reasonable in that moment. I just noticed it and I thought, we have to be careful because
I agree. Yeah,
that's the kind. Just maybe there's a better way to think about it. That's why I want to kind of get you guys' thoughts on the difference between changing your mind and a state of belief, or just a recognition of your cognitive state.
Exactly that. Yeah, Christie's saying it would be foolish to say we never change our minds. The semantics can get you. Minds do change. And what I'm arguing for is that when you have a change of mind about what you believe, it is never a choice. It's because something has persuaded you, and that's what's changed your mind. That what you find convincing has shifted, and you've realized this, and your mind has just changed to align with what you now find convincing.
So I often think I'm wondering why this doesn't get brought up more in terms of persuasion. Why don't you bring up an example of, if you're a juror for a court case, you're supposed to start with the position that, you're innocent until proven guilty, and only after you are persuaded by the evidence do you, go from, you're supposed to start with a neutral position or not guilty. Actually, you're supposed to start with from not guilty unless there's sufficient, reasonable evidence beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised that more people don't use that in terms of being persuaded. It's like, it's really easy to understand that, right? But if you go in with the idea, I know I'm right, I know this person's guilty, hopefully that'll be shown up in discovery, but never mind. It's just
you're not a juror. A good juror. If you're not a good juror, if you're doing that. Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. Well, I hope that kind of cleared it up and made it a bit more made it make sense.
I just thought I'd point that out. And again, I really appreciate what you guys are doing. I love watching you.
Thank you.
And I, keep up the good work. Appreciate
We will try. Thanks so much, FM. Take it easy.
Take care.
Thanks. Bye-bye. To answer Indentured Cervix, where can I watch Promise and John? It was the Tuesday show last week. So whatever the date was, Tuesday last week. The dates fly by me now. But Tuesday last week, it was the daytime stream, and Promise turned up about 2 hours into the stream. So at about the 2 hour mark, that's when Promise showed up, and we had a chat for an hour and a bit, took a couple of calls, fielded some questions. She was absolutely wonderful. We talked about her book, Gospel of Lies, which is fantastic. I recommend it highly. And it was good, really, really good. We're definitely going to be collaborating on some other stuff. So yeah, watch this space. Okay, I do understand that Justin is on as well tonight. So, no hard feelings. If you guys want to check out Justin, that's all good. But if you want to hang out with Sean and me here, then we would love that too. Okay, back to the TikTok side. And we are going to get in Dill Pickle 27. Welcome in, Dill.
Hello, guys. Can you guys hear me?
Can indeed. How are you?
We got you.
Wow. Just want to say real quick, Sean, I'm usually used to the collar, but I'm kind of liking the wife beater today. It looks good on you.
Thank you.
An unfortunate turn of phrase.
Yeah, it's so common. I've uttered it myself, but I have been trying to be cognitive to avoid using the term because it can be triggering for some people. But
right.
I'm guilty of it too, like constantly, and I have to remind myself. It's I don't know how common the phrase is in the UK, John, but here it's like so common, like just people. It's a matter of fact. It's like saying T-shirt. unfortunately. But
Right.
anyway,
Yeah.
I'm glad you appreciate it. I'm in a beach town right now, so I'm just kind of going with the vibe.
Nice.
And it's also really hot here. I'm in Wilmington.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just wanted to. I've been watching you guys for like 2 months now, and I go back and watch all the lives on YouTube, and they're great. I was a Christian for probably about 20 years, or until I was 20. About 28 now, and I kind of realized that it was kind of dumb. And but one thing I guess maybe two things I wanted to talk about was. One is an argument that you make sometimes is that God could have given better commandments.
Yeah.
I think I've always thought that a rebuttal for that I haven't heard mentioned was that you could always make it better, right? Because you can always say he could have said not to abuse kids, but you can also say not abuse kids and something else. So you can always make it better.
Yeah.
I have two words, one commandment that would solve everything, in my opinion. Be humanist or something to, something to that effect. Like if, or follow humanism. To me, that command would be all encompassing, all behaviors, all evaluated, and it wouldn't be dogmatic like hard rules. But what is that called again, John? There's a term for that.
Yeah,
rules based.
deontology. This is what I was going to say. That the whole problem is with this idea that ethical codes should be lists of commandments. That in itself is a problem because it doesn't allow for situation ethics. So if you say I don't lie, then you've created a rule. Lying is always wrong, which completely fails to be capable of dealing with the situations where lying is the only thing to do. And there are obvious examples of what that might be. Yeah. And so we call ethics based on a list of commands and rules deontology. An alternative to that is teleology, where you're actually you're basing your ethics on the outcome you want. And if God had been a little smarter, rather than trying to base his ethics on lists, do this, don't do this, he would have said something like, always act in a way that's going to be to the benefit of those around you if possible. And just that would immediately align with the interests of those around all the time, and everything else downstream of that would just fall into place. So you wouldn't have to say don't abuse children because it would already be baked into it. And you wouldn't have to say don't have slavery because it would already be baked into it. And you wouldn't have to say all of that stuff. So there's a naivety to the fact that these scriptures have attempted to provide ethical codes with a shopping list. It's unsophisticated.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, on that point, I guess that kind of answers the question. But the only reason why you make that argument is because there's a list in the first place.
Exactly. That it's a stupid, childlike, unsophisticated way of trying to get to. When they come in talking about their objective morality, the best they could come up with is a shopping list of things, which includes don't make graven images. Are you out of your mind?
Yeah. Yeah, and then and the last thing I wanted to say was I listened to one of the episodes you had an LDS guy on.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really, really good opportunity for you guys to because you see a bunch of other atheist lives, and it's usually focused around the main religions. And topics around those religions. But if you focus on like a whole live around those guys, because some of these guys are just fucking crazy. Mm-hmm. And you could get some really, really interesting conversations with guys like that if you like devote a whole live to it.
It is happening. It came up in the last live. We had an LDS guy come up, and I always feel unprepared when they come in. I just don't have the knowledge in that area that perhaps I ought to have. I just don't have it, and I recognize that I don't. So rather than blag it and fake it, we have incredible people in the community here. I'm thinking of Nerd Unleashed and even Fro, who was a Mormon in the Mormon Church for a while. I think we need to do this. We definitely need to have an LDS day, or at least a day where we have the LDS people around. so that they can come up and talk about it from having been on the inside and offer a perspective that I absolutely never could. And Sean also not having been inside there. You're absolutely right about that, Dill. It's a thing
they're all about spreading the word too, so they'll be more than happy to come and join. So I don't think you'll have any shortage of guests.
No, I've got a couple of volunteers. We just need to put it together and find the date and make it happen.
Yeah.
We will definitely do that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, buddy. All the best.
Yep. See you. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
By the way, maybe this is something I could talk to you about offline. But people like Nerd Unleashed. They could be our Dr. Dig for when Latter-day Saints come up.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
Or M's when Muslims come in. Nerd Unleashed. If you're hearing us, hey.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Absolutely. Okay, we are going to get Mike in on TikTok.
Hi,
hey,
guys.
Mike. How are you?
Is it good? Is it John and Sean?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Hi. My real name is Jojo. Just I'm stuck in being 16-year-old. So I'm very nervous. Please give me some
You're
few
good.
seconds.
No, you're fine. You're doing fine. It's just the three of us. It's all good.
Yeah, it's like meeting John Lennon and Paul McCartney.
Well, hardly.
Really, guys.
Hardly. Well, it's lovely to talk to you. What would you like to talk about?
No, it's like because you guys are like just like what the previous people have been saying. You guys are like a breath of fresh air here on TikTok. I myself have been a frequent victim of TikTok abuse. It's like, me being so naive, thinking that this person will listen to reason. It always ends up in me crashing. But you guys are like, you are gracious. My question to you guys is, how did you become so deep, and why are you guys such sweethearts?
That's really sweet. Good parenting, and in my case, my parents get the credit for everything. That's good about
me. No, because my I asked that because usually like philosophical and deep people, they arrive at different conclusions, and I don't know really how they live their lives. But you guys, who you have come up to a certain conclusion that there is no authority above me except for my individual self, right? Why did you choose to become so gracious and be sweetheart?
I'm not sure if people's characters are something that they necessarily choose. You can cultivate aspects of yourself, but I think we have some people just have a nature towards a certain thing. Some people are just very fiery and very emotional, and some people are less sensitive, some people are more sensitive, and some people struggle to contain their emotions, and other people are very good at containing them. And all of these things are not necessarily things you choose. They're like how good you find yourself at mathematics or music or art as well. And so I can't speak for Sean, but in my case, I've always been pretty controlled. I don't fly off the handle. I rarely get angry. I always try to think things through and think before I speak, and I've always been that way. And my parents gave me really good values. My parents taught me about kindness and compassion, and they modeled it. And I still watch them live it today, and I credit them. How about you, Sean?
Cool. Yeah. How did you become philosophical too? Please add that. Yeah.
The philosophical thing is just I've always been interested in thinking, just interested in it.
Yeah.
If I'd been interested in sport, then I would have been, good at talking about sport. But it's just, for me, it was always been a hobby. Doesn't even come close. I would say obsession. I've been completely obsessed about thinking and thinking about thinking, and books about cognitive psychology and how beliefs form and stuff like that. For decades, I've been interested in that stuff just because it always interested me. And so for me, this was just like making a career out of something that I did out of love, which is funnily enough what I managed to do with music before this, was take the thing I love, do it as a career for a while, and now I'm lucky enough to be doing the same again. How about you, Sean?
Same thing with me. I've always I feel like we're mirrors of each other. Like I've always thought about thinking, thought about all of the deep thoughts. Why is there something rather than nothing? How do you find truth, et cetera, et cetera? It's just always been, I've overthought everything, and it's also a curse too. I could be sitting in a room and like these conversations are going on and my brain's like trying to figure things out like at the same time. It's like I think too much sometimes. And it can be like overthink situations where, I'm an overthinker.
Yeah.
But
it doesn't stop.
yeah, now I'm gonna add I do want to add this though. I've always been that way, but watching Matt Dillahunty on the Atheist Experience sort of inspired me to formalize thinking properly, like in a structured way, where I took a great interest in that. And I even took at a local JC a logic class to try to kind of help me along with that. Most of what was taught in the logic, well, I won't say most. A lot of what was in the logic class, I already knew just from like listening to the different debates and people talking about different logical fallacies and hearing how, a lot of it I already knew, but there was new stuff in there as well. But at some point I decided I wanted to formalize learning how to think properly. And so I took steps to do that.
Yeah, I open a logic book. I see formulas. I throw it away. So I can end up, like listening to Matt Dillahunty too. To learn how to think for myself too. And I think that Matt's anger, that's righteous indignation. That's like, are you so stupid? You cannot get this, right?
Yeah, well, and he's been doing it a long time as well.
Yeah, right.
I think just naturally, because I also have zero patience for intellectual dishonesty, like avoidance of questions, for example. It drives me nuts. And that's why, like, when you ask a question, John, and you ask like, did you go to the store today? And their answer is like, well, going to the store is a part of consumerism and a market economy. It's like, no. Yes or no, MFer? Like, it drives me nuts when people avoid questions or just. I take these conversations so seriously that, like, when somebody doesn't engage in an honest and thoughtful way, where they're actually they have an interest, a genuine interest in the discourse too, I just take it as such a disrespect. For the disrespect to the process or to the engagement. I don't know. It's just a pet peeve of mine, and I suspect for him it is too, because he has no patience.
Jordan Peterson, like you cannot ask that guy he doesn't give a straight answer, yes or no.
Yeah, right? not if his life depended on it. Yeah.
He's insufferable, really.
Yeah,
because guys like this, I was drawn to him at first because a guy giving free psychology lectures, University of Toronto, blah blah blah, just like Robert Sapolsky giving Princeton or whatever Yale classes, right? So I was drawn to him, and then a little later, wow, this guy is like not making sense at all.
Yeah, completely crazy stuff. Well, Mike, thanks for calling in. We really appreciate it, and nice to get to talk to you. All the best. Take it easy. Okay, we are going to get in MJ next, and then our friend Dr. Joe, and then we've got still a few waiting over on the YouTube side, including Felix. Can you believe it? Felix is back again. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. It just gets funnier and funnier. Bringing in MJ right now. Hey MJ,
Hello.
How are you? Hello, how are you?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we do. How are you doing?
How are you guys?
Excellent, thanks.
Good. How you doing?
Great. I'm 26. I live in Germany, and I have been like agnostic for a few years, and you have brought me have helped me think about now getting to being atheist. And I really liked your videos, your lives. I just got to know or started to watch your videos since a week or 2 weeks ago. So Thank you for that.
Sure.
I really like the unconvinced idea, the view. I would say I am convinced of that view.
Well, thank you. I'm pleased it helps. And you there's a thing that I say, I don't know if you've heard me say it before, but nobody ever chooses to be an atheist. You can't go, right now I'm going to decide to become an atheist. It's not like joining a political party or following a football team or something. You just realize at some point, you'll realize, or not, but at some point you'll realize, and I suspect you may be there already and perhaps haven't quite realized it, you'll realize that you don't have a belief in a God. And at that point, welcome to the club. You are an atheist. And it's not a thing that you decide to do. It's just something that happens to you when you don't have a belief that a God exists. And you can be agnostic as well, by the way. Agnosticism isn't a halfway point between believing and not believing. Believing and not believing is more like a light switch. It's either on or it isn't. And to continue the light analogy that someone smarter than me used in the comments recently, and I'm embarrassed that I've now forgotten who it was, the light can be on and off, and it can be on with different brightness. So your light can be on and burning really, really bright. That means you've got belief and it's super strong. Or the light can be on, but it's a little dimmer, which means you have belief, but it's maybe not that confident. But there's a point where you switch that switch and the light's off. It's not on at all. And that is really what atheism is. It's just a lack of belief. It's not there. And so you may be in that position already. Agnosticism just means that whatever your beliefs are, whether you believe in a God or you don't, agnosticism just means you're not claiming to know that it's that way, or even that you could know potentially that it's that way. So that's why we call ourselves agnostic atheists, meaning we claim no knowledge in this subject, but we just happen not to have a belief in the God. So it sounds to me like that might be where you are or where you're heading.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like I would say to certain God ideas, I'm agnostic, but like to the Abrahamic gods or religions, I would say I am already atheist. And it's going more in the direction of atheism. But it doesn't concern me as much anymore, so I'm open. But yeah.
Yeah, and the labels are less important, by the way. The words we use to define the belief positions are not as important as being clear about what the belief positions are.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, so the labels themselves, like whether we want to call it atheist or non-believer or non-theist or whatever, they don't really matter. People waste so much time arguing about what these terms mean, when actually you can just be really clear. You can just say, you know what, I haven't been convinced that any gods exist. I'm completely open to it. If evidence comes in for one, then obviously I'll be persuaded of it. That to me is a really reasonable position to take. If somebody wants to label that with a particular word, that's absolutely fine. And the terms can be helpful for helping you to make community with other like-minded people, because it's a signifier. If I say, oh, I'm an atheist, that means other people understand the journey a little bit and understand what it actually means. But apart from that, you just can describe what you believe and what you don't, and what your standards are, and that's where the value really lies.
There are a lot of there are a lot of people who self-identify as agnostic that I actually consider atheist, and I don't insist that they wear the label or the scarlet A on their chest, anything like that. But most people that say I'm agnostic, I consider to be atheist by my definition. I just kind of accept their position and don't try to force the label on them, because labels aren't important, positions are.
Okay, so I wanted to like to get your opinion on something else, because I grew up religious. I mean, I think the last time I was really religious, I was 13. And I have been on this journey, and it took years. But I grew up in a religious Muslim family. So I was thinking, like, because I told like my mom, I think a year ago, that I mean, now I'm agnostic atheist, and I was going in that direction. But I found myself, I couldn't be completely truthful, like that I said, like, I'm still a Muslim, but I have doubts. But so I wanted, like, I was thinking, like, these a few weeks ago, if I should talk, like, with my mom or with my siblings, and like have these debates, but I'm not really I don't think I'm confident yet. So, what do you think? What resources should I like learn from, or do you think should I do this at all?
I would say before you consider resources, ask yourself the question: how important is it to you, for the people in your life who you love, to know exactly what your thoughts about this are? Like, if it's really important for you to know that, if the tension of not being authentic with them is something that you find hard to live with, and you need to resolve that tension by being honest about what your beliefs are, then you have a project, right? And your project is communicate what your beliefs about this stuff are, how they've changed, in a way that's going to preserve the relationships you have with them. You still love them, they're still your family, you don't love them any less, hopefully they don't love you any less, and you know, the most important thing is to, I would hope, is to preserve those relationships. But you don't have to. Don't start with the assumption that your own internal private thoughts about something need necessarily to be communicated to everyone else. It's a perfectly legitimate path for you to just quietly get on with it, do the things, go to the meets or whatever, you know, participate in the family life and in some of the rituals if necessary. If it's going to keep the peace and keep things moving, and you feel all right with it, and you can incorporate that into your life, then that's a legitimate path. But only you can know what's best for you. And if you come up with the idea that you need to be honest with them, then I would just say lead with humility. Don't make it your project to prove them wrong about stuff by showing them that their beliefs are false. Just say that you've had a change of how you think about this stuff. You think about it differently, and you're trying to be really intellectually honest. That's how I would personally frame it. To say you want to be really honest, and your honest position at the moment is that you don't find this stuff persuasive. And if they're interested, you could say, if you're interested in knowing why, I'm happy to discuss this with you, but it's also okay not to. So every situation has its own parameters, but you know, don't feel that there's an obligation on you to be completely open and honest about everything that you internally believe and don't believe, because that's not always the case at all.
Okay. Thanks for the advice, and thank you guys.
Sure. Nice to talk to you, MJ.
Bye.
Take it easy. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. We are going to get in Dr. Joe next, and then we got Richie, and then we'll figure out. We have a couple on the video side as well that we need to get to. The uptake on this show is absolutely awesome. I love that people are keen to come and chat in this more relaxed way, not doing the debates, not all of that stuff. I love the debate nights, but these Friday night shows are such a treat as well. So
I forgot to do a shout out. The Bible guy, Dalton, sent a raid to us a little bit earlier.
Welcome, Bible Guy Raid. Thank you, Dalton. We really appreciate that very much indeed. And I have some super chats that I need to read, which we will do after this call with Dr. Joe. How are you, Joe?
Yes, I'm good.
Awesome.
The reason I called was I always have a dilemma in my life, and I wondered whether you had some opinions on it.
Sure.
And essentially, it's where, so as a scientist, right, whenever someone says something that is, you know, not true, and it often can go hand in hand with creationism, instinctively I want to jump in, right? I want to be like, okay, that's not true because of X, Y, and Z, right? But I think in my life, there's always a dilemma of when I choose to jump in and whether that's important. Like, you know, for instance, if they're, 94 and Nanny Barbara, her liver is failing and she's like, I was created, then of course, you're not a monster, right? So you sit there and you go, yeah. And then in other cases where you meet someone who perhaps has particularly harmful views that come alongside with some of these myths, and you think actually it's quite nice to put your arm around them and say, look, let's have a chat and sort of go through these things. It's more obvious positions, but there's also a lot of blurred lines where I think I meet someone who is arguably what we'd probably call a cherry-picking religious person. They're a really nice person. They're kind to others, but they also hold some pretty bizarre beliefs that don't align with the science. And I think, do I jump in? Is there a benefit there, or actually are they kind of happy in their own world? And I find that really challenging, whether I should jump in and correct their scientific errors, or whether it doesn't really matter in the context of things.
Yeah, I totally understand the dilemma, and I wish I could say here's a rule you can apply that gets you to the right decision in every situation, but every situation's different. And I mean, we've spoken before a couple of times, and you're a smart guy. I think that you're going to have an instinct which is going to tell you in a given situation whether it's likely to be productive and helpful for you to cross that line and go, well, actually, these views you hold aren't right, and here's why. Because there may be instances where doing that would actually be a massive service to the person. An opportunity's come along for you to disabuse someone of some mistaken beliefs they hold, and educate them, if I may make so bold, educate them about something, and they might end up thanking you for it. And there are other instances where it would be like arguably the worst thing to do, because of the context and the situation and the unlikelihood of them changing anyway. And it's very, very rare that you say to someone, the ideas that you base your life around or organize your life around are actually completely wrong, and here's why. And they go, oh, thanks very much, and then their life is completely different. It's very, very rare that happens. It's more likely that you plant a seed. Like if you're clear on your objectives, you say, well, I'm gonna just plant a little seed and say, you know what, I understand that you think about this like this, but here's some information you might want to look at if you're interested in exploring another perspective, because there are really, there are people who are not convinced by the position you hold.
That's true. I guess the challenge sometimes is whether, I mean, of course you hear lots of these stories, about people who have had really difficult times with religion. But also I know lots of people who have deconstructed and had a really difficult time with that. And part of me is like, even though I know it's not true, would it just be better for them? Would they just be a bit happier if they kind of went along with the idea? And I think that's really hard, where you're conflicting truth and also sometimes an ignorant bliss that makes them a little bit happy,
Completely.
It's a really tough...
No, it really is. And a legitimate counter to that would be, how dare you be so patronizing about, telling people that they're, or even not telling them, but talking about people as if they're simpletons and they need to be, but you're absolutely right. There are instances where, you have to pick your battles, and the instances where you just don't get into it. Someone who's perhaps, a bit older in life, approaching the end of their life, has lived according to a certain set of assumptions about reality for a long time. How are you really going to be serving them by trying to disabuse them of that and pull them out of it into the cold, harsh light of, enlightenment, scientific, perspectives? Yeah, there's a time to just be calm.
That's true. And then I was going to, one more thing I was going to tell you, and then I have to go. But I thought you might find it quite funny. I recently had some free time the other day. I was a bit bored because I was waiting for the last bit of anesthetic to wear off after my dentist trip. And I thought, I'll speak to some people. And there was a few sort of creationist lives, and I was talking to people about biology, because inevitably in every one of these lives, there's someone who claims to be a biologist that says something, so there's an endless supply of things that aren't true. And I thought I would jump in, and I couldn't believe it. This person said that what I was saying wasn't true, because they went on Google AI, and Google AI disagreed with me about a claim made by a paper that I'd read. And not only had I read the paper and knew the real answer, I'd also met the guy, and we chatted together about it, and I knew all the stuff. And he said, no, it was impossible because Google AI said that I was wrong. Wow. And I was like, you can't, I mean, if you really wanted to, I could email the guy and send you the email, but he'd probably still be convinced that Google AI was correct. So absolutely I don't know what we're going to do in the future with this sort of, AI delusion.
Yeah.
Of course, it's a great tool, but I mean,
that reminds me of when the sat nav in the car tells you have to drive directly into the lake, and you just do it because that's what the sat nav said.
Exactly. Yeah, you just got to go through the lake. It can never be wrong. Yeah. So I thought you'd enjoy that. But
I did.
Anyway,
thanks, Joe.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Take it easy, man. Take care. Okay, time to read a few super chats that have come in. Gordon Love Science started things off today by sending out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships. Thank you, Gordon. You're always so generous with these, and they really do make a difference. So thank you very, very, very much. Some percentage of the people who get the gifted memberships just let them lapse and then they disappear, but some renew them and keep them and become members, and that just boosts the community, and it's a wonderful thing. So super, super kind. Thank you very much for doing that. And Real Jiffy Cones said, Wolf whistles at Sean. What's cooking good looking? There you go. Told you, Sean. My prophecy is coming true before our very eyes. And Mogmeister, good to see you, said, can't call in again, on holiday with the fam next time. Absolutely, Mogmeister. Every other Friday we do this, and we would love to hear from you. Flippity Giblets, great to see you, friend. Do you have a favourite chord? Mine is D major 7, has a pensive contemplative vibe to it, my ears. Okay. Really, any of the major 7s have that quality, but I really gravitate to the D for some reason. So I'm going to meet your D major 7 chord, and I'm going to say put an F sharp in the bass and add an E into the chord, and you'll get a D major 7, add 9 first inversion, which has all the deliciousness of a D major 7, but with a kind of slightly different context. That would be my choice there. Thanks, Flippity. And Mike Bowen says, I'm arguing with someone who thinks crocodile parthenogenesis makes the virgin birth plausible. Oh my God. Jesus wept. Love the show. And shout out to my beautiful wife who is watching with me. Shout out to Mike's beautiful wife. Absolutely lovely to have you with us as well. That's absolutely wild, Mike. I love that. Crocodile parthenogenesis. Just when you think you've heard it all, huh? Absolutely brilliant. And Todd, thank you so much for the super chat. Said, I found a suspicious looking mole, so I went to the dermatologist. He said they all look like that, and I should return it to the forest. Oh my God. Giving Tim a race here. And Tracy T, merch when I know. I promised that the merch store would be done last week, and it's still not done. I'm feeling shame for not having it done. I promise it will be done soon. This has been such a crazy week or so. I promise I'm going to get it done soon, and I promise it will be worth it. I'm so enjoying it. I can't wait to show you what's going to be there, and I hope people like the stuff, because a lot of work and a lot of love has gone into the merch store, and I will launch it as soon as I can. I promise. And then Dandelion Gun says, Oi, you godless heathens, what's your favourite jacket potato topping? Ooh, what to have on a jacket potato? That's a tricky one. I mean, you got to consider the classic tuna is definitely up there. I'm also partial to baked beans and cheese. What about you, Sean? What do you like on the top of a potato?
What do I like, or what should I eat? Because I try to watch what I eat. But what I really like is butter with brown sugar. Like I like a sweet baked potato. You know what I'm saying? Like a loaded baked potato, but with like some sweetness on it.
I have not tried that before. Brown sugar and butter on a spud, as they say. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
And you can roast some marshmallows on it too. Like little bitty marshmallows.
So
I have a sweet tooth.
So you're making a potato into a dessert. What are you going to have for the main course? Is that it? Are you just skipping and just transforming?
Dessert first. I'll have a juicy steak with it too. Yeah, so just kind of go back and forth.
Fair enough.
Making myself hungry.
Me too. Gordon Love Science, thank you so much for that massive contribution. I've family visiting from China for the next 3.5 weeks. Okay, we only see them twice a year. I'll be limiting my time online, very wise. I'll try to check in occasionally, but if you don't hear from me, I'm okay, and we'll be back regularly at the end of July. Well, Gordon, that's awesome. Great that you're going to be spending time with your family. And thank you for letting us know. You are an absolute stalwart on these. I don't remember the last time I did a live and you weren't there. So it's absolutely awesome having you in the community. Thank you for letting us know. Little announcement here. I'm actually going to be away from the 21st of July to the 4th of August. I'm actually going to be in the US visiting family myself. I'm going to try and work out a way to be able to stream while I'm away. This is my plan. I can't absolutely promise that I'll have access to a fast enough connection to be able to do it. But I do not want to have 2 weeks with no streaming. It's going to hurt my heart to do that. So I'm working on it. I'm working on the tech side. I just have to try and figure out how I can make sure that I have access to, as I say, a fast enough internet connection, even if it isn't the usual bells and whistles stream with everything going on. I'm gonna do something. So that's going to be between the 21st of July of this month and the 4th of August. But Gordon, thank you for that. Much appreciated. One last super chat before we get our next guest in is from Babs. Thank you for this, Babs. I'm Northern Irish. I watched the Prods and Tigs end each other for the love of God. Christians are demonstrably evil. I mean, I understand exactly what you're saying, and people are willing to, as you say, murder each other over their religious beliefs. It is horrific, and it's so often just a channel for tribalism. And tribalism is going to be there anyway. I would never make the claim that without religion, humankind wouldn't be tribal. We'd find something else to be tribal about, but it certainly doesn't help. And it provides kind of ready-made avenues for people to identify in groups and out groups and who you want to be violent to and who you don't be violent to. And it's not helpful. So yeah, that's pretty wild. And I know I have Northern Irish friends who tell me what it was like over there in certain decades past, and it was really, really heavy, and for absolutely no reason. Absolutely no reason. Horrendous. So I understand exactly what you're saying. Okay, we are going to get in.
I have to run real quick. I have to go eat. So
fair enough. Something's got to fuel that beach bod, Sean. We get it.
Oh, stop it. All right.
Thanks for being with us, Sean.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry I was so short today, but love you guys. Enjoy the rest of the live, and I'll check it out after the fact later. But thanks, everybody.
Good stuff, buddy. Keep well, Sean.
Thank you.
Take it easy, man. Okay, that is the one and only Sean James. Absolutely massive part of what we do here. Okay, we are going to get in Nice next, and then we've got Christy in the queue. It'd be great to talk to Christy as well. Bringing in Nice right now.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can indeed. How are you?
I'm good. I appreciate the time. I joined on another account a while back when you were debating, and I want to apologize because I was hoping it was something like this where I could just talk casually to you.
Absolutely fine. So, it's a relatively new thing that we split the streams into debating and non, so you weren't to know. But I'm very happy to talk to you now. How are you and what's going on?
I'm good. I wanted to compliment you though, because the biggest thing that I've noticed between your streams, because I've gotten kind of into the habit of watching a lot of, atheist content, and the biggest thing I noticed between yourself and Matt, how do you pronounce his last name?
Dillahunty.
Dillahunty. Obviously, he's very, very well versed and great at what he does as well. But what I like about you is that you keep your cool very well, right? And that allows for a different type of discourse, I think. And to Matt's benefit, I probably would lose my cool as well. So I'm not dissing him, but I think that that's great that you're able to maintain a calm demeanor. And I'm curious what has helped you maintain that over the years.
Thank you for that. So the first thing I'd say, I don't know if you know, but I was on the line with Matt on Wednesday this week, and he kept a perfectly calm demeanor the whole show. So he's showing people that when he wants to switch the beast mode off, he actually can. And he's having a year of Zen. And I said to him, people are going to try and make you fail at that, and he just said they won't succeed. So he's on it. But he's been doing this for a long time, and I can completely understand how when you've had exactly the same argument, 5,000 times, and someone comes in and makes it again, and they're making it badly, and they're missing all the points. I can understand how one's patience might be tried. To answer your question, I've always been pretty unshakable and unflappable. That's just how I've always been, and so I just bring my personality into this work, and it's just it's not a role play. It's like, for me, that's just how I am in life. I generally pretty calm, whatever happens. I don't get angry. I never shout at people and get rageful. I just like to talk about things and be reasonable wherever I can, even where there are differences of opinion. So that's just the style that that I bring into the debate space, and sometimes it works, and sometimes people like Matt are actually a better interlocutor against a particular type of energy than maybe I would be. But I just do it the way that I know how.
Right. And I had a quick story, if you don't mind. I'm from Utah, and so you guys brought up Mormons, and I was curious. I'll keep it quick.
Sure.
But it has to do with religion, of course, and how it can. Obviously, there's a dark side to every religion, but this is kind of unique. Obviously, Utah Mormons kind of run the show there. It's very, very heavily Mormon. But I have a friend. I changed accounts just in case the off chance that he came across this. I obviously won't name him, but I know that he probably would not want this to be spread, so I won't name him. But his father had a very successful business and was traveling abroad and found another wife. He wanted to practice polygamy. And so when he came back home to Utah, he had a wife in Sweden, and he presented this to his original wife. And of course, they got divorced and she moved on. He ended up going on to do like day trading and some other things. And I don't know if finances came into it, but he ended up committing suicide.
Oh.
So kind of a interesting story, but obviously the Mormon faith, in my opinion, was a big part of maybe where he ended up, because he had this great family and a great life. And right.
Yeah.
So
that's horrendous.
Just wanted to touch on that. But religion, I think I told you very quickly, the main thing that's kind of pushed me towards not believing in any religion, and maybe you can agree, is when you find out how big the cosmos is and how big, everything is beyond just Earth. And it's hard to imagine, okay, a God, obviously the dinosaurs are one idea, but that was obviously his original idea. And then he decided to play with humans, and we're one of likely many different planets with life. And so is that part of kind of maybe what you touched on when you thought about this way back? Or
I mean, I've never had religious beliefs, so I never deconverted from anything in terms of my beliefs. So I come at this from a position of never having been in it, which is why Sean is such a perfect foil, because he's done that journey out of a previous belief. But yeah, it's always struck me as incredible hubris to look at this universe with trillions of galaxies and countless suns and stars and planets, and the chances are, as you say, that there is life elsewhere, possibly in millions of other places, and all of this is done just for us. But the one who created it all is a friend of mine, and he's got a special plan just for me. It's so narcissistic and it's so hubristic. It's laughable, I think, a completely ludicrous way of looking at reality. But this is the way that billions of people do. So we'll never run out of people to talk to about it, will we?
Right. And the last thing I'll leave you with, it's kind of sad, but when I'm with groups of friends, people that don't really know my beliefs, I kind of avoid it, because even a girl that I dated years back, we didn't really get into discussion about religion, but she just assumed that I guess I believed the vanilla choice, which I assume is Christianity. Right. And when she found out that I questioned it, I even said, I'm agnostic. I didn't straight up say I don't believe. And her and even a prior relationship, when I told them this, they almost labeled me as like a demon, like what's the term, a Satanist, even though Satanists are misunderstood as well. But their idea of a Satanist, right? Like they think that I'm some evil person. So even today, sadly, I kind of avoid even discussing it, because I don't want people to misrepresent who I am. And I know they haven't thought long and hard about it. So
yeah, well, you're in a culture where non-belief is equated to having no virtue. Non-belief means that you're a non-person, you're a bad person. This is what this channel exists to push back on. That's why I say legitimizing non-belief, meaning we're just normal people. We love our kids just as much as the next person, or love each other, or feel a sense of kindness, or give to charity, or are inclined towards altruism and compassion and empathy and generosity. We just don't believe these stories we've heard. That's it. We're not demons. We don't have the stubs of horns in our heads. And, we're going to keep on, doing that. We're going to keep on presenting, this is why I love the fact that this community comes together. There's so much kindness here. We do fundraisers for people when they need it. We do whatever we can. And I love it. I absolutely love that this is how we roll. And people are always going to demonize us. I'm in the UK where it's a little bit different. In the UK, religion is not as baked into the culture as it is in certainly places in the US. You know, here if you meet someone and say, "What church do you go to?" they think you were insane. Really,
that
they
sounds
think
nice.
It's lovely. It's lovely. You don't. You know, if you meet someone who's overtly religious here, they stand out. They're exceptional. Someone will go, you know, he's a Bible guy. Like, oh really? Oh, it's a bit unusual. So yeah,
right.
Yeah,
right.
we got other
Christians...
problems. We got other problems here.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I know Christians here, not all of them, but I have some friends, even Mormon friends I have still where I'm at, and they fall for the propaganda. His daughter, one of my other friends, his daughter's on a mission. The Mormons, they send their youth on a mission out of high school, and she got sent to Denmark. And I thought, ooh, that's hard mode for someone to try to spread Mormonism in Denmark, right? I mean, they're very, very educated and very not religious over there. And she said, oh, it's all socialism over there and no one owns anything and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh my gosh, whatever.
Really?
Yeah, okay. That's what she reported back to him.
Wow. Okay. Fair enough.
Right. Crazy.
Fair enough.
Crazy.
Well, great talking to you.
I appreciate everything.
Of course, thank you. I'm so glad that you called back.
Yes, sir. Thank you, and I will be watching.
All the best. Take it easy.
You too. Bye.
Thanks. All right. Right. I screwed up the order. Of course, Richie was actually next in line. So we'll get Richie in. Then we're going to speak to Christy, and then we have a few more. As I said, I'm super grateful that people are waiting in line to come in and chat. I promise I'll get to you all. So if you have the patience to wait, don't give up on your position in the queue. I will get to you all. And sometimes I make mistakes about what the order was because it doesn't actually list it. So I have to try and keep track of it. But Richie, how are you, friend?
I'm actually doing pretty good. How about you?
I'm excellent, thanks. Yeah, excellent.
I know we talked about some of what I had going on last time. I don't want to, go into that again tonight because I don't want to bring down the mood at all. But I appreciate the talk. It did really help with you guys. I did speak to a few other people since then and kind of got a bit of a game plan together, just getting a direction right now of how I need to approach some of this. So I think that at least that has taken a little bit of the stress off.
Good. That sounds like a really good start. Brilliant.
Yeah. So I just wanted to talk about a few quick smaller things. One of them was I was thinking about maybe possibly a good prompt for one of your lives. Maybe something like Adam and Eve weren't created perfect, or something along of like God failed, not Adam and Eve. Because something I've thought about for quite a while is how, Christians always say that, God created mankind perfect, like he created Adam and Eve perfect, but perfect beings wouldn't have made an imperfect choice. They wouldn't have made a mistake.
Right.
So they must have already had some sort of, not even call it a sin nature, but a nature to question, God, because if they were made perfect, they would have listened. So I think that because it's not talked about maybe a lot, that might be a hot topic to bring in some more people. Because I've noticed Joel and Mezzo and stuff, they kind of play with different prompts and stuff, and some really bring in a lot of Christians because they're a little more divisive. And so I think maybe trying a few different ones because it seems like it's been a little bit slower recently.
Well, I love that idea. I think that's brilliant. I mean, one of the things I have been doing recently is doing more kind of positive prompts. So rather than attacking the belief ideas, which I do love doing because they're such ridiculous ideas, I've been doing things like, atheism makes more sense and atheism cannot be wrong and things like that, which are sort of more affirming our position rather than tearing down someone else's. But I do quite enjoy tearing down someone else's as well. And I think that's actually a really nice idea. I like that. I want to try and get a snappy framing for like God screwed up, not Adam and Eve, or something like that.
Yeah, I think something along that lines.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I mean, I haven't found the debate streams slow particularly. I mean, we've had the numbers have been increasing. We've had over 1,000 in the stream.
Oh, wow.
On a couple of occasions in the last 10 days, which never happened before. So things are trending in the right direction. The numbers are going in the right direction, which is great, because the more people we have, the more engagement we have, which makes the streams better, which gets more people, and round and round it goes, which is fantastic. But I do want to keep it fresh. I'm aware that and Justin as well, there's only so many prompts that you can do, and I do spend time trying to think about new ones, but I really like your suggestion, so I will give that some thought and try and implement something like that. I think that's brilliant.
Good, awesome. So the other thing was, you were talking a little bit about kind of like the way you are and your personality and things like that, and I wanted to know your idea or your thoughts a little more about determinism, because I've kind of always, I didn't know that was actually the word for it. But this is actually an argument that I would get into a lot, even as a Christian. And I've talked to you before about, I even kind of more held towards Calvinism because of Romans 9. But the way I look at it from a secular view now is, I really do think there's so much that is kind of like because of nature and nurture, and it's not really people consciously fully like making choices. There's so much that leads into people, they're the way they are. And when you kind of talk about that, a lot of people think that you're not holding people accountable, if that makes sense. So I look back in my life, and I've always, since I was a child, always been one to really like think about things before I, do it, not, jump to conclusions, try to, make sure I was doing the right thing, be more sympathetic, empathetic, all those things. And, my brother living in the same household, we're both born to the same parents, was kind of the complete opposite. Very, very rash, very impulsive, kind of always had to learn the hard way. And looking back in my life, I've always been that way, but I have gone through times where, I was like, I don't know what was going on with me for that period of time. Like, it's almost like I had a parasite, you know what I mean? Like something was consuming me where I wasn't myself, I wasn't thinking, and I examined it, and there were things that led up to that. And it wasn't really just me making like poor choices. There were extenuating, circumstances and things around that. And the more I look at people, I see kind of the same trend of you can somewhat calculate how people are going to be or choices they're going to make and where they're going to end up. But most people, when they hear that, they get very turned off, and they're like, well, you have to hold people accountable. What, you don't think we should, put people in prison because they make da-da-da-da? It's like, no, I just looking at it from a different view, it's really not that simple,
Yeah, and I understand why people feel that, because they think that you're providing a kind of like an escape chute for any moral accountability, that for any action that anyone does, right? Someone can go out there and be a mass murderer and go, well, it's not my fault, it's the way I was built. And people don't like that because it feels to them threatening to the safety of the community if that's one of the laws now, that people can just be excused their actions by virtue of how they were, what circumstances led up to how they were put together, as it were. But I think one can still find a sensible middle ground between saying there are going to be factors in somebody's past that determine to some extent what they're like. So your genetic inheritance, your genes are going to determine so much about you. Your potential in certain areas, whether you have the potential to be an Olympic athlete, for example, is going to be down to your genes. Yes, you have to train. Yes, you have to put the work in. But anyone can train and put the work in, but not anyone can become an Olympic athlete. You have to have that bit too. And there are aspects of your genes that are going to determine what kind of mind you have, how intelligent you are. And then there's other things other than just your genes. It's your upbringing, it's your early experiences, it's what kind of parenting you had, what was modeled for you as a child, how were the concepts that formed in your mind as a child, which then crystallized that you hold throughout your whole life. What were they like? Who are your role models? How educated are you? All of these things are kind of upstream of any activity or action you might take in a given moment. And we would be stupid if we just pretend they're not there. They are there. But that doesn't mean that we don't hold people accountable for their actions, because even if there's no free will, we still have to cooperate. We still have to protect each other from people who would do us harm. We still have to have some kind of accountability in our social contract to protect everyone and kind of help to make things work. And that would be the case even if none of us have free will, ironically. So I think there's a sensible balance to be found between, you know, pretending and lying to ourselves that all of these influencing factors don't actually exist, and then at the other end of the spectrum saying that, well, that leads you to not be able to say anything about anyone's behavior at all. And I like to just think of myself in the middle between those two extremes, where the sensible territory lies.
Yeah, I've talked to you before about, you know, my thoughts about, you know, punishment for the sake of punishing. It's silly to me because it doesn't actually right any wrongs, or there's no like ethos that this is operating in where if there's someone does a bad thing, they absolutely there needs to be some righting of wrongs so we can balance, you know, the energy of the world, or
the karmic account.
It's sounded very foolish to me most of my life because, you know, unfortunately, the American prison system has profited off of that to where it's not about trying to rehabilitate someone and maybe deal with those predetermined things that would help someone fit in better in society and maybe be able to make the right choices. Instead, it's just about, you did a bad thing and now we have to make it bad for you because, you know, for whatever reason.
For reasons.
I mean, a lot of that, for reasons. And a lot of that stems, you know, unfortunately from religion. And that's where, you know, the whole thing with God, you know, having to punish us, like having to sacrifice Jesus was always an issue for me too, because it's like, well, it's all made up. It doesn't matter. He could do absolutely anything and say it was the right thing to do because he's making the decisions. But yeah, anyway, I just like that you talk about that sometimes, because it's been something for me that I think deeply about. And then real quick, lastly, part of my journey and process right now is one of the steps is really focusing on things that I either enjoy or want to do. I don't know if you remember, I told you some of the damage that was done for me is anytime I want to really focus on what I want out of life, I feel guilty because growing up and being raised in a very fundamentalist Christian upbringing, it was always focused on, you know, you're supposed to serve others and serve God. And like, that should be your main focus. So you shouldn't be wasting time on, you know, quote unquote things of the world. So someone I was speaking to, a friend of mine who's in the mental health field, we were talking about it, and she was like, you know, what are the things that you want to do? What are the things that you enjoy, whatever? And those are the things right now you just really, really, really need to focus on. And then kind of like dive into absurdism instead of nihilism. And so one thing for me is I really have always wanted to play the piano. And I played the guitar when I was younger, played the drums, and I started with piano, and I can learn pretty quick with instruments. But I really I always, a dream of mine is to be able to sit down on a piano and just play a beautiful song. So I really think that that's something I want to focus on now. So do you think that I should jump into going and getting lessons, or do you think there's other routes that, you know, because I know there's so many programs now, there's so many tutorials and, you know, videos and all this kind of stuff where you can really learn at home, or do you think it's really necessary to go the formal route of teaching?
As a pianist and a professional keyboard player for many years in another life, I don't think you have to have lessons depending on what you want to do. So if you want to play classical repertoire and you want to learn to do that, then you probably would benefit from a teacher. If you just want to be able to play songs and learn some chords and get your head around the rudiments and the basics and then progress from there. You don't have to have a teacher. There's so many good online resources. It really just depends on what type of musician you want to be and what you want to do. There's something that you would get from a good teacher that you can't get from just figuring it out yourself and you know, learning online, but you can do an awful lot. There's some really excellent, really superb music education resources around at the moment online that can take you from absolute beginner to really quite proficient. And there's some really good stuff out there. If you come across anything and you want me to take a look at it and let you know whether it's good or not, hit me up, send me a DM, and I'll happy to look at it, because there's some crap out there as well. There's one guy who's completely wild. He was spending an absolute fortune on YouTube ads for, you can play the piano with my special technique, you'll get to be able to do this in 3 months. It turns out he was like recruiting into Scientology or weird culty stuff like that. I know, it was a wild thing, because I was like, this guy doesn't seem quite legit to me. He was popping up in my YouTube feed all the time, and then it got really dark. I mean, most things aren't like that, but yeah, if you want to do that, and you come across something, I'm very happy to take a look at it for you and say this is good. Be very happy to do that. But if you find a good teacher who can probably personalize the learning to your style rather than you having to jump onto somebody else's offering, then that could be a good thing too. But it's a real personal thing, and it's about what kind of, what you want to do, what kind of stuff you would like to do. But do it, man. Right, well, playing the piano is great.
Yeah, no, believe me, I'm one of those people where I'll just music makes me cry, So I want to have, to be able to do that. It's one thing I miss about church is I used to play the guitar and sing in church and stuff, and I really want to get back into music. So I'll take you up on that. I'll start looking, researching, and I'll message you when I find something.
Always here for you, buddy. Take it easy,
Thanks,
Richie.
Sean. Appreciate it.
Take care. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so sadly we lost Christy, unfortunately, who was in the queue. Okay, so I'm gonna get over on the YouTube side. We've got Turfgrass Epistemology wanting to come in. I like the name. Definitely like the name. So we are going to bring them in right now. Turfgrass Epistemology, are you there?
Hello, I am.
I like the sound of your microphone. Yep, we can hear you absolutely fine. And I think I can also get your name up on the screen. Etymology. I can also get your video in, I think, by doing that. There we go. Now we can all see you as well. Welcome in. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Okay.
I wanted to actually talk to you for a little while. I've been watching you on YouTube for a while. And I've reached out to you before in the chat and just thank you for what you're doing. The value of being able to communicate and to have these conversations, particularly on sensitive topics like religion, is incredibly valuable. And I appreciate your approach.
Thank you.
I really do. I am a scholar in a different field, and I've often struggled to figure out how we can communicate science and what we do to the average person, and to do it in a way that is respectful and yet still get our point across and challenge them intellectually, but respectfully as well. And I just really appreciate your approach. Others have tried to do what you do, some to a greater or lesser extent, but your calm approach and your willingness to challenge them respectfully, I just really admire that, and I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I did have thank you. I did have a topic or question that I wanted to ask, or I'm really more of a position on a topic.
Sure.
That I have challenges with occasionally with some of the people that I speak with, and that has to do with women's rights and abortion. Is that something you would be willing to talk about?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if I want to have you play the devil's advocate on my position, but I'd like to see if I think I have a strong position, and I just would like to see if somebody can poke holes in it to reinforce my position, or for me to get better at my position, and see what you think. It's quite simple, and that is, consent to sex is not consent to pregnancy, and consent to pregnancy is not consent to remaining pregnant. What are your thoughts on that position?
I entirely agree with you. I think I entirely agree with you. That for me, the abortion issue has always been an issue of the autonomy of people over their own bodies. And ultimately, I remember hearing, it might have been, the first time I heard this argument, it might have been presented by Tracy Harris, who's someone I really like, but I could be remembering this wrong. And the argument was along the lines of this. It was to say, if an adult person suffers from a medical condition which would require them to, say, have a kidney, be donated a kidney, and if they're not donated that organ, they're going to die. Should their parent, if their parent has a kidney which would save their life, should their parent legally be forced, regardless of what they want, to give up a kidney, to have surgery to remove a kidney, to give it to their adult son or daughter in order to save their life? And most people would say no. Some people might say that there would be a moral obligation for the parent to do that. But most people would reactively realize that there's something wrong with the idea that the parent's bodily autonomy would be overridden and say, whether you like it or not, we're now going to remove your kidney to give to this other person, or we're going to send you to prison if you refuse to do it. Most people would agree that there's something wrong with that morally. But then you could ask the question, what rights should a fetus have that a human person doesn't have? Because the people who advocate against allowing abortions are presuming that a fetus in the womb should enjoy that right to force the mother to give her body for the use of their life, and that right evaporates the moment the baby is born. They then lose that right, and it evaporates. And that struck me as a really powerful argument here, because it really is about the autonomy of the mother here. And I don't think that anyone should ever be forced to carry through a pregnancy. I just don't think it's right. I think it's obviously tragic and heartbreaking when a pregnancy ends, and often for the mother more than anyone else. And I just think there's a lack of compassion. People are so busy being puffed up and self-righteous and pious that they very often forget that the person who suffers most in all of this is actually the mother who's had to go through this. So that's my view on it. I can't argue against your position because I agree with it.
Well, yeah, and the funny thing is, I didn't get it from Tracy Harris, but I did get it from another lady on the ASA, and I obviously feel strongly about that. At the end of the day, we are still ending a pregnancy with the abortion. I've had challenges trying to explain to some friends and family that the difference between ending a pregnancy and termination of the fetus's life. Is that semantics? Is that just a softer way of saying that we're ending the life of the fetus by saying we're terminating the pregnancy? How do you feel about that?
Someone could make that argument. Maybe it depends where in the term it is. I have a hard time with somebody wants to seriously make the argument that someone taking the morning after pill the next day is an act of murder. That person's an imbecile. It's idiotic. but if somebody wants to say, a baby late in term, and there are limits, right? Nobody's proposing that we end pregnancies, a few days before the due date or something. That's why these things are limited, for these reasons, because there comes a point where you're not just talking about ending a pregnancy, you're talking about something a little bit different. And if you had to ask me when is that point, it's a bit fuzzy. You have to draw a line somewhere. The fact that you have to draw a line somewhere doesn't mean that it's a magic line, that if it's 1 second before that line, it isn't the thing. And if it's 1 second after that line, suddenly something magical has changed. But you have to draw a line somewhere. I think it's tricky, it's awkward and it's difficult. And this is a subject that we almost never get into on the on the debate streams for a reason, because it's outside of the scope of what we normally talk about. But I do say here, I'll talk about anything.
Yeah, that's the reason I called in tonight, because I know you're on your normal show. It's more of a different topic. But I just, a couple of things before we go is that I struggle, and we're on the same page. I imagine we would have been. I was hoping to maybe role play a little bit, because I'd like to get my position stronger and my conversations with people stronger on this position. I'm not particularly good at this topic, but I just think that it's important for people to understand that the harm, or the trauma is probably a better word, that occurs in a woman's body during pregnancy is tremendous. And for them to consent to remaining pregnant is a very serious decision.
Yeah.
And from my position, it needs to be their decision. And of course, in the United States, we're moving backwards a little bit on this issue.
Yeah.
And so the next question I have is, what do we do about it, John? How do we get the word out there? How do we communicate to people in a way that circumvents these mental shortcuts of flaws and fallacies and gets them to look more at the evidence in terms of the harm that actually can occur to a woman during pregnancy, and it should be their choice to decide to continue that pregnancy or not? How do we communicate that in a better way?
It's a really big question, and my concern is that the people who need to hear that are the people least equipped to hear it, because they're just going to see it as, this is liberal propaganda. This is how it's going to be received. This is the loony left trying to shove their communism down our throats, and it's really unfortunate. And you ask a really important question, and the same question could be applied to how do we promote science literacy? How do we, how do we? This is the question, and I think I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer other than we keep doing it. We keep speaking clearly.
Yeah.
We keep calm, and the more of us there are, the better. And there are such talented communicators out there who are really effective. And the more I'm all for building this kind of cultural community. By community, I don't mean just this little one here. I mean just like globally, people who are willing to and able to express these ideas in a way that can reach through. I don't know what the solution is. You're always going to come up against. Unfortunately, it's going to be the case that. So in magic, I quite enjoy magic, and there's a principle in magic that a big move covers a small move. So if you need to do a little sleight of hand, you do some bigger movement, like a body movement or some larger movement, which covers the sleight of hand. And I think there's a sort of slightly similar principle here, where we have to get more effective at just communicating generally, and then within that, the small details can be carried across. I don't want to try to suggest what we're doing here is sleight of hand. That was perhaps an unfortunate metaphor, but it's about communication.
I get your point. I understand your point, and I do completely agree with the communication. Back in the 15, 20 years ago, there was this movement called New Atheism with Christopher Hitchens and Richard Dawkins, and some people really start speaking. And with Hitchens' death and Richard Dawkins sort of retiring, I get the feeling that energy is starting to sort of moving a little bit downwards. And now we're seeing people like yourself, of course, the ACA with Matt Dillahunty, who you were with a couple of days ago, and Tracy Harris. I think she's doing something different now. But there's more and more people doing what you're doing in their respective fields. And I want people to understand the value or the importance of continuing to do that in a respectful and assertive manner. I do agree with you wholeheartedly that continue to do this on whatever topic that you're passionate about and knowledgeable in is moving the needle a little bit. I think so. I won't take any more of your time, John. I truly, sincerely appreciate what you do. Keep it up. You're doing a great job. If there's anything I can do to help you, let me know. Okay.
Thank you. Well, I might need some lighting advice from you, because your backdrop and all of that is on point. Mine is shamefully, woefully inferior to what you've got going on there.
Well, I run a separate thing, YouTube, with my own respective field, but I need all these lights to make me look good. You don't need that. You're already a handsome man. I need all the help I can get. So I appreciate the compliment.
Thanks, man.
Okay.
Take it easy.
Have a good evening. All right,
you
got
too.
it. See
Take
you.
care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Okay, there we go. All right, quite a few guests. We will try to get to everyone. That's certainly my intention. Bless him, Felix is still in the queue. I'm going to bring in Global Gron. Global Gron was the winner when we did the fundraiser for Spencer. Global Gron was the winner of the signed copy of my book, which I will be posting to him as soon as I have one in my hands. So we'll bring him in right now. Are you there, Global Gron? Perhaps we need to refresh the audio.
Hi, John. Hello, John. How are you?
I'm really well. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking.
Excellent. Lovely to talk to you.
Love to hear from you as well. So I'm not going to get into such a profound discussion as third grade epistemology. So I do want to bring up, first of all, ask you guys, I see a lot of live streamings with cats, and I need to get this out of my chest. What kind of black magics do you guys use to keep your cats around you?
My cat is who's on my lap right now. I wish I could show you. I mean, I could lift her up, but she's going to get a bit disgruntled. I'm going to show you. Hang on a second. Here she is. This is
calm cat.
This is Rocket. She stays on my lap. I'm not even kidding. For most of the time, every time I stream. So if I do a 7-hour live stream, she's on my lap for sometimes the entire time, sometimes 5 or 6 hours, and she just stays with me. She understands the routine now. So when I come in here in the evening, I'm getting ready for it. She kind of understands it. She has a sister as well, and her sister doesn't do this, but this is just like her thing. So yeah, the black magic is, I'm afraid to say, it's choosing the right breed of cat. Some people don't like purebred cats, but I'm a big fan of Burmese cats because they're super, super socialized. They're much more like dogs. And they really, really, really love being with people. So I had one for 17 years who was absolutely wonderful. And she used to follow me around like a dog. And when I went to bed, she would come to bed with me and lie with me all night. And then we lost her a few years ago. And I was so heartbroken about losing her that I immediately went to a breeder and got 2 more. So my cats are now, they are, how old are they now? They would have been 18. They are now 6 years old. No, 7. They're 7 years old now. And they're just absolutely wonderful. I completely love them. Cats are awesome.
Yeah. I adopted 3 cats, 3 stray cats. They're kind of spicy. They love you for like 5 seconds.
On their own terms.
Exactly. Stop touching me. It's good enough. And we stop here. Yeah. Okay, John. Other than this, I see many people struggling with nihilism or struggling to find meaning after deconverting.
Yeah.
I just want to say that charity is a good thing for that. If you're trying to find meaning something else other than what's after life, what they believe, and how do I feel about another entity, charity usually brings an enormous sense of reward. So if you can or have the time or resources to do it, it's really rewarding. And I would invite anybody who can to participate in any sort of kinds of charity.
I think that's
which is
brilliant advice.
Yeah, which is unfortunately something that I do recognize that we lose a little bit. We see religious entities acts of charity for the good of the worst. It is a thing. So I think we should, or if we can, to help others. And even if you do it for egocentric reasons, I do it because I feel good about it. You're still helping somebody, and it's really rewarding afterwards.
I think that's really, really solid advice. Acts of service and doing things that help other people is a hell of a good way to start feeling a sense of meaning and purpose, because you see that your actions are making a difference to the lives of others, and it's hard to be indifferent about that. So I think I salute you for that, and think it's brilliant advice.
Okay, John. So that's all I have for you today. So thank you very much for having me.
Great to talk to you, and we'll be in touch soon. I was having some contact with my publisher this week. I'm hoping that I might get some physical copies in my hand before the book actually comes out. In that case, you might end up being one of the first people in the world to have a physical one. So as soon as I have a copy, it's coming on its way to you. So thanks again for supporting Spencer when we did the fundraiser, and I can't wait to get this on its way to you.
I'm really glad that I could help. And
awesome.
Say again, it's important to have a community that can help each other. So I'm really, really glad I did.
Thanks, man.
Thank you very much, John.
Great to talk to you.
Bye.
Take it easy. Bye-bye. Right. Okay, we are back over to the TikTok side, and we're going to get in Butterfly Tsunami. A great name, if ever I heard one. Hey, Butterfly, how are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
I can indeed. Yeah, welcome in. What would you like to say?
I hope the microphone is good. Sorry, I have a fan.
That's all good.
Okay. Sorry if I ramble. Just I'm not used to talking on these things. First, I just want to say thank you. I appreciate everything that you do. I've been coming to your live stream, I think, for about 4 weeks or so. I always want to scream at my phone from some of the things I hear.
I understand that, yeah.
And sometimes I might just spam stuff in the chat room, knowing that doesn't mean no good either, but I still do it anyways. Yeah. I'm from Kentucky, the Bible Belt.
Yeah.
I'm 41 years old, and religion is all around me everywhere I look. I mean, I think there's like 4 churches on one block. It's really bad. Like, they're everywhere. But I've never once in my entire life been interested in the Bible. I've never thought of it as something that holds truth, and for that reason, I've never read the Bible, outside of it's in front of me because I'm sitting somewhere and I'll pick it up and look at a page or something, but it never did anything for me. So maybe you can kind of relate to that. I know you said that you never got into it in your life. I'm a transgender woman, so in Kentucky, you can imagine how that is. Yeah. I like how, I just don't understand how people use religion to hurt people when these people are coming from the point of view, they're righteous, they have the moral high ground, but it seems like everything they do is counter to that. And I don't know how it's not evident or obvious to every living being on the planet that's what people use religion for, not to help people, but to hurt people. It's anyways, I'm sorry for rambling on that. I wanted to say that when I listen to your debates, I always notice that there's always a language barrier, like definitions of words. Have you noticed that that's one of the biggest things as a debater? Because I feel like you say a word, they say a word, and sometimes neither understand what you mean by it, and that barrier creates a lot of disconnect.
Yes. That can often happen in a debate, and it's quite important sometimes to take the time at the beginning of the discussion to clarify terms and say, well, what do we actually mean by this word? So if we're talking about if beliefs can be chosen, then let's take a minute or two to just agree what we mean by belief and agree what we mean by chosen. And it might sound obvious, but it's work that's worth doing right at the beginning, so that we're not talking past each other. But unfortunately, there's a certain type of person that comes into the debate spaces with whom you can't actually have a normal conversation about anything, because they make the entire focus of the discussion what words mean, in order to avoid having the actual discussion, but making it look like they had it. We had someone in the other day who was like, what do you mean by the word cannot? And in the end, you have to say, yes, it's good to define terms. Yes, it's good to take the care at the front of the conversation to make sure we all understand each other when we use a term, that I mean the same thing by it that you mean, or if I don't, at least we've elucidated that difference. But sometimes that process of arguing over what words mean becomes the conversation itself, and it can be a total waste of time. And it can be actually a tactic that people use to obfuscate and make it, impossible to actually get to the heart of the matter, especially if they're trying to defend a position which is pretty indefensible, like, God who thinks it's great to kill children, for example, with swords. So yeah, I agree with you. I think you've identified a really key thing that can make the difference between a conversation being productive or not. Because if you're arguing about something, here's a word like faith, right? People can have different ideas of what the word faith means, because faith has different uses. So faith can mean just a kind of trust. It can mean a trust based on evidence, or it can mean believing something for absolutely no reason. So if I say, I have faith in my brother to do the right thing, what I mean by that is not that I have no reason to think this. It's that I have a massive amount of evidence of what my brother's like after years and years and years and years of knowing him and seeing how he behaves. And on the basis of that evidence, I have a reasonable, justified expectation that in a given situation, he's going to behave in a way which, according to my standard, is the right thing. So that's what I mean when I say I have faith in my brother. If I say I have faith in my son to do well in his exams, same thing. I know what he's like at school. I know he works hard. I know he's smart. I've seen him revising. I think he's going to do well. And so my faith is really just meaning I have a justification for holding this view. So some people will say, so you do like faith. You do use faith in your life. But what they actually mean is something the complete polar opposite to that. When they're using the same word I was using, they actually mean holding that something's true despite a complete absence of evidence for it as some kind of way to signal virtue. Because the Bible tells you to lean not on your own understanding and believe like a child and just allow yourself to believe. And that it's a great demonstration of virtue if you can believe something with a total absence of any evidence. And so we're both using the same word, but we mean totally different things by it. So in a situation like that, if I'm going to have a discussion with that person and we're talking about faith, then we have to stop and we have to take the time to say, if we weren't going to use the word faith here, instead, what might we use? What sentence or phrase or other word might we use to really nail down and clarify what you mean? So for mine, I'm going to say expectation based on prior evidence. And for yours, I'm going to say claim made despite a complete absence of evidence. And at least that way, we now know what we're talking about. And the misunderstanding evaporates because the misunderstanding rotates around a word that hasn't been clearly agreed. So you're absolutely right to point it out.
Yeah. And you do, that's why I love your stream. You do a great job of making sure that, people understand the language, but there's always going to be like a disconnect or a barrier that like sometimes you can't break through no matter how hard you try. Like, because they'll just like fail to understand your meaning no matter what you say. I'm sure you have that happen a lot. Just a couple more things I wanted to say real fast. I wanted to touch on the abortion thing that was just talked about. Just to say real fast that like they have found that legislating abortion just causes less abortion. So like I don't even know why we have this fight. If abortion is just legal, there will be less aborting. And now in America, they're trying to take away abortion, and the numbers are saying there's more abortion. So, I mean, it's just, I think it's a simple fix. You just have to allow abortion to be legal. I mean, that's just the right way to do it. I mean, I think, that's just my opinion on it, But
I agree. It's like the idiotic abstinence programs, right? That just cause elevated levels of teen pregnancy and STDs because they don't equip people with the information they need to make responsible decisions and take care of themselves in that way. Those programs fail. All the data show that those programs fail. All the states that have implemented these silly abstinence programs have higher levels of all of the things they're trying to avoid. It doesn't work. But the religious crazies are going to give it a good go, aren't they, to try and take more rights away from people if they can.
And one last thing, and it's just like, I guess I don't have many questions for you, but
that's okay.
They like to talk about morality a lot. Religious people. Yeah. And I think painfully obvious that morality it just evolves with us and changes with us, depending on, you know, the type of culture, the type of society we have, the type of technology we have, all that, you know, affects morality. And the Bible itself, like religious people, their morality shifts too, not towards what the Bible says, but towards what the collective agree. Like the Bible says don't eat shrimp, or the Bible says this, but like, oh, it's okay, we can excuse it because we've understood now. Or like slavery, you know, we don't accept slavery now, but when we did accept slavery, it's like morality is still shifting, and they're still shifting their moral values subjectively with all of us, and they're trying to retrofit it into the Bible for no reason. So I always don't understand how people bring moral arguments. And that's really my last point, other than to say that I really like it when you mention that all the people and lives and hours that people have spent moving our understanding of the world, you know, further, and how disrespectful it is that
it's amazing.
It's like we're erasing them from existence by not giving them the credit that, you know, they're due. And I always appreciate that you say that and bring that up. It's very important. But yeah, I won't waste any more of your time. But thank you for having me. And yeah, I hope to be back in 2 weeks, maybe. I might have more like questions for you. So
great. Well, lovely to speak to you, Butterfly. Thank you for calling in. Really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye. That was Butterfly Tsunami. Great name. Awesome. Yeah. What Butterfly was alluding to there is when people come in and they just espouse absolutely scientifically ignorant positions, like, you know, creationism and the young earth and stuff like that. I find it absolutely offensive to the hundreds of thousands of people that have spent millions of hours carefully building the knowledge that we have. Science is such a noble tradition. You work hard, you come up with ideas, you test them rigorously, you have to have the discipline to discard your most treasured ideas. If the evidence don't support them, you chuck them in the floor and you move on. You take the hit. You realize that your pet theory didn't work out, and you pick yourself up and you put it in the bin and you get on with it. And there are people who have been doing this for centuries, and as a result, we are technologically advanced. We've made incredible advances in our understanding of the world around us. We're always improving quality of life in one way or another by whatever measure you want to choose. Infant mortality goes down, life expectancy goes up. We're coming up with innovative new medical treatments, new technologies across all sorts of areas. And all of these things are hard won. All of these things are won by people who come up with ideas and they systematically test them, and they kill the ones that don't work and keep the ones that do. And these morons come along and they've read in a book somewhere that it rained for 40 days and enough water covered the entire world to get to the top of the mountains, which can be demonstrated to be physically impossible and would completely disprove and would completely run in the face of so many different areas of science. Or their claims that you know, the first humans walked on the world 6,500 years ago, which we know is thousands of years after other cultures were already developing ways of glazing pottery, for example. It's asinine and it's idiotic and it's ignorant, and it's the willingness to just so casually write off all the work that so many people have done, dedicated their lives to. I know what it's like to work obsessively. I'm kind of built that way, and I know what it's like to just go for something and dedicate your life to it and do it full-heartedly. And these morons come along, and because it says so in their book, all of that expertise and hard work and hard-won progress in science is just cast aside like it's absolutely nothing. Just a flick of the wrist, and it's all just decreed. It's just false. And I find it disgusting, personally offensive and absolutely disgusting. So that's what Butterfly was alluding to, and I will never ever stop making this argument. And if anyone comes into my live streams peddling that BS, they get it from both barrels from me, because I just won't have it. I know people who work in sciences, and I watch them research, and I know how diligently they work. And this story is repeated over and over and over again, and I have the utmost respect for the people whose hard work makes all our lives better. And the biggest irony is that the people peddling this bullshit, some significant number of them will one day have their own lives saved by technology based on the very assumptions that they are denying. They will be the benefactors of, some gene therapy, which will get rid of the cancer they have and give them another 20 years to live. Another 20 years to peddle the absolute bullshit they speak. And they will never realize it. So that's my little bugbear. I do get passionate about it. But anyway, back to the matter at hand, which is our AMA evening, our after-hours show. A quick little 3 more super chats, and then we'll get our next guest in. I'm amazed at how full the call queues are. Massively full on this show, even though the numbers in attendance are much lower. I find that curious and fascinating. Babs, thank you for the super chat. Was anyone more terrified of heaven than hell? I think heaven could be really terrifying, especially if we have to spend it for eternity with the people who have been trying to sell it to us for the last few centuries. I totally get you. And Babs also says, change my mind. What's wrong with the one I have? Change my mind. What's wrong with the one I have? I think the one you have is awesome, Babs. And Mike says, sweet baked potato, some real deep south activities. Lol. Shout out North Carolina. I've never heard of that. Sean suggested baked potato with butter and sugar. I've never heard of such a thing. Maybe I've lived a sheltered life. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, we are going to get in Randy Fitz right now. And we'll keep on going through this wonderful after-hours session. Loving this. Hi, Randy.
Hey, John. Yeah, I've never heard of brown sugar nor baked beans and potato, but I'm going to try both of them now just because it sounds so different and interesting.
Don't combine them. Baked beans and sugar, not a good look, I suspect. Although maybe someone loves it. Who knows? Who knows?
I'm inventing something new. Appreciate it. So real quick, I just want to say thank you for the last 67 days. I just got back from a trip across the United States. I was recently laid off, and so I decided to drive across the United States and see all the states that I've never seen before. So it took me 67 days, and I saw 33 different states, and It was a great trip. And during the trip, you and Sean were there, and Boma was there, and you guys were, Mezzo and Joel, and everybody was there in the community. And I couldn't talk back, but I was listening the whole time, and it really lovely. Made the hours fly by. So I really appreciated how much fun it is to listen to you guys. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Much appreciated. What do you got?
Yeah, and I've got so on the topic of Sean mentioned earlier the logic class that he took. I think he just randomly took one, and it reminded me that this was back in 1991 when I was in my 3rd year in college, and I took a logic and reasoning class, and it completely changed my life. And I was so I ate it up and just loved it. Got 108% in the class, But then I was at the same time frustrated because I was like, why haven't I learned this already? Constructing an argument, premises, subconclusions, conclusions, fallacy, sets and subsets, and just all of the things that I should have known before I was 21 years old, and already trying to fight against the religious elements that were trying to suck me up into the young adult world of, what I'm talking about, I'm sure. But and it was, I felt like I finally had tools to do things that I'd wish I'd had years before. And I'm just curious, you're in the UK, is it like that you have to kind of seek it out? It doesn't just come to you. There's no curriculum that gives you logic and reasoning. You have to kind of randomly find it in a college class.
Yeah, and I've been banging a drum about this for years. To me, this is foundational stuff. It doesn't make any sense to me to educate young people and tell them and make it a priority to let them know about how tectonic plates work and who the kings of England were, but neglect to tell them what makes a good argument. Neglect to teach them how to think better, not what to think, how to think better. I think this should be as much a core of the curriculum for educating people as literacy and mathematics, because they are absolutely foundational, and everything else you're ever going to do in life is going to be touched by your ability to reason. If your ability to reason is enhanced, then your ability to make good decisions is enhanced. Your ability to attend well to whatever it is you're doing is going to be enhanced. And it's not the core of the curriculum here. It occasionally comes up. Schools will do, debating clubs, or there'll be bits and pieces of it here and there. But as far as I'm aware, it isn't a part of. In the UK, they have a thing called the national curriculum, which is for the government schools, the set of things that have to be taught to children. I don't think it's in there, and it's
crazy.
Crazy.
I mean, you get touches of it in the science world, obviously, because you need it, but it really should be. I mean, you got the 3 R's: reading, writing, arithmetic, which is funny, but it should be one of those. It should be, because it is. It's how you think. You could teach this at kindergarten, first grade, and it could be obviously simplified, but sets and subsets and how to be skeptical, how to not hate the word skeptical or think that if you're a skeptic, that's a negative term, because that's the way I thought of it. And just the fact that I'd never heard the word fallacy at the age of 21 is criminal. It's terrible. And I guess my real question was, does it piss you off as much as it pissed me off that took me that long to hear that kind of thinking, and to finally give me the tools that I had, the words finally, to be able to argue with much more insidious powers out there that you're weak against sometimes.
I totally understand what you're saying. It doesn't piss me off, because I just feel grateful that I was fortunate enough to find this way of thinking about thinking. And once I did, I just couldn't get enough. I drank it up greedily. I still do. If I come across a book on, critical thinking or for dummies or stuff like that, I still will buy it, or I still consume stuff like that. Even if it's 99% of the material is stuff I kind of know already, sometimes someone can give you just a way of looking at something you already knew that you hadn't thought about before, and it enhances you in that way. So I just love it. So rather than pissing me off, it just makes me feel privileged and fortunate enough that I did come across it. For me, a turning point was The Demon Haunted World by Carl Sagan. That book changed my life, completely changed my life, made me critical about things that I had previously thought, made me critical about evidence that I'd previously accepted that I then realized I shouldn't have accepted. And it really kind of reset me. It recalibrated my epistemology, if you like. And it's why I recommend the book to everyone. I've gifted that book to more friends than I can count. I gifted it to one friend twice by mistake once, because I forgot I'd given it to him before. And I felt like such an idiot. Like I was someone who buys gifts thoughtlessly and then just does it again because you didn't bother to think about it. And I was like, oh God, I gave it to you before, didn't I? I'm so sorry. But it is
a testament to how much you love that book and how
it is.
powerful that book is.
I just absolutely love it. Yeah, the Demon Haunted. It's called The Demon Haunted World: Science as a Candle in the Dark, and it's Carl Sagan. And I promise you will love it. And it's written with humor and heart and joy, and also a scalpel of reason and logic. And for me, it was just life changing. So. I recommend that, and I couldn't agree with you more, Randy. I totally agree. These things should be foundational, and we should keep on making lots of noise about it.
Awesome, and thank you so much for this community. It's just it daily makes me feel better that there's people out there that see things the right way. So thank you for that.
Well, we're richer for having you in it. So thank you so much.
Thanks. Take care.
You too. Thanks, Randy. Okay, there we go. Moving on through the queue, we are going to get in next Alan from the YouTube side. Here we go, bringing in Alan right now. Do we have your audio device? I'm not sure if we do, but hopefully we do. Alan, are you there? Like we might not. Let's see if we can reset your audio device. Looks like you don't have an audio device selected, so I can't activate it. Alan, can you hear me at all? Looks like you possibly can't. Okay, well there we go. I can see your video, Alan, but can't hear you at the moment. Try again. I don't know if it's a signal problem, but unfortunately, because you don't have an audio device selected, I can't activate it. So, struggling to hear you. See if you can maybe leave the queue and come back in, and I'll try and get you back up separately. We will move over to looks like Leorando. Similar kind of thing. Leorando, are you there?
Struggling to hear you. See if you can maybe.
Yeah, we can. Leorando's going to hear me in a moment when the latency of the stream arrives, because they're listening to it to the YouTube stream. Hopefully, they'll realise in a moment that we're actually live right now with them. Leorando, you need to just turn the YouTube feed off. That's it. Turn the YouTube feed off, and then we can speak directly.
Oh wow. Okay, let's just. It's off. It's
good.
Off.
Perfect. So it's just the two of us. How are you?
My arms are really tired. I've been digging this well all day, just in case.
You mean digging a well just in case?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit scary because this guy I knew a few years ago died after falling down a well. I guess he just couldn't see that well.
He just couldn't see that well. Very good. What have you got for us?
I wanted to rant for a couple of minutes about evolution and also ask you a question since you're British or something. So yesterday we're talking to somebody who knew very, very little about evolution, and I was just shaking my fist at the screen because there was so much wrong. She was talking about how the first life had to evolve in a sexual way, and there had to be a male and female.
This was my caller Curious yesterday, who was amazingly incurious as it happened.
Yeah, and also every single mutation had to do the same thing, but also mutations never really happened because the first life form had to have like all the data for all the future life forms, and it was just there was so much wrongness so quickly that I think in such cases, first I completely understand it's almost impossible to keep track of how many wrong things there are. But also maybe in such cases you want to bring in an expert to just explain to the person, because as lay people we don't always tackle these questions about science, specifically evolution and physics, in the best way.
We happened to have a molecular geneticist in the chat with us at the time, who I think I did bring up to engage with her, but it wasn't helpful because she wasn't ready to listen to anything. She'd just come up to say her script, and she was all broadcast and no receive, which is often the case with these things. And I think that science education is fantastic, but there has to be some degree of collaboration involved. There has to be something akin to a therapeutic alliance where the person wants to learn and is ready to be educated. If the person already thinks they have the truth and everything you're saying is just of the devil, then expertise isn't going to offer as much value, I think.
I see what you mean, but maybe there's a way to convince each person doing this that they were wrong about one specific thing, and that maybe piques their interest or gets them to say, well, I need to learn more about this so I can prove this jerk wrong. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, and the second thing I wanted to ask is, since you're in England, do ruffians and knaves send themselves to Australia, even if they don't believe Australia exists, or maybe they don't believe anybody gets sent there, or does the judge send them to Australia?
Yeah, they send themselves there by their actions.
Yeah. Okay, that's really all I have for you today.
Thanks,
you.
Leorando. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. Thanks. Bye-bye. Take care. Okay, we're going to get in Babs next. I think this is a different Babs to our Babs. I now call our Babs. I think this is a different Babs because it's on TikTok. Hey, Babs, how are you?
It is your Babs.
It's our Babs. Our Babs. I'm delighted to hear from you. What a joy to get to talk to you.
Right. You know your sun argument?
Which one? Which argument?
The sun kills you.
Oh yeah. The sun. This is an argument, for those who don't know, against how perfectly everything is designed, because the sun that we rely on for life also kills us with cancer if we are exposed to it. Yes, that one.
Yes, well, I tried that on another lady in the tenants lounge, and she laughed at me. And she said, "Darling, if you fall asleep in the snow, it'll kill you. If you swim so far away from the shore that you're too tired to swim back, you'll drown. And if you stay out too long in the sun, it'll kill you. The world doesn't kill you, it kills stupid people." And then she laughed again.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure she probably found that argument convincing. But of course, an intelligent God could have configured the sun such that staying out and it doesn't kill you. It was his choice to do that. And he could have made it not that way. But so he's either incompetent as a designer, or he just has a wicked sense of humor and likes people getting melanomas.
Well, I think she had a wicked sense of humor, because she fell about laughing, saying warm snow. You know?
Right. Yeah. Fair enough. Warm
the
snow.
other thing that I wanted to talk to you about was mentioned briefly in my super chat. You see, I had abusive parents, and the church I was in was Calvinist. So we were all going to heaven. And once my mother died, I lived in dread of dying and going to heaven and having to face them for all eternity. So I tried to kill myself.
Oh, goodness me, really? To stop yourself going to heaven?
Yeah. I actually jumped in front of a train, turned my back to it so as I wouldn't know. But the thing was, what I didn't know was that I had jumped onto the passing loop. So the train went by me on my right-hand side. And I have never felt so alive when I didn't die.
Wow.
And the scales fell from my eyes, and religion, my parents, everything. It all vanished in that one instant.
I'm heartbroken that you got to. I mean, genuinely heartbroken that you got to a point of feeling that was the thing you had to do. I feel the pain of that viscerally, but I'm really, really relieved and pleased that obviously it had the outcome it had, and that you had such a profound realignment in that moment. As you say, the scales fell from your eyes, and we all get to benefit from you still being around and being such a wonderful presence in our community, Babs. But I'm so sorry that you got to that stage, and just so relieved that things worked out well.
Well, it's all to do with me being trans. My father didn't want me to be trans. My mother didn't want me to be trans. My father tried to beat it out of me with a leather strap. My mother sent me to conversion therapy. You know, they were very abusive.
Well, that's horrendous, and
I lived my life while they were alive, trying to please them. Yeah. You know, that's why I went to church diligently and tried to become a lay missionary. And of course, the more I studied the Bible, I realized, fuck, this is bullshit.
Yeah,
and the only thing that was left was my fear of going to heaven. That was all that was left.
Wow.
And when the train went by on the other track, I realized how stupid I'd been, and I fell down on the gravel, laughing my head off. And I also finished my whiskey, because I was an alcoholic by that time. And I've since sobered up, straightened out, and have gotten old. I've had to get rid of all the mirrors in my house, because every time I looked in one, there was an old lady staring back at me.
It happens to the best of us, but you can stay young with us, Babs.
I will do my best, and I have really enjoyed your shows. I've enjoyed you, John. You are a true gentleman. You are very, very civilized with everybody.
Thank you.
And you are a model to us all.
Well, that's heady talk, but thank you, Babs. I appreciate it, and I don't mean this in any funny kind of way. Without you guys, this is nothing. You know, without this community, I said yesterday, it would just be Sean and me on a FaceTime call. So it's everyone turning up that makes this thing what it is, and you know, we really appreciate that, and love having you around.
Thank you very much, and thanks for being you, and thanks Sean for being himself.
I'm sure.
Okay.
All the best, Babs. Thank you. Lots of love. Great to get to talk to you at last.
Bye-bye.
Take care, Babs. Bye-bye. That is awesome. I absolutely love these shows. I love it. I know there's just a small bunch of us here. You know, we have 1,000 in on the debate shows, and we've got just 300 now or something like that. I get it. It's a smaller affair, but we're here and we're hanging out, and it's lovely, and we get to have these conversations. It just adds a layer of meaningfulness to the whole thing that we can't get. It's quite interesting. After the last After Hours show, there were some people coming in, and I think they thought that the entire channel is always just this, and so there were people responding like, "This is it. This is all we ever do," and like, you know, is it just a big circle jerk? And like, no, we do that stuff. We do the counter apologetics. We go in there. We go hard against the bullshit. But this is just a moment where we can just be a community and enjoy the fact that we're a community. And it is, in many ways, my favorite, continues to be my favorite aspect of what we do here. Okay, moving things along, we're going to speak to Miss Thing next. Hi, Miss Thing.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can indeed. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
Good. Welcome in.
Hi, I'm a bit nervous. I've never done this before, talked to anybody, but you have such a nice demeanor that I'm not that afraid.
Good. There's nothing to be scared of. We're just having a chat. So, what would you like to talk about?
Well, first of all, I just want to, just as everybody, just thank you, because you know you're so good at what you do here. And you know, my favorite argument in the conversations is that the sort of religion's biggest claim, the Abrahamic religions, is that they say that they have all the answers and that they have the ultimate truth. My opinion is that, you know, humans are sort of storytelling creatures, and that we create those things to explain stuff that we don't really understand, and that's fine. That's human. And sort of that religion is like a operating system for a society, and obviously if we have like evidence or ways to improve it, that's the way forward. And it's just a pity that we have such a sort of outdated operating system currently in most of the world.
Yeah.
So, you know, I guess that a lot of people, some people just have better equipped to and have a higher tolerance for those paradoxes and illogical things that are sort of atheism feels natural to them. But like when I started deconstructing, I can now say that I'm not one of those people, and that I've been really searching for, you know, anything. And you've made me sort of slowly made me accept that, you know, being okay with not knowing, and that's fine.
Good for you. Good for you.
Yeah, and sort of another questions. I like 2 people ago, you've talked about a book, so thank you for the recommendation. I'm gonna get on that, The Demon Hunted World. I want to talk about 2 books. First is The Unconvinced, coming out November 17. Pre-order while you can. And another one is, are you familiar with Daniel Quinn and his books?
No. Daniel Quinn, did you say?
Yes.
I'm not.
Or like his book Ishmael.
Right, I have not heard of this.
All right, that's fine. So basically, in his book, he sort of outlines what drives humanity is its vision, and that's what's driving us forward. And that the current religious vision is, not only that this world doesn't matter, but ultimately driving us towards an apocalypse, because in most of those religions, that is what they perceive to be at the end of times.
Yeah.
And obviously we know that the sun is going to explode, but let's do what we can while we're here to just not end ourselves. So basically, Daniel in his books outlined that changing that vision is very important, and that the trajectory, is what we need. Changing the trajectory is what we need to ultimately save the world as we know it. So you said that your goal here is just to establishing atheism as a viable choice. And sort of, in my view, you're a part of literally saving the world. And I thank you for that.
That's really sweet. Thank you very much. I guess we all try to move in one direction or towards something better, and each person does their little bit, and all of us together make the world a little bit better. So I really appreciate you saying that, and it's lovely that you called in. It's a joy to talk to you. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Sure. Keep well. Thanks very much. Okay, we are going to move on, and we are going to get in Rob C. I wonder if Rob is currently listening to the YouTube feed. So people calling in on video are like 20 seconds behind, or 15 or 20 seconds, something like that. So hopefully, by the time Rob hears this, the connection will be established. I'm having a look. He's got a nice microphone, so we can definitely use that. Let's try this. Rob C, are you there? Or not? Always the way. Let's try again. We've got a Yeti Nano microphone. That's a nice mic, so we should be able to hear you, but apparently not. Nope, that's not working. I do get annoyed with this app. It does seem to be a bit flighty. Rob, are you there? Can you hear us? Possibly not. Okay, well, we'll put Rob back in the queue for now, and we will get One Pulse Studios in and see if that works. One Pulse Studios, are you there? Also not. Weird. One Pulse, are you there? So much easier on TikTok. TikTok just works. It just works. This Video Ninja thing is really, really weird. I can never tell if it's an issue on the other end.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
There we go. We've got you. We've got you now. Yes, welcome in. I'm putting you down as One Pulse Studios. How are you?
Good, John. Thank you for having me, and definitely appreciate you for the work that you do, because I've been deconstructing for about 4 months now, and what I've learned over the last 4 months, I can tell you I've learned more over the last 4 months about the Bible than I have in the last 40 years. So it's just amazing to have a community like yours and doing the work that you do.
Thank you. I'm glad it helps.
I've been watching you, and I think another guest already said this, and I want to say it again. The way that you handle people is really, really amazing, because I've seen other debates where people just attack the other person's character, even though they're saying stupid stuff. But you keep your composure, you keep your cool, you attack the argument, not the person.
Yeah,
so that's really that says a lot. That says a lot about you. I like that.
Appreciate that. That's definitely the principle, because people deserve respect, but arguments don't deserve respect. And I apply that to my own arguments. I don't think that my views or my opinions deserve respect. I don't want them respected. They either stand for themselves and can be defended with reason, or they don't, in which case I should abandon them. So if someone demonstrates to me that a view I hold doesn't hold up, they've done me a favour. So I don't want my arguments respected. I'd like respect as a person if that's doable. But yeah, and I think that's how I think about other people's too. But anyway, thank you so much for your kind words. Is there something you'd like to add or say?
Yes, one thing I want to ask is I know you argue about belief is not a choice, and this is not something that honestly, you probably the first person I heard saying that, putting it the way that you put it.
Yeah.
And so how do you best handle people that try to reframe that and saying, hey, non-belief is an act of rebellion, sinful, you're being defiant?
Sure. Which they have to say. That their doctrine has to make me bad in order to make their God good. Because if I'm not bad, then God is punishing innocent people with eternal punishment of some sort, whether you think that hell is conscious torment, or whether it's the cosmic death penalty, or whether you think it's whatever it is. If God is dishing out this punishment to people who can't help the condition they're in, which is my claim, then that would make him bad. And they can't have their God be bad. So they have to make me bad, and non-believers, all of us, we have to be bad in order to make their God good. So the way I respond to it is simply by appealing to reason, if you like, to say, look, interrogate yourself. Experience. We can all experience what it's like to be unable to believe something on command. If belief were simply a choice, then every person should be able to pick something that they don't find convincing and just decide to find it convincing and that it works every time. And you quickly find out that that's not how it works. You quickly find out. Sean likes to say, believe in Superman. I like to say, believe that the building you're in is about to collapse, because anyone who genuinely believed that wouldn't hang around to continue the call. They'd go running outside. They never do, because they're never able to do it, because they realize that you can't do it. That isn't how belief works. So that's the way I try to do it, is by literally just saying, look, if you want me to talk about the neuroscience of belief, we can do that. But a more direct route is to say, try it yourself. Take something right now that you don't believe and that you don't find convincing, that you legitimately do not find convincing, and by a sheer act of will, magically make yourself now find it convincing. It cannot ever be done. And so that's how I do it, is by just bringing it to their own experience rather than trying to bamboozle them with science about networks in the brain and stuff. I try to make them about their own experience, but they often don't see it, and they won't see it because they're very, very emotionally invested in it not being the case. And in my book I've got a chapter called Common Objections, where I tried to find every objection I possibly could to doxastic involuntarism, the idea that belief is involuntary. I tried to find every single one and list them and argue for them, like present them as if I was trying to argue their side, and then show why they don't work. And I think it's quite an effective chapter, because in a year of doing this, I've only been doing this for a year, so I'm pretty new to it, but still, I've had a lot of conversations. I've never heard anyone come up with an objection that isn't in that chapter. And in fact, I would say something like considerably north of 90% of them are the same objections all the time. There's a couple, 2 or 3, that are always the same ones. And the most common objection is when people say, but you can choose the actions which would lead your beliefs to change. So you can choose, like, your attitude to the thing that you're being asked to believe, or you can choose how open-minded you are, or you can choose what books to read. There are lots of things you can choose, and they get confused about the fact that because you can choose those things, they think that then equates to you choosing your belief. That's the most common argument. That's the one that I get more than all other arguments put together. And the response to that is to say, yes, I've never made the claim that you can't influence what your beliefs might end up being. But being able to influence something is not the same as being able to control it. And it's definitely not the same as being able to directly choose it. because there are people who do all of those actions. They go to the prayer group, they read the books, they do the things, and they still don't believe. Ultimately, it's just whether your mind is convinced or not. And so the choice is to try is not a choice to actually believe it. It's just a choice to change your behavior in a way that might end up leading to belief. And a really good analogy for this is nobody ever chooses to become asleep. You cannot choose to become asleep, because becoming asleep is something that happens to you. You can lie down in a dark room and be quiet and close your eyes and lie there waiting for sleep to happen to you. But the moment that you actually, I mean, to be fair, sleep is not exactly a moment, but the process of falling asleep is never something that nobody says, now I am going to fall asleep. You allow yourself to fall asleep, and it kind of happens to you. But there are people who do all of those actions. They close the curtains, they turn the lights off, they lie down, they close their eyes. They do all the decision making that normally leads to sleep, but they just can't sleep. And wanting to become asleep is never enough to get you to sleep. Your body has to be ready, and your brain has to go, okay, now it's sleep time. And then you're going to sleep whether you want to or not. And belief is kind of like that. Yeah. So that's how I approach the conversation. I hope that helps.
Okay, something you mentioned here in your response is people say, based on what you read, based on what how you the things that you learn. And I think people are so used to be taught what to think, not how to think. I think somebody mentioned that earlier about critical thinking. Could it be like that barrier? People think because you read something, you should automatically accept it without evaluating it?
I mean,
Could that be what's at play here?
Maybe. I think that when you read something, your mind comes into contact with it, and then you either find it convincing and compelling, or you don't. So the only place in that process for a decision to live is the decision to read it, and then it makes contact with your mind, and you immediately get a sensation of, this convinces me, or you get a sensation of, I'm not really sure, or you get a sensation of, nah, this is nonsense, right? And that's the thing that you discover once you've read it. So even though you can come into it with an attitude and you can decide to read it, you still can't decide how your mind is going to respond to it once your mind and the contents of the book meet.
I understand. Thank you. And one last question. I don't want to take too much time.
Sure.
But one thing I've been doing lately is really do some deep dive in how the brain works, how it's wired to believe certain things, because the way in my research is the brain is already wired. It's already have a tendency to believe weird things, and one of the things that religion does, it gives you that buffer, that explanation about things that we don't know or we don't understand.
Yeah.
And it allows you to cope with your limited times. For example, somebody thinking about dying. That's one way that religion helps you cope with that. It gives you a hell, it gives you a heaven, it gives you different things, elements to cope with your finality. And I do find that it's easier for somebody to believe something than to remove that belief. So how do we go about that? How do we go about getting people to deprogram that? Because this I think evolution is kind of against us in that sense.
I know what you mean, but evolution has shaped brains to be fact finding as much as possible, because brains that weren't able to discern what's true got selected out of the gene pool in favor of brains that were. They would have had a competitive advantage. So in a sense, evolution is helpful to us here, in that our brains are sort of truth detecting machines wherever possible. Where we get confounded is that process of detecting truth can be muddied by cultural influences. So the need to belong to a group, for example, is a really, really profound survival trait, right? If everyone in the group behaves in a certain way, thinks certain things, and holds certain things to be important and sacred. If you're the one outsider who doesn't do that, that threatens your security in the group, and having your security in the group threatened threatens your survival in a really profound way. So that's where the evolution kind of, there's a tension there between being a truth detector on the one hand and needing to conform on the other for the safety of the group. And I think the best thing we can do is create an environment where people feel safe to not be in those groups. And that's why we build communities. And that's why I say I'm here to legitimize non-belief, so that people can feel safe and not feel like they're the one that strayed from the group and they're out on their own on the ice, waiting for the polar bear to come along and, eat them for lunch or whatever the thing is.
And
so,
them.
Yeah.
I got you. Thank you so much.
All right, friend.
I'm looking forward to the book, and hopefully you can have an audio version. I like audiobooks.
I will be recording the audiobook in the next 6 weeks. So
okay. So it'll be coming out in time then.
It'll be when the book comes out, the audiobook will be available as
in
well.
November. It'll be out. Okay, great. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Thanks.
All right. Appreciate you.
Okay. Thanks, buddy. Good stuff. All right. We are going to get in. Jaden the Skeptic has been waiting patiently in the TikTok queue. We'll bring Jaden in right now. Jaden the Skeptic. There we go. Hey, Jaden, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Very well indeed. Thank you. Welcome in. What would you like to say?
So I've been working on this argument for about 3 weeks now. It is pretty lengthy. It's about subjective morality and kind of like this idea that I have, because I'm working on evolving this argument to kind of argue for moral realism. So if you wouldn't mind, I can turn on my camera and have it up on the screen if you want to big screen me as well, or I can just read it off, whichever one you would rather do, if you're interested in at least an argument.
People on YouTube won't see if I do that because it's just the way the video feed goes. So you just walk us through it if you can.
Okay. I also include like definitions within this argument, so that because I wanted this to be valid and sound and everything.
Sure.
So I'll just, through the premises, I'll just say which what the definitions are. Actually, I'll just read the argument from top to bottom. So definition 1 is subjective morality means mind dependent and based on preference, and that's going to be X. Definition 2 is desirable means more likable position to hold. Premise 1, if X is true, then morality is subjective, mind dependent, and should be a desirable position to hold. P2, if X is true, then it should be a desirable position. P3, if a moral theory cannot provide a principled method for resolving fundamental moral disagreements, then it is undesirable as a theory for guiding moral conduct. And also, throughout this, if there's anything that I say that you don't understand, just stop me right there. I'm completely fine with that. And I also have justifications for some of these premises, because I do think they were needed. For P3, I also have one. P3A, the purpose of a moral theory is not merely to describe preference, but to provide guidance in adjacent conflicts. A theory that cannot resolve fundamental disputes failed to perform one of morality's primary functions. P4, X causes a moral theory to fail. X causes a moral theory that fails to provide a principled method for resolving fundamental moral disagreements. P4A, X is based on preference due to X being based on preference. If someone was to say, I do not like smothering someone, someone else can say, I do like smothering. And the most we can do if X is true is simply say, I don't like it. And we can give reasons as to why we don't like this, but the person who does not have to accept this reasoning based on their preference. P5, if a position is undesirable with respect to the purpose it is intended to serve, then we have reason to seek a position that better fulfills that purpose.
Jaden, I'm going to stop you, my friend. I'm so sorry.
That's fine.
I'm interested in actually looking at your argument here, but I think that it probably doesn't quite suit this format because, I mean, you offered to put it on the screen, but I can't put it on the screen for the majority of the people watching. If you were able to send it to me, I'd quite like to have a look at it.
Of course.
It's not going to be. This isn't going to quite work for an audience listening and trying to follow along with what you're saying, and it's quite technical. And there's multiple premises that need to be evidenced by other things. And I just think that this way of presenting it isn't going to quite work. But I'm interested to know what your argument is. So, are you able to email it to me? Could you either you can either DM it to me on TikTok or email it to me if you want. I'd genuinely like to look at it.
If you would like to give me a follow back, because I am following you, I'll send it over to you. Currently, it doesn't have the argument part that's built in for the moral realism. I'm kind of, to give like a basic summary, I'm kind of trying to demonstrate through this argument that subjective morality is kind of not pragmatic. And then from that stance, I'm going to try and make the case that moral realism is more pragmatic. That's just kind of like how I want to go about it. I did want to speak to you on P4A a little bit, if you wouldn't mind. It's just the argument part that kind of actually, was there any premises that I kind of like provided there, like P3 or like P4, that you could kind of see a problem with?
I'm not sure. So, which is why I was trying to sort of hold everything in my head. Normally, if I see an argument written down, once I start getting sort of deeper into the premises, and I can look back at the others and go, yeah, okay, yeah, and sort of see the kind of topology of it. And I was trying to hold stuff in my mind while you were going into the next, and because it's unfamiliar territory, I was sort of not necessarily able to do that, which is why it would be super helpful to have it written down. So if you send it to me, I'd be really happy to have a look at it, and we can talk about it.
Awesome. And also, I did want your opinion on your kind of view on ethics in general. I haven't heard your takes on it.
I'm not a moral realist. There are people who I really, really admire who are. So it's not. I don't think it's a stupid position. It's just not the one that I personally find convincing. To me, I'm more of a sort of I think you would call it. Well, I'll go to another way. I think that essentially moral statements are statements of preference, but I think that they're not arbitrary, because I think that you can be guided by teleological principles. So you can be guided by what you want to be true about the world, and that then gives you an objective basis for evaluating any moral claim based on what you've subjectively chosen. So in other words, you have a subjective preference which is global, like I don't like suffering, and therefore every single action I look at, I'm going to look at through the view of I don't want conscious things to suffer. So I'm going to look at every action and say, is this objectively going to bring me closer to that or further away from it? This is akin to Sam Harris's moral landscape argument, but he really calls it objective because he's making the argument that it really will bring you closer to a greatest suffering of the greatest number, or further away from it. And he says further away is objectively good, nearer to the greatest suffering is objectively bad. So he's making an objective argument. I don't quite follow him there, because I still think that there's a subjectivity in that preference itself, that avoiding suffering is a good. That is a subjective thing, and there's no way to get away from that. So I like to say that there's subjectivity in my choice of global priorities, which is minimize suffering, maximize well-being. And then once you've established that as my sort of grounding, if you like, I don't like the word grounding, but it's the cornerstone. Once you've established that as a priority, then you can be super, super objective about looking at any action and saying, according to this standard that I'm now trying to work to, this is my ruler for measuring stuff, is action A ethical or not? Is it moral or not based on that standard? That's my view of this.
I personally don't have a problem if like somebody wants to argue from a subjective like baseline and then create an objective goal. The biggest problem that I hold with a lot of things like that is that when it comes to objective, within the definition, it needs to be mind independent, and I don't think a lot of those arguments reach that criteria. And also just another thing that some people just get confused about objective as well especially with the moral realism position. It's just that objective doesn't mean that it's always true, right? Like it can interact with things as perspective, and other things of that nature.
Sure. Yeah, I think there's a lot of fuzziness around the word objective when people use it. I think it's quite often conflated with unanimous. So meaning that everyone agrees with this, therefore it's objective, which is stupid. It just means everyone agrees with it. Lots of people subjectively have come to the same opinion. It doesn't suddenly become objective. It's still just subjective. It's just there's broad agreement on it. So if someone says, is it objectively wrong to, kick babies? No, it's not objectively wrong, but we all subjectively feel that it's wrong because we all agree that it's against our moral intuitions. So we all feel that it's wrong and we all agree it, but that agreement doesn't make it objective. And people appealing to that are essentially just making an argument from emotion there.
Yeah, and also something that you brought up earlier, which was semantics. I do, unironically, I enjoy when I'm doing debates going through semantics. I think it's a very important aspect to try and understand where they're coming from. Because even the example you brought up, I would consider a misuse of what objective means, and that is also a big problem a lot of the times when it comes to these terminologies and just these conversations in general. And I just want to say I love what you do. I absolutely love watching your lives. I love the way you're so calm and patient with all of your guests. I think it's awesome. It's definitely a breath of fresh air from a lot of the other creators that I see that kind of want to just tear down Adam.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for calling in, Jaden. Message me your argument. I promise I'll have a look at it.
Okay, no problem.
All right. Thanks, man. Take it easy. Okay, we are going to move on, and we are going to get in sample text. Sample text. And then after, we got Reckless Religion in the house, people. I love Reckless Religion. I can't wait to speak to her, so she will be up next. Welcome in, sample text. How are you?
Hello. I'm good.
Hello.
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. What would you like to ask or talk about?
Yeah. So really, I want to echo what the previous guy said. Your live just seems amazing. It's just like a breath of fresh air, really. Very calm, very nice. Okay, so I recently was convinced by friends of mine of theism. I've been an atheist for a while, but I think the fine-tuning argument works. So I want to know if you have a problem with it.
I don't think the fine-tuning argument works for various reasons. Primarily because there are two reasons for me that the fine-tuning argument fails. In fact, kind of three. The first is that it assumes that the current state of the universe was the intention at the beginning. So it sort of imputes an intentionality on things and says, like, it would be an amazing, amazing thing if you started out with the universe and you decided where you wanted to end up with, and then you got to the point that we are right now. And that would be an amazing feat of fine-tuning. But I don't think that's how things work. I think the universe just is how it is. And the current state of the universe wasn't specified at the beginning. There's no reason to think that it was. And so obviously we're just going to, if the universe wasn't capable of sustaining life, there wouldn't be any. It just happens to be that it is. So there's going to be life there that can reflect on it and go, wow, look at that. This universe has exactly the right properties to have produced us just how we are. But that wasn't a goal specified at the beginning. If the universe had different properties, there'd be a different type of life, or possibly no life. It just is what it is, and that's the result that it's produced. The second problem I have with fine-tuning is that it's often framed as a probabilistic argument.
I'm convinced by, to be clear, but yeah.
Yeah, so they'll say something like, if the physical constants had different values, everything would be different.
Yep.
What are the chances of that, right? But the thing is, we have no idea if the physical constants could have different values. We don't have any other universes to compare to wherein the physical constants are different. It might be the case that it's a brute fact of reality that universes have these physical constants, and that's it. Yep. That's it, right? And anybody assuming a god to explain this is perfectly happy with certain things being a brute fact of reality, i.e., that a god exists. So if you're prepared to accept that a God exists as a brute fact of reality, then you should also be open at least to accepting that the parameters of a universe having these particular features could also be a brute fact of reality, such that universes are produced. And then the final argument, the final reason why I don't like it, is I've now forgotten what it was. So it's the probability, the assuming that it was the goal. I can't remember what the third was, but there's a third reason which is now escapes my mind.
Yeah, so the way I'm familiar with the argument, at least the Bayesian probability formulation of it, does not assume intentionality. At least it's not in any of the premises. So I grant that many other theists do that. I've seen them. That's not the one I'm convinced by. So okay, the second problem is, okay, we just don't have more than, our sample size is 1, so we cannot. That's kind of the type of objection, right? Yeah. The problem with that is in philosophy, and this might seem wacky a little bit, but philosophers, when they talk about this, they have a hypothetical or something called awesome theistic evidence, which would be some situations that we still have only one observation of, but we understand immediately are crazy evidence for theism. So an example would be, imagine we took the cosmological constant, the fine structure constant, whatever constant you want, and we translated them into binary. And after we do that, we see that in every human language, they all say, made by God, your loving creator, enjoy, something like that. Yeah. And in every human language, it's just the case. I know, crazy implausible situation. I'm aware that's not the case, right? But that would constitute amazing justification for believing in God, even though, the same argument, the same objection applies, right? We only observe one universe. It might just be a brute fact that these are the constants. Sure. Yeah, it might, but it's still crazy evidence. So it seems like if you buy into the reasoning you gave in the second reason, you just lose that conclusion, and that just seems crazy.
Yeah, but the thing is, we don't have evidence like that. We don't have a sign saying "lovingly made for your pleasure" by God. Right. If we did, that would be an interesting data point. There's another argument that I've created myself, which I think I've called the dilemma of the finely tuned God, which is that think about what the chances are of a God having the kind of properties to create a universe exactly like the one we live in, right? Yeah. Think about all the different ways that a God could be, all the different properties that a God could have that would make the God inclined to create universes in certain ways. What are the chances of a God coincidentally happening to have the right kind of properties to create a universe just like ours? That cannot have happened by a mere act of chance. Therefore, God himself must have been designed by another God who intended him to have these particular properties to be able to create a universe like ours. But that God also can't have just coincidentally had the types of properties to create a God who creates universes that have the properties just like ours. So that God creating God must also have been created by another God. And you end up, when you apply this logic, with an infinite sequence of gods all needing to be invoked to create other gods, which we know is ridiculous, right? Yep. And so I'm basically saying that when you apply the same logic that the fine-tuning argument applies to the universe, when you apply that same logic to the God itself, you realize how it doesn't work. And if we then carve out an exception where we say, well, that God is just, as a brute fact, has these universe creating properties. Well, if we're allowed to do that, then we should also be, by fairness, allowed to apply the same rationale to the universe itself, and then you realize you have no need of a God. So that's my own argument. It's the dilemma of the finely tuned God. I'm trying it out at the moment, but
no, that's fine. Yeah, I think it's definitely in the literature somewhere. So for one, I would point out, so let's first go to the awesome theistic evidence thing. Yeah, of course, that's not the case. We don't have that. But the point was, if we accepted this type of reasoning, which is like, oh, we only have one universe, so we don't know the probability distribution, how can you say it's more likely or unlikely? You would necessarily have to say that if we had awesome theistic evidence, which would, just like be totally crazy. So, right, I'm aware we don't have that, and it would be interesting if we did, but imagine for a second we lived in a universe like that. If we bought into your reasoning, we would have to say that, the binary encoding of the constants spelling out some awesome message, that would not be evidence at all, like not even a little bit. And isn't that like a totally undesirable conclusion? That's the first thing. On the God thing, so on the God having a God and so on and so on. So the reason I don't think that's that follows, or that's an entailment, is that all the God hypothesis is just unlimited mind or something, maybe unlimited in rationality, something like that. You could generate some reasonable expectation from that he would want to do the good, right? Like he correctly grasps morality, and is moved by it. Morality is normative. It would motivate you to do that. Same with that in a poker game. Any deck of cards I shuffle is equally unlikely, but we still, if I rolled the 10 royal flushes in a row, that would be evidence for someone like me cheating, or maybe someone setting up something clever, because a royal flush is more desirable and is just by itself more important, more anomalous than other arrangements of cards, even though specifically they're not
well, any arrangement of cards has precisely the same probability as any other one.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. But still, if we rolled the 10 royal flushes, we would say that's like something's up. Other than instead of if we rolled like some random something 10
because we specified in advance that it's significant.
So just the hypothesis that there is a mind that is infinite in rationality would be motivated to do some good. It wouldn't need some crazy fine tuning. At least it's not on the order of unlikelihood that you get just from like what physicists estimate the probability of the constants being, right? So like Luke Barnes, for example, estimates the probability of getting the cosmological constant on the order of like 10 to the negative 120. And I know it's cringe to throw up, big number, right? That's just, for example, if I told you there's an infinite mind that correctly grasps, reason and morality and something, we would not expect on the order of 10 to the negative 120 for it to create life. We would expect, it's maybe uncharitably 10 to the million, or 1 to the million. I'm sorry, one in a million, right? Like so the priors are just like really biased towards theism, even granting that it's unlikely, or you need some.
You know what I think? I think we've inadvertently slipped into a conversation that belongs in the debate show. So I would say, give me a call back, because I've got no debating above my head here. And so to be true to all the people who call up during the debate shows and I say, I can't have this conversation with you now, call back on the after hours show where we don't do debates and we'll talk about other stuff. And they're all. No, that's fine. It's not your fault at all. It's my fault for allowing the conversation to go down this avenue. It's kind of off topic for tonight. This is really the thing where people can call in and ask questions and talk about stuff and talk about either their own experiences or ask me about trivial nonsense. And I kind of feel like this is the one night every 2 weeks where we don't do debates, and here we are kind of getting into it. So I would say tomorrow night we've got a regular debate stream. So call back tomorrow and we'll pick this up.
Maybe another. Okay, so one last question, if that's all right, or you want to move on to another thing, which is fine. Okay. So one last thing, you said under your usage or conception of morality, and I'm not trying to debate you on this, I'm just trying to maybe ask you what do you think about this, and I'm not going to respond. But it's just like, okay, you use morality to express preferences. The problem with that is that there are moral propositions that we say every day that might not jive with these semantics. So for example, you might hear a friend of yours say, God, I really hope, abortion is okay, or it's not wrong. Well, if our semantics for saying something is wrong is that we don't prefer it, we necessarily would interpret them to say, I really hope I don't find abortion wrong. Well, no one hopes what they find something, right? Like that's not what they're trying to say. So how are your semantics of morality cohere with usages like that, right? Like, I really hope.
Call in tomorrow and ask me that question. I'll answer it.
Okay, if that's debatey, if that's debatey, then I apologize. Okay, have a good day. Very
nice. Thanks for calling.
I'll call another day. Yep.
Thanks.
Bye
bye. Okay, it seems fair. It seems fair. I think about the number of people who call up during the debate streams, and I say this is not the conversation for this now. Call back during the after hours show. It seems only fair that I must do the same in reverse. This is a space for not debating, and forgive me for having allowed myself to get drawn into that a little bit. Smart guy, good arguments, definitely not trolly. I hope he calls back again. I'm going to bring in, here's a palate cleanse for you, bringing in Reckless Religion.
God damn it! It's John Cohen show. How the fuck are ya? I was saying Sean too, but our friend Sean is not here.
He's going to be gutted that he missed you.
I know. God damn. Did you get dog waste tithing yesterday, my friend?
Did what? Sorry.
Did you get dog waste tithing?
Dog waste tithing? No, I didn't
Yes.
give dog waste tithing.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Oh, shit. Because we were on YouTube and we sent you like 3 or 4 different shout outs.
Oh, then maybe I did, and I'm just being stupid.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You had a lot going on yesterday, but
I did.
I mean, you know,
I did.
because there was a lot of people that were coming in with lots of different things that you could send the messages. But yeah, Dogway was sending it, and she was just like, "Hell yeah, it's John and Sean show." You know,
yes,
she
I
was all
did. I
excited.
do now. Yeah. No, there were shout outs about you. I do remember. Sorry, I was just having a moment.
That's okay.
I absolutely remember, and we were talking about you. So if your ears were burning, we were talking about you on the show yesterday, and we were hoping that you would. That we would see you today. So I know Sean's going to be upset that he missed you. How are you? What's going on?
I'm doing good. You know,
Great.
it's wild. I've only been deconstructing for now it's 7 months today. And you know, they keep talking about this free will shit. And, you know, I keep saying, well, you sit there and say free will, but then you have the free will to treat people like shit. And you think that's okay, but yet you label a Christian label on yourself. And it's like, why do you think that you can carry this attitude of you're holier than thou and yet go completely the opposite and treat people like shit?
Yeah. And the free will argument is just such a complete non-argument. It fails in so many different ways. Like it fails because if God is genuinely concerned about free will, why is he always more concerned about the free will of the attacker than the people, the person the attacker is attacking, whose free will in that moment is not to be attacked? God doesn't care about that, but God cares desperately about, you know, the rapist's free will can't be interfered with on any grounds. And then the other thing is you think about how people pray. Like every time somebody goes for a job, cousin Andrew's gone for a job today. Let's all pray that he gets his job. So everyone gets together in Father, we ask in Jesus' name that you make sure that cousin Andrew gets his job today. What they're asking for is for God to interfere with the free will of the person who decides who he's going to hire. Right?
Yeah.
To interfere with his free will. Because otherwise, what else are they asking for? That's what they're asking for. The intervention they want is for God to involve himself in the operation of a person's mind and force him into making a decision to give cousin Andrew the job. Or, dear God, please bring my husband back to the family. Right? He wants to leave. Please see him. Make him see that he wants to come back. Okay, so you're asking to bring back together a family that's breaking. I understand that that's a noble thing to ask for. But again, that's an enjoinment to God to please change that person's will and make him not want the thing he wants today and force him to want to change his mind. People don't actually give a slightest stuff about free will when it suits them not to. It's only when it's convenient that they bring out, free will is very, very...
Oh, yeah, and then they'll sit there and say, well, we'll pray for you that you turn back to Jesus. Okay, you're interrupting my free will to not believe, to walk away from this religion, and you want me forced into this prison system that you don't want me out of.
Exactly.
It's basically a prison system to go into another prison system, basically.
Exactly that. Nicely said. That's exactly what it is. So, yeah, we can laugh at these silly ideas. That's the best thing to do it. Some people say to me, like, why do you lean into mockery? And the reason I lean into mockery is not because I'm a nasty person and I'm looking to upset someone. We had someone in the live yesterday got very upset with me because I mentioned his God as being an all-powerful creature capable of creating universes who loves foreskins. And he found that very offensive. I could kind of see why, but to be fair,
fucking book.
It's not my. I didn't write that shit in the book. It's not my fault. But he was very into you're looking to offend people. The thing is, I'm not seeking to offend people, because that would be a bit of a dick move. I'm not seeking to offend people, but mocking bad ideas is actually a really, really good way of dealing with them. And there's quite a lot of literature in the psychology literature about when you get people to laugh at ideas that they previously found traumatizing, it's actually really cathartic. One of the best ways of getting over trauma caused by particular ideas is to learn to laugh at them. And that's why I lean into a bit of mockery. That's why I lean into, laughing at these things and showing how absolutely ridiculous they are. I never laugh at people and I never mock people. But ideas, absolutely fair game. I'm all for laughing at them. I'm all for mocking them.
And they're like, you're mocking God. I'm like, I don't think your God really gives a shit, because wouldn't he have done anything by now? I mean, why won't he fix the majority of his goddamn followers that sit there and do the other most? I mean, what the fuck? They sit there, well, if you saw God today, would you believe? No. What I would say to him is, what the fuck is wrong with the majority of your believers? Because I don't hate Christians. I just hate the self-righteous pricks that come in and think that they're more special because they carry a cross around their neck and a book around their arm. And they think that they hold some authority into telling people, well, if you don't believe in this, you're going to hell. Well, what kind of message does that send? That sends, I don't want to fucking believe in this deity.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
But hopefully more and more people walk away from this religion. I mean, I hate to be the asshole, but it's really traumatizing. I mean, my son, we're finally getting to a place where we're not having as many nightmares due to therapy and things like that. Yay, therapy, by the way.
Therapy. Yay, therapy.
Oh, fuck.
Yep.
Otherwise, they tell me to pray harder.
Yeah. So Secular Therapy Project is an awesome organization. I think it's .net, and they can locate explicitly non-religious therapists in whatever state you're in. So if that's a thing that appeals to anyone, Secular Therapy Project is great, and of course, Recovering from Religion also .org.
I love that you promote that shit. That's absolutely fantastic.
Go, John. Those guys are great.
Fuck yeah! Am I like the most exciting person that you get on your show? I'm just curious.
You are. No one comes close to you. No one can hold a flame to you. You're the best. We absolutely love you.
I love that.
Yeah.
You're the best.
Thanks,
I love
man.
you. You're amazing. Thank you for having me.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
Lots of love. Speak soon.
Yes.
Take
All
it
right.
easy. Bye-bye.
Bye.
The problem with when Reckless calls in is that anyone who calls afterwards sounds lifeless and dull. And I say that with all the love and respect to all the wonderful people we're going to speak to afterwards. You're going to have to get up your game now, because she just brings such an energy. That's why I said this is the palate cleanse we all needed, right? I made the mistake of getting into a slightly debatey moment before, and it's like, I'm going to bring Reckless in and shit's going to get sorted out. And she brings it every time. I absolutely adore her. She is wonderful. Her son is a very lucky boy to have a mother like that, with so much joy and joie de vivre and fire of life in her. Absolutely amazing. I'm very excited to be bringing in Ash Wild right now. Hopefully the audio will work. You never know with this platform. Ash, are you there?
Hello.
Ash, it's so good to talk to you. Yeah, it's amazing to speak to you. I'm going to put you up on the screen so we can all see you as well, like this. Then we can all get to see you. Ash, I have to congratulate you. You are habitually the absolute champion of the bingo. I know that PVG temporarily unseated you yesterday with an amazing performance, but you just kill it. I don't know how you do it, but you're always like, bang, you're on it, bang. You've won it like most days. What's up with that?
Honestly, I have no real answer for that one.
Well, keep doing what you're doing, because it's awesome. Lovely to get to talk to you. What's up with you? What's going on?
It's mostly just calling in to say how much I appreciate having you around. Your streams are always very informative to me.
Thank you.
And I appreciate them.
Thanks for saying that. Whereabouts are you? What country are you in?
Unfortunately, I live in the US at the moment.
Right.
But I'm native born to the UK.
Right, I thought I detected the accent. Right, so you're in the US. Yeah, well, heavy time over there at the moment. And is there a prospect of you coming back to the UK, or are you likely in the US for the foreseeable?
For the foreseeable future.
Right.
Apparently, English is not my first language.
Or makes you even more impressive. Okay. Right. Okay. Well. Hey, look, I've got lots of family in the US. I'm going to be over there in a couple of weeks myself. My brother lives there. I've got a cousin there. I've got family there. It's a great country. It's just it's very sad to see what's happening there at the moment, and I desperately hope that that things are going to improve at some point, because they really need to.
Yeah, I certainly hope so too. But with how things are going, I'm not exactly holding my breath, especially considering the Christian nationalism that is rampant in this country.
Yeah, I think we all share your concern. I definitely do. Yeah, I know Matt Dillahunty is not full of optimism right now, but you know, I'm quite an optimistic person, so I like to try to think maybe there'll be some green shoots and something will happen. I guess November will be a barometer on it to see what's going to happen. I think if the country can have legitimate elections in November, then I think there's some hope. And if it can't, then I think that's probably going to be another turning point that we probably don't come back from. But let's see what happens.
I admire your optimism.
Oh, it's tempered. I'm not. It's not mindless. Like, I'm completely open to the possibility that it could be entirely unjustified and things could be every bit as bad as I hope they're not. So time will tell. For those asking, I'm going to be in the northwest of the country, like Washington State area, when I come over. But yeah, I love America. I've been many times. I've worked there a little bit in the past. I think I probably, on balance, prefer the East Coast to the West, having spent time in New York and having spent time in LA. Prefer the weather in LA, but I found I really like New York. I did a work project in New York a few years ago, and I spent a few weeks, or 2 or 3 weeks in New York working on that, and sort of started to fall into the routine of, you know, I had my commute every day from where I was staying to where I was working on the subway, and I started to get a feel for it. I really liked it. I think it's a great city, and it would be a real shame if things don't improve, but let's hope they do. Let's see.
Agreed.
Yeah. Was there a point you wanted to speak about? Anything else you wanted to say in particular? This is the platform for it.
If you got the time, I would like to talk about a little bit of my deconversion.
Sure.
So, my deconversion process actually started rather mostly once I got out of high school. I used to be one of the MAGAs, so to speak. Crazy enough. But the more I started realizing about myself that I was LGBT, I was not exactly the person they like, I started moving away from what was once my conservative values. But then after that, I found that I started questioning religion because of it as well, because a lot of the people I live around here in Texas are quite religious, and I was wondering, how can someone who claims to worship a God that is loving and caring hold the bigoted, hateful values they do?
Mm.
And that started me down my deconversion process.
That makes sense. How long did it take you from starting to have those doubts to getting to a point where you were like, I actually don't believe this, and realizing that you were an atheist, because, as I often say, nobody ever chooses to become one. You just realize that you are one. How long was that period?
Honestly, I'm still struggling with the fear of hell every now and again, but mostly it took me roughly about a quarter of a year to fully deconvert after that.
That's really quick, you know. That's really quick. Sometimes it takes people 5 years or more. So that's really, really quick. And please don't feel the fact that you still struggle with fears of hell doesn't mean you've done it wrong, or you've not done it properly, or you've not done it enough. So often that's the last thing to go, because the fear of hell is a very deeply embedded fear, and it's inculcated early in life, and fear works on networks in the brain which are much older and deeper than the kind of cognitive, logical thinking about it stuff. Fear is a survival response, and it's very, very deeply hardwired. So it's often the case that people intellectually realize there is nothing here, there's nothing to be worried about. They can rationalize it all day long, but that fear part of you hasn't got the memo yet. And it's very, very common that that's the case. So keep going. In my book, I literally have a little sort of section called the ghosts of belief about this. And it's very, very normal. It happens all the time. So don't worry, keep going. And those fears will ease with time. They will abate. Even if they never completely go away, you'll learn to live with them more easily, and they will bother you less in terms of severity and frequency. I've heard this from many people, and this is often the case. So you're doing it right. You're doing it well, especially when you smash it on the bingo like that. My God, you're a machine. So this is all good.
Working with the delay on the YouTube side, I'm not sure what excuse the TikTok side has.
Yeah, well, weirdly, not that many people in the TikTok audience want to participate in the interactive bingo. I have made it easily available, and it's quite easy to get to. You just have to join my Patreon, and then you get the link to the interactive bingo rather than the one where you can just watch it but you can't interact with it. But there doesn't seem to be too much of an appetite there, which is completely fine. I don't insist that people engage in these things. But you're right, there would be a significant advantage if you're watching the stream 15 seconds ahead of everyone else. That would be a significant advantage. But there you go. Whatever you're doing it right. So keep on going.
Yeah. But it's always a pleasure watching your streams.
Thank you. Thank you, Ash. It's awesome to get to talk to you at last. I love putting faces and voices to names. It's an absolute joy. So thanks for calling in and joining us. And I'm gonna be watching out for you in the normal place on the bingo podium. I'm sure PVG will have something to say about that. He's going to be sharpening his bingo knives as we speak ahead of tomorrow. It's going to be like a big matchup between you guys. But I appreciate you, and yeah, thanks for taking the time to call in. It's great to get to talk.
Absolutely. I appreciate the community.
Cheers, Ash. Take care. All the best. Peace. Okay, that was the amazing Ash, who he really is remarkable. Always just wins the bingo. But PVG is a man of ambition, and we'll have to see what happens. And there are other contenders too. Don't be sleeping on Pasta Fairy. Pasta Fairy is pretty awesome as well when it comes to the bingo. Speaking of Pasta Fairy, I sort of feel like there's something I need to tell you. This is not a really big thing, but it is a sort of significant thing. So those of you who are regulars on the show will have seen Pasta Fairy both in the TikTok chat and the YouTube chat. Some people live in only one chat, and some people move between them. And Pasta Fairy is someone who sometimes pops up in the TikTok and sometimes spends probably more time on the YouTube side, and has been following the channel for quite some time, and is actually someone very, 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 very dear to me. Pasta Fairy is in fact my mother. And for a while we talked about whether we should let people know that Pasta Fairy is my mother. And I initially didn't really want to, because, well, there was a couple of things. I didn't want Pasta Fairy to get any vitriol or any of the sort of nasty sentiment that sometimes comes my way. But she also made a really good point, was that she wanted people to not know her just as John's mother, but actually to be established in the community in her own right as a super smart, witty, clever, funny, erudite, brilliant person. And she felt that if we just said immediately, "Oh, this is my mother," in the chat, that people might treat her differently and not actually respect her because of her qualities as much as her connection to me. And so between those 2 points, we kind of were very, very discreet about it. But recently, she was feeling like there was something a little bit dishonest about not disclosing this fact. So I said to her, well, if you're happy to tell people, then I will tell people. So everybody, meet Pastor Fairy, who is in fact my mother. So people asking why I have the social attributes that I have, largely because of her. She taught me to be kind and care about people, and she's one of the kindest, most caring people you could ever meet. So I owe her a great debt of thanks, and that is my mother. Moving on, I am going to get in. Who have we got? I'm trying to remember who's been here. Oh, we've got Adam. Let's bring up Adam. Adam, are you there? Let's get the audio refreshed. How's that? Adam, can you hear us? Come on, you can do it. Maybe he's listening to the stream and he'll get the message in a few seconds. Otherwise, we'll try another until he's on.
I'm here.
There we go. There's always that delay. There's that delay. Welcome in, Adam. How are you?
Not too bad. Finally
Good.
home after my wife did her artsy shopping stuff. She's an artist, so we were out and getting supplies, and she disappeared. And luckily, I didn't have to send the search party out.
Good. I'm pleased that she's okay.
Yeah, I was going to call in for a couple of things. For one, I got more jokes to tell, but the other day there was one of the callers trying to excuse the whole genocide thing, the whole Amalekites, blah blah blah. And yeah, like I get bored, so I start looking up stuff and learning the actual histories of stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, like for one thing, like we don't know a whole lot about the actual Amalekites because most of the cultures back then didn't have a lot of written records, and like a lot of what we know about them actually comes from other cultures, like the Egyptians who like had trade with them and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, the Amalekites, like the Israelites, were originally Canaanites because they were all from there initially, and then they all kind of branched off into their own things. But I keep hearing that, the Amalekites slaughtered the Israelites while they were roaming. The thing is, the Amalekites were also a nomadic tribe at the same time. They were all nomadic tribes in the area.
Right.
And from what records do exist from other nations and the few Amalekites that, actually survived, yeah, it's basically, Israel kept raiding the Amalekite lands. So at one point, the Amalekites gathered together and launched a large attack to drive the Israelites out. Get off our land, stop stealing our horses and all that type of stuff, cattle or whatever.
Yeah.
And yeah, and then that became the excuse for, well, later on, we're going to get, revenge on these people who, did bad stuff to us, even though, you did kind of start it.
There you go.
But sorry, I've been outside, so it's hot.
Yeah, I gather you guys are getting the horrendous weather at the moment. I have seen the weather reports. It does look absolutely grim.
Yeah,
absolutely grim.
But yeah, a lot of the survivors from the Amalekites became the Idumeans, which is just yet another one of these, groups, because that's basically what happened. Like all these groups, they're constantly fighting. When one gets beaten down too badly, they just get absorbed by another, and so everyone eventually becomes the nations that we have now, just as they start merging together. But then the Midianites that Israel also ended up attacking for
sexual immorality. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because that's the excuse given from they were seducing our men, so we had to stop them. Except the records show that the Midianites were largely farmers and traders, and they had the largest farmland in the area, which of course the Israelites wanted.
So there you go. It's always about money and oil, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and like there's lots of records about the Midianites like being large traders, and they were negotiators. They were often hired between other nations to be the mediators in their disputes. And apparently that's, Israel decided that they had too many powerful friends. So, if they left them alone, they would get bigger and bigger, get more support, and then Israel wouldn't be able to do anything. So they, found a time when they weren't doing all that well and came in and took pretty much everything.
This is fascinating. I love this context, Adam. Thank you for enlightening us on this. And the thing is, with this, let's assume that the story wasn't like that, and that the Amalekites were actually terrible people. Let's imagine that they had been, the equivalent back then of the Third Reich. It still would not justify 400 years later sending men to go and put swords through babies. Like there is no war that justifies that. There's an art of doing war, and it doesn't involve putting children and babies to death. It's just so depraved. And I understand it if you think about it in terms of the fight for survival between tribes could include taking out all the offspring of the other tribe. I get it. You see these things in wars between factions of apes in the wild, great apes, for example.
Well,
I get that, but from an all-powerful God to command it, no.
Yeah. Well, and also, like that tended to be the norm. Is you go in, you kill all the men and the adult women, you take the young girls, they're the war brides, and now they're raised in your culture. So now they are now Israelite girls. And look, our population is a lot bigger now. And then they, and that was a main way of expanding the tribe, was we'll just take the children from other tribes, because why bother having our own, apparently. So
yeah. But, it's tricky, and myth making often evolves around certain things that actually happened that are then reframed in terms of the theological language of the time. But we don't really know. I mean, I'm interested. What you've said has made me get an itch to read into this more and find out what we really do know and with what confidence and what can be said. But as I said, even if all of that stuff was wrong, it still wouldn't justify these commandments. And if we're expected to believe on the one hand that God is the author of all morality and all our ethics come from this God, and everything needs to be grounded in this being, and every our sense of right and wrong are only meaningful in as far as they align with this being. And then he's saying, keep the young virgin girls from yourself. How are they supposed to tell which women had lain with another man? What was the test to determine that? I mean, it's all just absolutely horrific.
Yeah, well, I'm fairly sure the main test was how young do they look?
How young do they look? Yeah, do they look good enough to take home for yourself for a bit? I just think it's awful, and that's why I just think it's all pretty grim. But I appreciate you shining a light of perspective on some of this stuff. I don't know. I'd be interested to know what the sources were that you looked at, and how reliably we know this stuff. But it's fascinating stuff.
Yeah, like a lot of it is, they're shreds of texts from like ancient Egypt and some Iranian and Iraqi texts from, the people who eventually became a part of their people, but were passing on, oral traditions through the cultures.
Right.
So it's, a lot of it is hard to tell. But this is when you take out all the biblical, vert spin on things, this seems to be more or less what happened, which isn't art. It's like all of these cultures were constantly raiding each other, so it's nothing really unusual. So it's just the religion makes it a good way to justify what you're doing. It's like, well, we had to do this because God said so.
Got a ring of the Nuremberg about it, but there we are. Well, thanks, Adam. Appreciate you coming up, man.
Well, I figured I'd leave with a joke, turn things a bit more lighthearted.
Of course.
But, so when nuns are admitted into heaven, they go through a special gate and are expected to make one last confession. Several nuns are lined up at this gate waiting to be absolved of their last sins before they're made holy. And so, says St. Peter, have you ever had contact with a penis? Well, the first nun in line says, I did once touch the tip of one with the tip of my finger. Okay, says St. Peter, dip your finger in the holy water and you can pass on into heaven. Next nun admits, well, yes, I did once get carried away and sort of massage one a bit. Okay, says St. Peter, rinse your hand in holy water and pass it on into heaven. Suddenly there's some jostling of the line and one of the nuns is trying to cut to the front. Well, now, what's going on here, says St. Peter. Well, Your Excellency, says the nun, if I'm going to have to gargle that stuff, I want to get in before Sister Mary Thomas sticks her ass in it.
Oh, dear. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Adam. Elevating the tone of the show as necessary. I appreciate that. It's quite funny, though. Right. Thank you very much. Okay, take care. Bye. Cheers, Adam. There we go. Okay. Not much to say about that other than let's move swiftly on. And we are going to bring in my friend Sohan. I think it's my friend Sohan. Here we go. Sohan, are you there? Hopefully, with the delay, we'll get a reply in a moment. I might run these streams on the lower latency. It means that you don't get the captions, but it means that there's less of a gap between real life and it hitting the YouTube screen. Hey, Sohan, how are you?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Let me see if there it is.
Excellent. I've just put your name in the chat by accident. I meant to put it on my name thing. I did that before as well. I'm not firing on all cylinders today. I'm a bit tired this week. Crazy hours. Here we go. Good to speak to you. What's going on?
Just been pretty busy with running the apologetics circuit locally and the frustrations from that. I think when we last met, I had not gone to William Lane Craig's event yet, right? I think I was mentioning that.
Yes.
The one at Oxford.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you go to that
did you
then?
see the video, by the way?
Was that the one with Alex?
No. I think he did a separate one with Alex at the Royal Institution.
Oh, okay. I didn't
yeah,
see that.
He probably did a tour or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, both he as well as actually Andrew Logue also came a couple of weeks after that. So I ended up going to basically 3 events with the same school of thought. I mean, both of them are very similar in terms of their approach to apologetics.
Right.
I did get a question in during Q&A, and this is something actually I thought of the question I've been thinking since I attended Andrew Fellowes' lecture on divine hiddenness. So there's this thing where, and it's not just limited to them. I mean, there's the idea that there's a just enough light theory. Have you heard of that?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, just enough light is kind of like Blaise Pascal's idea that God will give just enough light, like just enough, evidence to those who, but only to those who are who have an open heart. But if you don't have an open heart, then you will not get just enough light, because there's, I guess, no amount of light that will convince you short of, whatever the grand denouement at the end of on Judgment Day or whatever, and that will presumably convince you. Although that means there is some level of evidence that will convince you. It's just like God's going to hold back on that until some day in the future, but nothing in between. Like you either have the whatever stories passed on, and some post, like after the fact, tales of miracles and stuff like that, or you have like the grand, like Jesus descending from the clouds or whatever, at the end of days and things like that.
Right.
So yeah, I asked him a question during the Q&A. I actually got the first question in, and I asked him, do you actually have a non like, without begging the question, right, whether someone has is like sincerely seeking? Like, do you have a test for whether someone is sincerely seeking without appealing to the result, like of whether they believe or not?
Right.
As in, you don't just go, well, this person believed, therefore they must have been sincerely seeking. This person didn't believe, therefore they weren't sincerely seeking.
Yes. Yes.
That's just question begging, right?
Yes. What did he say?
Yeah, that was kind of my question. He totally evaded it. I mean, I can send you the link if you like.
I'd love to see that.
They published it, but he totally evaded it. He was like, he went into this thing about, well, we're not really in a position to judge, although that's kind of what you're doing, because you keep like accusing, and the Bible as well accuses non-believers of suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. So you kind of are judging other people for not believing.
And Romans 1 tells us we're all without excuse. It's that obvious, right?
Yes, yeah.
So I've often talked about this. The idea that if somebody says that they embarked on a quest to find God, on a journey to find God, and they are taken at complete face value, the story of their search for God is taken to be completely accepted without question, as long as it resulted in them finding him. But if it doesn't result in them finding him, then there's always a problem, and it's always their fault. Like, you weren't looking hard enough, or you didn't believe with enough sincerity, or you were suppressing the truth in unrighteousness, or you were still wedded to your sin, or you had a hardened heart, or whatever. The possibility that maybe there just wasn't anything there to find is never entertained. And I think it's such an unfair inversion, because it's to say, like you said, there's no test. The only test is what was the result. And if the result was the one they like, then yes, you must have been very sincere in your search. But there's no conceptual space left for somebody who searched with all the same sincerity they would have attributed to you if you'd found God, but you just happened not to. Mm-hmm. I think that's really unfortunate. So I think it's great that you asked that question. I love that you did. I'm not surprised you got a politician's answer.
Actually, it got worse after that, because he continued with his answer, or non-answer rather, to say like, but we can tell by the extreme, improbable, evasive tactics, basically that atheists give, that they're like trying to avoid believing in God somehow, like suggesting that that Jesus might have had a twin, or like that there were hallucinations and stuff like that. He considers those to be like extreme ways to avoid, or that the universe, well, he characterizes it as atheists claiming that the universe came out of nothing, popped out of nothing suddenly, which is completely nonsense. The only people who claim that are the theists claiming that about atheists.
Sure.
But the thing is, like, that is so rich, because I'm sorry, like, you guys, think to the theists, like, you guys avail yourself of infinite magic and infinite mystery, right? I mean, I've seen theists, suggest like, what is that the guy at the University of Haifa or something like that. Well, there was this idea that like God is like sitting outside time, so God actually created the universe exactly as described in the book of Genesis, but then literal Adam and Eve ate the fruit, and then God, changed things backwards in time. He like undid time and recreated it. I mean, that's just like one example of the things that they completely like nonchalantly avail themselves of to make this God thing make sense. Don't even get into the Trinity and everything like that. So you avail yourself of an infinite amount of magic and mystery and hand waving and everything, and you accuse us of like looking for probable naturalistic solutions like hallucinations or lookalikes or things like that, which actually do happen in observable reality. That's just so rich of him to accuse skeptics of reaching or stretching things.
Completely. I really appreciated the fact that you sent me a list of events and stuff. We need to figure out what we might go to, and if we can come up with one or two, I might put word out across the network on the Discord and in the various places, and see if we can get a little clan together to go along to some of these things. So for those who don't know, Sohan is very involved in the counter apologetics movement. Super smart on it, and committed to being across this stuff. And we met recently in London. And by the way, you introduced me to Francis, and I recently recorded an episode of the Doubts Aloud podcast with Francis and Andrew and the team there, and that worked out really well. I'm not sure when that's out, but so there's the possibility of some. It just occurred to me now as I'm thinking. I was going to say, later in the year, I'll have a look at I'm away for a few weeks, but I'll have a look at the list and let's go along to one or two of these things. And then if we're going to do that, I'll put the word out. And if anyone wants to join us, we'll do a little day trip out together for the UK based people. So that might be a fun thing to do. But thanks for calling in. It's great to see you. And let's definitely speak soon. Yeah. Good stuff. I'm being told off for using the word clan. Yes, I appreciate that was a bad use of the word, Alan. Fair enough. I stand corrected. I mean a small group out for a nice day out.
I assume you're using the gaming reference.
I was using a gaming reference, exactly. Yeah, in gaming culture, you can get a clan together to collectively play in one of these online RPG games. But I take the point. The word has unfortunate connotations, so I stand corrected. Nice to see you, Sohan. Thanks for calling in, friend.
Yeah, nice to see you. Take care.
Speak soon. Take care.
Bye.
Okay. How are we doing? We are going to get in Newell. Always lovely to talk to Newell. Hey, Newell, how are you? Hang on. Coming in now on the TikTok. There we go. Newell, how are you?
Hello, John. I'm doing great. And you?
Good to speak to you. Always lovely to hear your voice. Are you well? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm doing great. It seems what I wanted to talk about has been discussed several minutes ago, and it's nice that there are a lot of people still having that thought. It's about science education and how science can help us combat the disinformation, misinformation, and absolute nonsense some religious folks throw around. And I announced last time that what really helped me to deconstruct was science, because all my life in Ghana, Africa, all we've been told was that Adam and Eve were the first humans.
Yeah.
And then you read and study and realize that this is totally nonsense. And fossils have been found of current species which are over 10,000, over 50,000, over 100,000 years old. And you just gasp and realize, wow, you've been lied to all your life.
Yeah.
And these things are new to people in my part of the world, because even those who are learned and are teaching these things in class still believe in the Adam and Eve story.
Yeah, it's wild, isn't it?
So I have really decided to do now is to keep on asking them, do you know humans have existed more than the number of years proposed by the Bible? Do you know the flood story is all a lie? And then try to reason with them on why I think it's a lie. Let's leave the God factor out. Just analyze the story on yourself. And I had that discussion with a friend yesterday. And when we finished, she was like, wow, I've never thought about this like this before.
Wow.
And this morning she called and asked further questions about it. And I realized that, wow, really, science can really help a lot of people, especially in Africa, deconstruct. I was even of the notion that religion has made it look like before, for example, I am from Ghana, before the slave ships arrived, there was nothing like Christianity in Ghana. Our ancestors practiced their own form of religion, though they believed in a higher power, all right, but their sort of beliefs was totally different from what we have in Christianity. Yeah. There was no concept of hellfire. There was no concept of a doomsday or anything like that. So having been told all these forms of belief are demonic, and then trying to adopt a totally foreign religion, and then demonizing everything cultural in that respect. Sometimes I believe we have to think about those things, even rather than looking at the religion as a whole. And that is also helping a lot of Africans to deconstruct from the Abrahamic religions. But I am of the view that science is the way to go. But my problem is a lot of the science teachers in Africa, for that matter, still believe in these stories. Even when they teach the actual science, they will still end by saying that this is what the Bible says and we believe in the Bible, and a whole lot of nonsense. I remember my first presentation when I trained as a physician assistant. My first presentation was on evolution. And I remember doing all the research I can about evolution and presenting in such a way that the class was so excited. But I remember my last 5 minutes was about debunking everything about I have said and telling everybody the Bible says otherwise. So as Christians, we have to believe in the Bible.
Wow.
And when I remember that, I want to hit my head against the wall, seriously.
That's why.
Because after reading all the scientific facts about evolution and really understanding and teaching my class, I still ended my presentation by saying, despite everything I've said, the Bible is true.
There's something so cruel about that. So cruel about a system that would have you acquire that knowledge and that learning and go to the work of imparting it to your peers and then have to qualify it by kind of taking it all back afterwards and going, not really. You know, we're not really supposed to. It's so wasteful.
The Bible says so.
The Bible says something different. Isn't that crazy? Wow.
So now I am on a personal journey. I start talking about it to all my friends. I believe science has its flaws, all right, but it is the best we have when it comes to understanding our natural world. And there are a lot of gains we've had through science, and science can speak for itself on every front. If you look at all the evils that have come about as a result of science, most are even in the past. A lot of foundations are being laid or have been laid to make sure those things don't happen again. And it's a win for humanity as a whole. So when religious folks, like someone was saying in the chat, oh, science changes every time. Yes, it changes every time because we are after truth. How about somebody who doesn't ever want to change the fact that human beings came from Adam and Eve? How about that?
Yeah. It's wild to me that people think that a willingness to update your beliefs, so a willingness to kind of update and get with the program is seen as a weakness. That the strength is
Yes,
to take your story and stick to it no matter what. And when new evidence comes in that proves your story is wrong, stick to it even then. That's crazy, isn't it?
yes. That is
Crazy.
crazy. Your
Yeah.
ability to change what is wrong should rather help us to stick with going that way rather than knowing that this is wrong but still sticking to it.
Yeah.
Despite the overwhelming evidence.
Yeah.
So I don't want to take much of your time. You were a big win for some of us here in Africa. I share your lives to all my friends.
Oh, thank you.
And I hope we can continue to learn a lot from you and the others who come on. We really appreciate the work we are doing. It's a lot of work down here because the default is to believe. The default is to believe. But in Europe and the Americas, you have a higher percentage of non-believers. So it's easy to have these discussions. And it's quite like a taboo going out to express that you don't accept this. It's like a taboo. But I know 20 years ago, it was a much bigger taboo than now. I have a lot of peers like me who have stopped going to church, even if they've not fully deconstructed. They've seen a lot of bullshit in what they believe, and they've stopped going to church altogether. Even
That's
though
encouraging.
they still believe there is a God. But it is encouraging. I know in the next decade, people are going to live with facts. What I see is that a lot of them don't have the fact to stand on. And the fact, as I've said earlier, comes from scientific knowledge. So thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Newell. Every time you call in, everybody loves you, and we can all now see why. And if if the future of Ghana is people like you, then that makes me feel optimistic about the future of Ghana. So thanks for calling in again, Newell. It's always an absolute joy to talk to you. I love the energy you bring. I love your passion and commitment with this stuff. I love the fact that I've just found out that you trained as a physician associate.
I'm a physician assistant. Yes, I've been practicing for 15 years now.
Amazing. I love that. I love that about you. And you are awesome. And you're always, always welcome in these lives. So thank you for calling in.
Thank you, John.
All right, Neil. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye. What an awesome guy. What an awesome guy. Everybody loves Newell. Every time he calls, he brings that joyful energy and everyone loves him. And now you can see why. Okay, I'm going to bring in Lacadian, who is also our fantastic friend and wonderful mod from the TikTok side and a dear, dear, dear friend of mine. How are you, my friend?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Having such a nice time tonight.
It's been a great live. And I don't know if I have anything to add, like, to the intelligent conversations that you've had, but there is maybe a different perspective as far as, believers always talk about their God and the creation and what the God did, what the God may do to us, but they also have an added belief. They believe also in the enemy and the demons and all these other entities that they believe in.
Yeah.
And one thing that I've listened to in a different conversation, somebody else was talking about that. Atheists were not in the Bible at all. Everybody else in the Bible that God was against, they all had other gods. They were all worshiping other gods. Nowhere does it mention people that were non-believers of any gods. So we're not part of their story at all. And another thing is sometimes if they call us demons, and I know that people, it's a trigger for some people because of trauma that they probably had, but a way to look at it is if the demons and Satan believe in God and they tremble at the God, believers have more in common with the demons than we do. Because there's nothing that the demons and Satan do that God doesn't approve of. Like, they all do it under God's authority. Whatever they do, God allows. So we're not part of that system. They talk to demons. A lot of times, even when I was a Christian, in some of the songs that we sang in worship, we had like a line that said, Satan is beneath my feet. You're beneath my feet. Like they would even sing to Satan. Like this is, so they talk to that person. They know that person. Yeah. So we're nothing like Satan. They have more in common with Satan than we do. And that's the point that I wanted to, it's a way to make fun of the belief in a more enlightened way and not take offense to that.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. And of course, if you look at the character of Satan in the Bible and you compare the character of Satan to God, and then you do a death count, you think how many people did Satan mess up and how many people did God mess up? Let's tell it how it is. How many people died at the hands of Satan and how many people died at the hands of God? And you know, Satan's main killing spree was in the book of Job, and that was basically at God's instruction. And then you look at God and he's got, well, countless, tens or hundreds of thousands of dead and suffering on his hands. It's not entirely clear to me who the real bad guy is here and who the real enemy is. And in the Garden of Eden, the serpent told the truth, said on this day, you know, you won't die if you eat the fruit, and that was correct. God was the one who lied and said, if you eat this fruit, this day you shall surely die if you eat the fruit. Didn't happen. It didn't die that day. So yeah, I agree with you. It's all a bit messed up, and yeah, I'm starting to think maybe Satan is not the problem character here.
Not at all. I think it's an accomplice. Like it's they work together, and I mean it's part of the same belief system. We have nothing to do with that Satan. So if ever anybody listening, if the believers attack you with that, just give it back to them. It's their belief. They believe in Satan. That's their deity as well. It's not ours. It's theirs.
Yeah.
They talk
absolutely. Yeah. Good point. Good point. And yeah, Ashwild is saying Christians will spin it as God showing his might. And absolutely, it's always going to be spun. Everything is always spun. There's always a spin. But you're absolutely right, Ash, and of course you are absolutely right, Lekadin, for saying this as well.
All right. Well, thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
I'll see you tomorrow as well.
Awesome.
I'll stay in the live.
Thanks for all you do, friend.
Okay.
Thanks for all you do.
All right.
Okay. Before we get the next guest in, I have to read a few super chats because a few have come in. Tim Davidson says, family isn't blood, family is chosen, and some bonds break barriers, distance, or language. I'm proud to have chosen you and thankful that you've chosen me. Well, you are definitely one of the family here, Tim. I can't imagine doing this live without you. You are completely awesome all the time. And Eddie Racer, thank you for the super chat, says, John, your debate format is my favourite atheist, but I love hearing others vent about religion and how much better their lives are since ditching it. Well, thank you. This is why I do this show, and I look forward to this show between them. I love it. I love the sense of this community, which we don't necessarily get quite so much in the debate shows, even though we do in the chat, but obviously it's a different type of interaction here. So I'm always very relaxed on a Friday when I know we're going to be doing this show. I completely love it. And ZK616 said, to Pastor Fairy, thank you for raising a good son. Oh, that's so sweet of you. We love you. That's to my mother, and that makes me feel very, very happy. She is an awesome person. And Godless Engineer John Gleason is in the house. Hey, John, can't wait for Sunday night. Thank you for this. So John and I will be co-hosting on Skeptic Haven on Sunday night. Right now, off the top of my head, I can't remember what time it is. I think it's normally either 7 or 8 p.m. Central, I think. I know it's normally pretty late, like 1 a.m. for me, I think. We'll double check the time, and it will be, I'll post some information about it tomorrow ahead of time. But I am super, super looking forward to collaborating with John. very excited about this, and hopefully the first of many. So yeah, back at you, John. Really, really looking forward to that too, and thanks for sending that in. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, where are we at? We are going to get in Marty next, and then we'll go over to Alan over on the YouTube queue. This is the queue that won't go down. Amazing engagement. I love you guys for being so engaged with this. It really makes me feel happy. So bringing in Marty, if the TikTok machine will allow it. The transporter's working hard to try and bring Marty in right now, but it seems to not be working. That's not very nice. That Marty, you're stuck in TikTok semi coming into the live land. I might have to drop you down, and if you just request up again immediately, if you are still there and wanted to come in, then I'll get you in straight away. And while we wait for that to happen, amazingly, we are hearing from our very, very dear friend, Buzz. Buzz says, did I miss the show? You did kind of miss the show, but I guess that's what replay is for. We've had a really good one, Buzz. This has been lovely. You have been sadly missed, but we're lovely it is lovely to have you here now. And great to see you. Hope that you're having a fantastic time over there and traveling around and seeing lots of lovely things on your travels. Are you still in Vietnam, or have you moved? I know you're moving around in the area, and hope that you and your wife are enjoying the trip very, very much. And Buzz says, John for nope. Thank you, Buzz. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Okay, so Marty didn't come back. So as promised, let's go over and see if we can get Alan in over on the YouTube chat. Hey, Alan, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good.
Great. Welcome in.
So, I think people have been reading the Bible wrong because they use modern cosmology.
So sorry, Alan. The audio is terrible. I'm going to try and turn off the echo cancellation. Sometimes helps. It's pretty bad at the moment. Let's see if this is better. Try again now. Say something to us. It's not great. It's pretty bad. Yeah, that's bad. So I'm going to put the echo cancellation back on and take the noise suppression off and put the echo cancellation back on and see. Sometimes you have to tweak this stuff a little bit. But I wonder if it was actually a signal thing, because we've just lost Alan completely. So that's a shame. Maybe if Alan can come back with a better signal, then we might be able to make that work. Okay, let's try Rob C again. Rob was messaging in the chat. I don't know why it wasn't working, Rob. We'll give it another try. Are you there now, Rob? Looks like possibly not. Feels like that one isn't going to work as well. So we will try Douglas, who we spoke to, I think it was probably at the last stream, and I suggested Douglas call back. So very happy to hear that Douglas is in fact calling back. Where has he gone? If I can find him. There's Douglas. Okay, let's try this. Douglas, are you there? Yeah, it might take a while for the slightly delayed YouTube stream to reach Douglas, and then he'll realise that we're trying to talk to you, Douglas, if you're there. How about it? Douglas, can you hear us? So much more straightforward with TikTok guests, because there's no latency and it just works. But, I heard a door open. There you go, Douglas. You're back. There you go. Left the phone on the side. Welcome back. How are you, Douglas?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great stuff. Okay, so if there's any, I think I'm hearing a loudspeaker on, but it sounds like it might be off now. There you go.
There we go.
Good stuff. welcome in again.
All right, and you can still hear me pretty good?
We can hear you pretty well. I can probably even put you on the screen. Look, something like this. There we go. We've got you. We can all hear and see you. So that's good. Welcome in.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Well, is it Saturday there?
It is significantly Saturday already, but yes.
All right, very good. Okay, so last time I was talking some stuff about maths and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The phenomenal cosmic powers of maths. But that's a debate topic, so I'll be off that point.
Yeah.
I did create a thesis on it. I had some time to write up some ideas and be a little bit more precise in my language to make an argument pro-theism on that, but that'll be something for a later time, obviously.
Sure.
But my question is on actually it's a random topic kind of.
Sure.
Vaccination.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on vaccination?
I think that the number.
I'm kind of in the field of skeptical of it because I feel like it kind of falls under the lines of a pseudoscience to me.
The number of lives that have been saved by vaccination programs are incalculable. I mean, they probably are calculable actually, but many lives. So polio and measles, for example, used to ravage children all over the world. Kill huge numbers. Measles killed huge numbers of children, and vaccination programs basically completely eradicated it. And global instances of measles went down to very close to zero until the anti-vax people started spreading their propaganda, and now children are dying of measles again. But for many decades, certainly in the UK and the US, you can look at these statistics yourself, but children dying of measles was close to, if not at, zero. And the anti-vaccination lobby have been so successful in spreading their disinformation and bullshit that people are now not immunizing their children correctly, and their children are now starting to die of measles again. And so I don't I don't have much time for any anti-vax stuff. I think we all have a moral duty to stamp out that kind of dangerous bullshit as hard as possible.
Okay, yeah, very good. That's I appreciate your perspective on that. I just had a little one myself, and like I said, I'm kind of like, I'm not anti-vax. I'm just kind of skeptical of the science behind it. But I've got him vaccinated, fully immunized, even though of my suspicions, because I trust the doctors that I deal with.
Yeah.
But yeah, I appreciate the clarification on that. I just wanted to hear your perspective on that, and maybe have it projected to people to kind of express how serious it is.
Yeah, I would urge you not to ever describe vaccination as a pseudoscience, because there are people out there who are incredibly scientifically ignorant, and they will hear things like that and infer that creates a permission structure to be depriving people of vaccinations that might save their lives or save the lives of other people. Because as you know, the whole idea of vaccination is that we must all be vaccinated because there are some among us that can't be, and we deprive them of the benefit of herd immunity if we don't vaccinate ourselves. So somebody's decision not to vaccinate their child could end up killing somebody else's child. And so, I would say, please be really, really careful with that. And I would ask you not to say that.
Fair, yes. Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring it up, because like that kind of clarifies it for me and helps me not be as dangerous with the way that I express myself.
Great. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you. And then one other thing I was curious about is like, as far as atheism is concerned, like, and theism, regardless, either one, the semantics between creation and discovery, like not the semantics, but the contrast between creation and discovery, like, do you believe that the universe has an aspect of creation, or do you think it's all discovery of something that's already been created? We just discover what it is.
Yeah, I think it's more likely the latter. So with respect to the universe itself, I don't see any reason to think there was ever a time it didn't exist. And so the idea calling it created is to assume something that hasn't been proved, which is that it needed to be. I don't see any reason to think that that is the case. I don't really think anything is really created. I think that things are made of existing matter which changes form. So, you know, the atoms in you were repurposed for something before they were in you. They were in the sun and other places and other things. And so you could look at all of physical reality as just being a game of reconfiguring fundamental particles in different ways that then, when they're collected in that way, have different actions and behaviors and conglomerate into objects which we have names for. So I don't think anything is really created in the sense of, if you look at it at reality at its most fundamental level, we have particles that have always existed. As far as I can see, we could say that they either have always existed or we have no reason to think they haven't. And they're being reconfigured and shuffled around into lots of different things, which we then discover, to use your language. That's how it seems to me.
It's like potentiality that can be discovered.
Yeah, or even reality that can be discovered.
Yeah, precisely. Okay, cool. So that basically clarifies. I may not need to debate you at all, because if your perspective is more along the lines of discovery than creation, if creation is totally ruled out, then a creator cannot be proven. So like I couldn't make an argument that would make any sense as a all-powerful creator.
I respect that, and to just clarify my position, I don't rule out creation. I just say that it hasn't been demonstrated that it's required to be explained because it hasn't been demonstrated that it happened. So that's not me saying I definitely believe it hasn't happened. I'm just saying there's no reason to think it has. Does that distinction make sense?
Yes, certainly.
Yeah.
And I think that discovery makes it very hard to demonstrate that creation is possible if discovery can explain creation.
Yeah.
Like it can explain the same concept, really.
It can, yeah. It kind of makes it superfluous to requirements because you don't need to posit that any creation has happened. We're just saying, yeah, we're just, as you say, we're discovering pockets of organization in the world we look at. And I'm happy to, you know, I eventually end up just going, yeah, there's always going to be something, right, that you could say, I don't really know. Even if we were going to indulge the God idea and say, okay, well, let's posit God as an explanation for things. Well, then that would then legitimize questions about God. Well, why does God exist rather than not exist? And any answers that anyone gives to those questions are also available to be given to the questions that the God was invoked to explain. So if God is allowed to be just given the attribute of some sort of necessary existence, well, then we're admitting that there's a category of things that exist that just necessarily exist. Well, the universe could be in that category too. We haven't demonstrated that it isn't. So, I think a lot of these theological discussions are insisting on a problem that only God can solve without doing the actual work of demonstrating that the problem is actually a problem.
Yes, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, that basically clarifies my concerns. The only thing that I would potentially like even discuss as far as a debate would be, and like I said, this isn't a debate thing, but is like whether you prefer to use the term creation or you prefer to use the term discovery. You could say atheism versus theism on those grounds and just call it God or call it nature, you know?
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't like the term creation because it just implies so much. It carries lots of baggage with it because creation implies intentionality, I think, to a certain extent. I mean, do we say snowflakes are created? Well, I don't think we really say that. I mean, you could do. You could say they're created by natural processes, but I think that's a slightly poetic language. I would just say they form as a result of natural processes. And that takes away the sort of intentionality of it. And for me, the word creative just has a whiff of theological connotation and intentionality there that I think is unnecessary.
So you would say that art just comes to be rather than it is created?
I think that's slightly different because art is made with intentionality by the artist. So I grant the intentionality in art because we know that art is created by artists who are exercising their intentionality to create art. So I'm not saying I don't say I would never use the word for anything. I just say I don't use it for things like the universe and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you for clarifying. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I was just kind of speculating on a few things,
Sure.
and I just wanted to say hi.
Sure. Well, thanks for calling in again, Douglas. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Take care and have a great rest of your day.
And you. All the best. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Nice chap. Okay. Let's see. We can try to get to Rob C again. Rob's been really trying to get in, and I'd really like to get Rob in. So I can see Rob on the camera now. And if Rob's listening to the YouTube feed, then by the time he hears me saying this, I may well already have tried to get him in because it's about 15 seconds behind. But let's see. Let's try this. Rob, are you there?
Just a second.
Yes, we can hear you. We can actually
you can hear me.
We can hear you, yeah. And if I do this, then we will be able also to see you. Hang on a second. It looks like, weirdly...
Wait, are you hearing me in TikTok or in YouTube?
I'm hearing you directly, but the weird thing is that the TikTok decided to discontinue my live, but I'm going to start it up again, and hopefully people will come back in. That wasn't very nice, TikTok. It said, your live has been discontinued due to inactivity. Inactivity? I've been speaking for hours, you crazy people. TikTok is such a janky platform. Okay, well, I'm hoping that all the people who were in the TikTok live hopefully will come back in. That wasn't very nice. But anyway, Rob, I'm glad that we managed to get you in.
Great. You can still hear me?
I can still hear you absolutely perfectly. You're all good.
Perfect.
And we can see you too.
Perfect.
So,
awesome.
Good stuff. Well, come in. What would you like to say?
Well, I'm a big fan, John. I very much appreciate what you do. So I just want to say that first and foremost. I'm agnostic atheist, and I've been having a conversation with someone that I care very deeply about her faith.
Yeah.
And I wanted to pick your brain on a couple of things.
Sure.
I'm not trying to talk her out of being a believer.
Yeah.
Because I think it would be too traumatic. But what I am trying to do is hopefully get her out of being a biblical literalist, or at least, she says she's a biblical literalist, but she's not really, because when I point out, the existence of slavery in Leviticus 25, 44 to 46, and in Exodus 21, and it's a continuation in the New Testament, and Jesus saying that all the old laws shall apply until heaven and earth pass away, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
I bring up all these things, but she still she admits slavery is bad. She uses the word abhorrent. She says that God is all powerful. Recently said she couldn't commit to, or she had to think about omnibenevolent, which was interesting to me. And she said, but she does say the word of God is all perfect and good. And then she admits that slavery is allowed in the Bible. So for me, these four things seem to, like, they can't all four be true.
They
but
can't.
She can't get there. And I'm just wondering about how, like, she talks about, that these laws don't apply. And I've read some about, like, the split up of, civic law, ceremonial law, moral laws, if I have that right.
Yeah.
And I was curious to get your thoughts on that in Old Testament versus New Testament in general, like just sort of what you say to this type of thing.
Okay, so a specific thing is when people claim that these horrific laws in the Old Testament were just civic law codes, they're completely ignoring the fact that they were delivered by Moses to Israel via God liberally sprinkled with the phrase "so saith the Lord," like, and Lord is. These are obviously, and they're framed in explicitly theological language. This is how you purge the evil from your midst, and stuff like this. All the sexual purity codes are all about purging the evil from your midst and stuff. So these are not civic laws, and that claim does not survive even a cursory collision with reality. But that's the sort of small detail. The bigger detail is, what do you do about somebody who is so invested in their particular view that even when you try, as you have very methodically, to say, look, here's what the book actually says, here's the evidence for what it says, here's what we can understand it to mean, you've now said that you don't agree with the values that these verses imply, and you're being very Socratic in the way you're doing it, and basically showing that she's currently holding a position which is self-contradictory, because she's saying she doesn't agree with slavery, she's agreeing that the verses do seem to permit slavery, so she's saying that the verses permit something that she says she doesn't agree with, but she won't go to the next step, which is that they're bad laws, that she disagrees with the kind of the thinking behind the laws, and that God made bad laws, by the way, even though he says...
All of a sudden I can't hear you. Okay, just a second.
You should still be able to hear me. You should still be able to hear me.
Okay, I can now. That was on my end.
No worries. So she's holding a contradictory position, and the reason she's doing that is that her need to hold on to this identity, which is really about identity, her need to hold on to this is stronger than her need to take a logically coherent position. And the bad news is that isn't something you're going to be able to argue her out with more reason, because she's already shown you that she's prepared to hold a position which reason can't substantiate and support. So really, it's about, what do you want to be true about your interactions with her. You may have to make peace with the fact that she's going to be in this stuff, and that's going to be hard for you, or you might start chipping away by showing her. What sometimes helps is if you show her some of the really obvious contradictions in the text, like, you can start with the silly ones like rabbits chewing cud, but there are really obvious anachronisms in the text where and you can look them up, they're all available online. If you just put, search for Bible contradictions or Bible historical errors or things like that, you can find things where you can point to things in the text that we know are wrong. Like, we absolutely know are wrong, even where it just disagrees with itself, where you don't have to invoke the authority of anything else. You can say, in one verse it says one thing, in another verse it says another thing. Then at least you'll be opening up her mind to the idea that the text can't be taken literally correctly all the time. And that opens the door a tiny, tiny crack, because then her reasoning may be, if she's prepared to follow you on this journey, that if there are certain instances where something's not quite right, then there may be other instances where something's not quite right. And that might open her up doxastically, as they say, to being willing to look at this stuff in a different way. But it's really, really hard, because you have to be prepared that this may be a battle you can't win.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, because I've been mostly talking about, because we agree on a lot of ethics, and a lot of ethics that I've said, you can find these in the Bible, like compassion and empathy, being unselfish, whatnot. And I say, like, when you apply those ethics to these other passages, it feels problematic. But I wonder maybe if I've been focusing too much on the morality issue, and if I start sort of smaller, like even because she's particularly focused on the Gospels, maybe focus on talk about like some of the differences where it says different things about, like, for example, who saw Jesus first after he was risen from the dead, or something like that.
Exactly. I mean, there's a rich seam of contradictions there in terms of New Testament chronology. Who got to the empty tomb first? Why did Mary go back to the empty tomb, having seen that it was empty? Having conversations about who was going to move the stone. This stuff just doesn't make sense. And that if she's happy in the New Testament, then you can find stuff there. You could I don't know how she feels about I don't know how she feels about things like the New Testament rules about women having to submit to their husbands and not teach men and not speak in church.
Yeah, I mentioned those. And there's the apologetic about it. Being misinterpreted as gossiping in church and whatnot.
Right.
For that one.
Yeah.
But at least if I point out, if I go to some of these like sort of word for word contradictions where they're like kind of very simple and straightforward, and it's less about trying to argue morality, because she keeps sort of retreating to, well, I'm not God, you're not God. God is smarter than both of us, and so he has his whatever his I don't understand his reasons for allowing slavery, but he has them, and it's tough to, I don't know what to say to that. So,
yeah, it's horrible. The biggest win here, you may not want me to say this, but the biggest win here might be to reach a point where you were able to sustain the relationship knowing that you have these really fundamental differences. Like, and that's not me saying I think that you will be able to, but I certainly have. I have had relationships in my life, not romantic ones, but with a particular friend I'm thinking of, whose worldview was so totally different to mine that it ended up becoming apparent that we couldn't really sustain a friendship anymore because we were just so different. And he didn't like the fact that he saw me as being dogmatically closed-minded about a load of the sort of new agey woo-woo bullshit that he believed, and I just saw him as being gullible. And in the end, the relationship didn't really work because we were so different. So it might be that if you can find a way to make the relationship work where you understand that you have some differences when it comes to this stuff, and it's just agreed that you do, and maybe that would be the win. But I certainly admire that you're trying to be methodical and thoughtful in helping her to see things a different way.
Yeah, thanks. There's so much that I would love to ask you, John. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I wonder if you could. I recently thought of something that I'd love to have your take on, which is belief not being a choice. I fully agree with you. You talk about this a lot on your lives, and I absolutely agree. But I've never heard someone bring up the potential objection. Well, then I believe what I believe, and it's not a choice, so you can't. Why are you even questioning me? Even if the beliefs seem abhorrent to you, it is what I believe. As a response to you about that.
Yeah, so that does come up sometimes. So my response is to say that understanding that belief isn't a choice is not to say that beliefs can't be changed. They absolutely can be changed, and they must be changed. We must argue in favor of reason over dogma and science over bullshit and all of that stuff, and compassion over cruelty. The way that you change someone's beliefs, though, is by persuasion. And when you persuade someone, what happens is you're not asking them to just make a decision to be convinced of the thing you're saying. You're providing an argument which you hope will be persuasive on its own merits. And if it is, then their beliefs are going to change. They just won't change as an act of will on their part. They'll change because you've persuaded them, because that's what debate is about. It's about trying to persuade either the other person or an audience that what you're saying is reasonable, and in persuading them, you modulate their beliefs and their beliefs change. So if somebody said, well, just because because you've said that beliefs can't be chosen, there's no point engaging with anyone with their beliefs, that is to miss the point. We can change beliefs. We must change beliefs, but we do so acknowledging that it's on us to be as persuasive as we can, as reasonable as we can, communicate as effectively as we can, so that people go, "Oh, I see what you mean." And in that moment, their beliefs have changed. By the time they've ended that sentence, their beliefs have been changed.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks for calling in, man.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. Keep up the great work. Like I said, I'm a huge fan. I watch a lot of these similar shows, and certainly I appreciate your, as other people have said, your kindness. You're kind, but with the right amount of edge when it needs to be done. And I think you you make that split very well. A very good
Thanks, Rob.
So
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks, friend. Keep well. Take care.
Have a good one.
Care. And you. Bye-bye. All right. People, I'm going to have to start thinking about closing this one down soon. I know that I'd promised that I would get to everyone in the queue, but the queue seems to kind of be growing faster than I can shrink it down, which is pretty wild. That doesn't happen on the debate streams. Quite interesting that is the case. But it is getting fairly late here. It's coming up to 3:30. I'll keep on going for a little bit, but just to an FYI, if you'll indulge me. Let's have a look. I had to reopen the guest box now that we had to restart the live. Yeah, that's okay there. Okay, so we are gonna we'll just take a couple more, and then I will. I think I'll bring things to a close. A couple of super chats as well to show that. Jason Gleason said, "Happy to be the less interesting Gleason in the chat." You're not the less interesting Gleason, Jason. You are equally interesting, and it's always great to hear from you, friend. I hope you're doing well. We miss you in the lives, and also nobody is a biblical literalist. I think that's probably true to an extent, although some people will give it a run. Some people will give it a run. We do have some people who are just so completely clueless they will they will declare themselves to be such, and even when you show them the obvious contradictions, they'll just say our minds can't understand the mind of God or some cope like that. Okay, it's wild that the call queue is growing faster than I can shrink it. Let's get in J Danger. Let's see if this works. Danger, are you there? See, we can refresh your microphone like that. J Danger, are you there? I'm going to be pretty brutal. When the connections aren't working now, I'm just going to move on because I'm going to be looking to end this fairly soon. So we'll drop that one down for now. And we will go instead to Mikey. Get Mikey in right now on TikTok. There we go. Hey, Mikey.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I am well. I'm a huge fan. I have been watching Matt Dillahunty and the likes for several years, and you're much more entertaining. And you drop logic bombs the same way he does, but in a gentler way, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you about labels. I'm an alcoholic in Alcoholics Anonymous, and I'm an atheist. And it's very difficult because, especially here in the U.S., it's very steeped in religion. Like atheism is an appeal to a belief, whereas agnosticism is an appeal to knowledge. And I find a lot of people that are not believers hiding out under the agnostic label because it's easier to cope because nobody really knows what that means. People assume it means, oh, well, you just aren't there yet. Just keep going and you'll eventually believe. And that's not what it is. And I think just like it was important for me to be out as a gay person in the 80s and 90s so that people could meet gay people and change their view on them because they're not so terrible. I think it's important for us as atheists, as non-believers, to take back that label and show people, and that's kind of why, like, especially in Alcoholics Anonymous, I'm always very open and out about my atheism because people will come into the program and see the God all over the walls and hear all the God talk and run out the door.
Yeah.
And I want to be that person that they can come to and say, okay, you can do this. I've been sober for 24 years now. And I want them to know that, but I get a lot of pushback from believers. So I'm constantly having to defend myself and be nice. It's a difficult. I know in the UK, if you were to ask someone, like you said, what church do you go to, you'd get weird looks.
Yeah.
But here in Florida, it's the norm. And in order to participate in the fellowship or the community of Alcoholics Anonymous, we kind of have to band together. And I just wanted to get your thoughts on that labeling.
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying. So I remember in about 2000 and I'm going to say 5 or 6, I remember Sam Harris saying he doesn't think we should use the term atheist because we don't have a special word for people who don't believe in astrology. We just say they don't believe in astrology, and we shouldn't need to use a special term for this. I actually disagree with him on this. I don't know if it's a view he still holds, but I disagree with him on this. I think that you nailed it. I think part of the way we normalize things is by being really proud about it. And in the way that people used to have to, it was a taboo to be same-sex attracted was like a scandal, and it was a taboo. And fortunately, I'd like to think there's maybe still some way to go, but things have moved in the right direction there, where it's like, okay, well, that's fine. You're gay. You're gay. So it's not a big deal. It doesn't matter. It's not a detail that is important at all, and it's not something that anyone should ever feel anything about. It's just a facet of who a person is. I think that we need to aim to be normalizing non-belief, non-religious adherence in exactly that way, which is why I always say, my project here is to legitimize non-belief. I'm not here to attack belief, even though I do attack belief. The main goal is to legitimize non-belief. It's just a thing. We heard your stories. We don't find them convincing. It doesn't mean we don't love our kids or each other or you, or that we don't give to charity or that we don't participate in society. We're not sacrificing people in back rooms. It's just a position on a particular one question, not even a worldview. It's just a thing. So I totally agree with you. And I also think that you're doing something spectacularly important within an organization like AA, which is known for being explicitly religious a lot of the time and talking about higher powers and all of this sorts of thing. The fact that you are within its walls and advocating for a different way of doing this, and congratulations, by the way, did you say 24 years? That's amazing.
24 years, yeah.
Good for you. That's awesome. The fact that you're in there and you're actually modeling a different way of doing the program, because the program obviously helps a lot of people, but I do have reservations about the religious sort of connotations and explicit content of that. So the fact that you're in there modeling a non-religious way of doing it, I think is really great. And I think that there might be people who could benefit from it, but who would be turned off by the religious talk, and will see someone like you and go, oh, actually, maybe there's another way to navigate through these waters that doesn't involve needing to submit yourself to a higher power and give up your own agency, essentially. So I salute you for doing that, and I completely agree with you that we should be proud in the same way that you can be proud to be a gay man. We can be proud to be non-believing human beings who just don't buy those stories, and it shouldn't mean anything bad about us. So I entirely agree with you.
Well, thank you. There are secular meetings that have started up. COVID brought a lot of atheists out of the closet because they got behind their computer screens during COVID. And by necessity, we had to create meetings, and a lot of secular people started creating more secular meetings. They've been around for AA's whole existence. The problem is they're in rehabs, and rehabs use them because they're free. It's a free program. They don't have to they just have to send people to meetings and kind of adapt the program. But secular smart recovery is another option. There's secular groups. Yeah. So anyone that's struggling with any kind of alcoholism or drug addiction, there are other solutions, but AA is the most popular, so it's still a struggle. I still go to traditional meetings just to be there for people, even if just to answer questions. We're not monsters. You can do this without a belief in God. So anyway, thank you so much for what you do. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mikey. Before you go, I have to share a message posted on the YouTube chat about you by Zane saying, "Congratulations, caller, for the many years and for being a light that there is more than one way to beat addiction." So that's
thank you.
Other people reflecting on the value that you're bringing, and I couldn't have said it any better than that. So good for you, and thanks for calling in, Mikey.
Thanks. You made my night.
Take it easy, man. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Man, I love this community. I could not love this community more. I was feeling a bit tired before this stream because there's been a lot of late nights. So I've basically worked through the night. I think it'll be, by the time I get to Sunday, it'll be, I think, 5 nights in a row, and still having to function during the day as well. So I was pretty tired before I started the stream tonight. And I thought, how am I going to get through this? I feel a bit tired, but I'm hyped up now. I'm feeling really good. I'm going to start moving it towards an ending because it is approaching 4 a.m. But first, I'm going to get in Nora, and then we've got Shadow Slays, and then we'll see where we are at with that. I think it's hilarious that Felix is still in the YouTube queue. Oh dear, you couldn't write it. There we are. Okay, bringing in Nora right now. Hopefully. Nora vanished. Oh, that's a shame. There is no Nora. Okay, well, we'll move on. Hopefully we'll speak to Nora another time. Bringing in Shadow Slays, who was an accidental addition to the call queue yesterday, but today intentional. Hey, Shadow.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Perfectly. How are you?
Oh, good. I accidentally requested up the other day, so I apologize for that little mistake.
No worries.
But no, I'm a friendly, I guess, and grew up Christian. I personally never believed, and I find your I'm not quite sure what to say, argument or point of contention or just idea that we don't choose our beliefs is fascinating, and I completely relate to that. I probably, you probably hear that a lot, at least in Christianity.
Yeah.
From what I hear from believers often is, atheists know there's a God, and they're suppressing the truth in their unrighteousness
every day.
And I guess, right. And I guess my question is like, for me, when you're like, we don't choose our beliefs, we're either convinced or not convinced, I completely relate. I just never heard it put that way. How did you come to like that conclusion? Was it an aha, epiphany moment, or like a series of events that led you to that idea?
A little bit of both. So I used to debate a lot on Twitter before it became an unusable cesspool, but I used to spend a ridiculous number of hours in there engaging in theological debates on there. And I remember being in there once and somebody said to me, just decide to accept Jesus. He said, just make that choice. He said, just make the choice to accept Jesus. And I thought about what he'd said, and I realized in that moment that it wasn't that I was unwilling to, it was that I was unable to. And I realized it was like, hang on a minute. This isn't a choice. I'm not saying I don't want to. I'm saying I can't. It's impossible for me to. And I thought, if you put a gun to my child's head and said, accept Jesus, believe in Jesus, or we're going to pull the trigger, I still wouldn't be able to. It's just not possible for me to do it because I am unconvinced of the truth of the claim. So yeah, I could declare it. Obviously, I'd say whatever words I needed to say to save my son in that instance, but I would be lying, and a God would know that I would be lying. So the question is, I sort of thought, hang on, I can't choose whether I believe this. And then I thought, what about my other beliefs? Do I choose those? And I thought, no, I don't choose any of my beliefs. And then I thought, is this just me or is this everyone? And I realized it was everyone. And I became quite obsessed about this. So for a while, I was just gathering as much information about this stuff as I could from neuroscience and philosophy and thinking about it. And then I realized that it wasn't spoken about enough, and the topic would sometimes come up in a conversation, but it would be like I'd be watching the Atheist Experience, and it would be just glanced in a conversation. Someone would say, believe da da da, and they'd say, well, you can't decide, you can't just decide to believe it, and then it would move on to something else, and it was like they missed it. This was the biggest thing in the conversation, and nobody realised. This wasn't a minor detail in the conversation. This should have been the conversation, and no one was having it, and no one was speaking about it or writing about it. So that was what made me think, okay, I have to get my thoughts together about this, organize them, make a proper argument for this, demonstrate that belief isn't a choice, and then make a moral argument that once you've established that belief isn't a choice, what does it mean to judge people for something that isn't a choice? And those are the two kind of pillars that make up the book I wrote. And I was amazed to find that no one had done it. I mean, I didn't invent the concept. Doxastic involuntarism has been around for a while, and people have spoken about it and written about it, but it's not mainstream, and it's not used in counter-apologetics as much as I think it should be. So my real genuine hope is that when the book comes out in November, look, any writer wants their book to do well for obvious reasons, but I genuinely really, really hope that people start using its arguments, whether they get the book or they just hear about the arguments from someone who did. I think it's a really, really powerful counter to these systems of theology, because they legitimately do not have an adequate response to this stuff. They will either try to just insist that belief is a choice, and they will fail. They can cry about Romans 1 and I don't know, hardened hearts all they like. It just doesn't rescue them from the obviously true fact that you can't decide to be convinced of something that you're not convinced of. It's just it's such a delightfully simple idea. Something has to change so that you are convinced of it, and then you have no choice but to be convinced of it. So in neither condition is it a choice. And the only way they can get away from the moral horror of it, having admitted that, is to lean into Calvinism and say, okay, we agree that belief isn't a choice. There's nothing you could have done about it, but God's going to punish you or reward you, whatever you choose, because he knows what's going to, or whatever you believe, sorry, because he knows what's going to happen anyway, which is in many ways even worse. So yeah, I hope that answers the question. It was some thinking on my part.
Yeah, no, completely relate to how you would be lying to yourself and lying if you were to say, like, oh, I believe this thing that I don't believe in. And I completely relate. I went to church for 20 years as a cultural Christian, and I am looking around like, why am I not getting it? I'm looking around, everyone is, excited and they claim to be getting it, and I was like, there's something wrong with me. I don't believe, and I had to kind of just wait till I grew up, and kind of like, how can I put it, accepted the truth to myself that I just never believed. I'm like open to it too, right? Like if we'd be having a completely different conversation if I actually believed. So yeah, it's very interesting. I do have a really good argument against free will, but I know you're trying to wrap it up, so we'll save that for next time.
Great.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Shadow Slays. Take care. Brilliant. Okay, this is good. We are getting through it. I'll just take a couple more and then we'll wrap it up. So we are going to take, if for no other reason than that I'm enjoying the name, the algorithm has summoned me. We will take next. There are a few yellow bars on the signal though, so I'm not totally sure if this is going to work. But let's try it. The algorithm has summoned me. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello.
Fantastic.
Welcome in.
Gentlemen, how are you this evening?
I'm absolutely wonderful, thank you. How are you?
Oh, fair to middling, as they say.
Good stuff. Good stuff. What would you like to say?
Is Sean still in the room?
No, Sean had to leave a couple of hours ago. So you're stuck, unfortunately, with only me.
Darn.
I know. Sean's great.
I had a bit I was going to work with him, but I'll try that maybe the next time you're on with one of these evenings.
Sure.
So, I wanted to share a bit of advice to our friends in the deconstruction community. And just a quick blurb on me. I'm a wannabe stand-up comic.
Yeah.
I do some open mic nights, and I've been working on material. And so to my friends who know me out there on TikTok, I'm still around. I'm still trying to get this thing to work. Anyway, so the advice I would like to give would be to those who still experience the fear of hell.
Yeah.
Because we get that a lot in the community. And it takes time for everyone. I left the church at a very early age at 15, but I still had those fears for quite some time. What you folks have now that I did not have is this amazing community that we have. So please reach out to those in the deconstruction community, share and, have each other's backs. And I'll give you a bit of advice here as far as how to deal with that fear of hell. It's something I've kind of worked out over the recent year or so that I've been on these social media platforms. And I've injected my comedy into it. So I think you'll like it. So the very next time that fear of hell pops into your head, I want you to think this. Well, I guess it's time to start defending slavery again. I guess I better start getting used to defending the slaughter of the Amalekites and what they did to those little girls. I'm going to have to limber up with all those mental gymnastics so I can hopefully pass that virgin test. So just simply remind yourself that if that fear of hell comes into your head, down that slippery slope, it leads to having to defend some of the most vile shit in that book.
Right.
And I promise you, over time, that fear of hell, it's going to disappear like a fart in the wind.
Good for you. I think that's really solid advice. I particularly love what you said about leverage the community. That's what these communities are for. They are awesome. There's always going to be someone else around who's walked along the path you're walking along, or one like it. And there's nothing to get you through those times than a perspective of someone else who's been there as well and understands. So I think that's really, really solid advice. I really, really appreciate that. I think other people will as well.
Thank you. And I've got one more, maybe two, if you'd like, if I have time.
Sure.
The next one I have is for those who are just starting out in these debate spaces. A lot of times you encounter situations where you just don't want to debate. You feel you're not prepared. And that takes time too.
Yeah.
I'm still new at this stuff. I like to say I'm the guy in the back of the room, chewing on crayons. But anyway, the advice I'd like to give here is for those who are not ready for those kinds of debates. And, somebody approaches you, why are you an atheist? I bet you believe in evolution, the Big Bang. If you're not looking to debate, just tell them this. I owe you nothing. I do not owe you an explanation as to how the universe works. I don't owe you an explanation as to the Big Bang and how that came about. I don't owe you an explanation as to why I don't believe. I don't owe you an explanation as to human biology. I don't owe you anything. And as a matter of fact, there are experts in these various fields that you could talk to. And they're relatively easy to find.
Yeah.
and then, just, wish them well, or as I would do, just say, all right, dust off the sandals and start kicking rocks.
Solid advice again. Solid advice again. I agree wholeheartedly with everything you've said. So yeah, thanks for coming in. And you had one more, didn't you?
Oh yeah, certainly. Thank you, John.
Okay.
Pleasure to meet you. Have a great night, sir.
All right, take it easy. Take care. Thanks. We were going to do one more, but there we are. Okay, I'm not going to argue because it is very, very late here now. I'm definitely going to think about heading off soon. I'm absolutely bowled over at how the engagement on this night is just awesome. It makes me feel very, very joyful. So a couple of super chats to read before anything else happens. Let us just say we had another one from John, Godless Engineer. He said, least interesting Gleason. The F? In case you missed it, John, we have a friend called Jason Gleason, so he was calling in to just say that he's the least interesting Gleason, you being the more interesting Gleason. And I reject both of those. I think that you're both wonderfully interesting Gleasons, and I'm privileged to know both of you because he's super smart, just like you, John. And Buzz says, the call queue took a Viagra. You can't stop its growth at this point. It's true. It's pretty wild. It is pretty wild. I love it. I'm here for it. And Jay Danger, thank you for the super chat. Understandable. Quick question. Why not ask people to prove belief equals a choice by asking them to stop believing in God? Could blaspheme the Holy Spirit to prove. I have actually done that. And yeah, it's been an interesting one. So I said to someone, just make the decision not to believe in God anymore. And he was trying to tough it out, right? So he said, okay, I don't. So it's okay, well, let's blaspheme the Holy Spirit together. It wasn't so keen. Yeah, people will claim it. My favorite new one that I've been doing, as I think I mentioned earlier, is if someone claims that they can just choose to believe something at will, then I will ask them to sincerely choose to honestly, really, truly believe that the building they're in is going to fall down in a couple of minutes. And then they sit there for as long as it takes to end the conversation, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 minutes, claiming that they believe this whilst still being in the building. It's obvious nonsense, isn't it? Obviously. And Buzz also says, AA, jail, poverty, being an outcast, religion preys hardest on the weak. You've already believed that you're weak. Half of their job is done. Yeah, that's one of the things I don't like about the whole, submit yourself to a higher power narrative, is it's not telling people that they have it within themselves to find the resilience that they need. And I really believe that people do. Sometimes they need input from other human beings to lift them up to be able to find it. And that's what human connection is for. I don't think we need magic beings for that. And Kelly, thank you so much for the super chat. Hi from America. Firecrackers are not fun. Good show. Yeah, I understand that firecrackers are not fun in America. I totally understand that. Totally get you there. Okay. We have the aforementioned Jason Gleason. I would not be able to end the stream without hearing from him. Jason, are you there? Let's see.
I believe I am.
You believe you are. Now, did you choose to believe you are?
Well, I am forced to believe that I am. That's the thing. I've become convinced through no fault of my own that I am.
I would agree. Hope you're doing well, friend. It's great to hear your voice. For those who remember, Jason used to call it. Am I allowed to say who used to call in as? Or was that so? Jason used to be just some guy.
That's actually my initials, JSG. That's where they came from.
I didn't know that. Well, there we are. Well, it's wonderful to hear you back. We miss you. We miss you in these parts. But how are you?
I'm well. It's lovely to say hi to everybody. I'll keep this quick because I know it's dreadfully late where you are.
Thank you.
But I just wanted to call in and say that a lot of what I do is look at the Bible from like a historical perspective. And when you look at the Bible from a historical perspective, every dogmatic claim and every credence of every Bible-based religion collapses under the weight of scrutiny. And the history of the Bible is fascinating from a scholarly perspective, but from a religious perspective, the history of the Bible disproves the Bible itself. And you can't rationally hold the claims of the Bible if you understand the history of the Bible and you accept the history of the Bible. It was written, the earliest claims in the Bible are of about a time around 1900 BCE, and the earliest writings of the Bible were not even those claims. They were probably Psalms that was written probably somewhere in the 10th century BCE, so like 900 years later. And all of the history that is presented in the Bible of like the Abrahamic and Mosaic periods were written anywhere between from the fall of the Upper Kingdom of Israel to the exilic period, which is somewhere between like 850 and 550 BCE. So like these are claims that are written about a time period that's over 1,000 years before they were actually written. That's kind of like us trying to write a history of what happened when William the Conqueror was active. We don't have access to that information, and they didn't have access to that information. And when you look at the history of the Bible and how it's constructed, the claims of the religious claims in the Bible just they collapse. So anybody who feels conflicted, anybody who's in the community who feels torn, who thinks that this is historical, and who's afraid because the Bible makes positive claims, you don't have to be. You don't have to be afraid that the Bible is talking about things that actually happened in ways that are relevant. You don't have to be afraid that the dogmas of the church of all the omni-properties of God are anything like what the Jews of the like 1000 BC to even the turn of the millennium, when Jesus showed up on the scene, like they didn't think all these the idea of God being omni anything didn't happen until between the first and fourth centuries current era. So like all of these ideas about what God is, they're modern inventions compared to the claims that are in the Bible. And all of the claims of the Bible from a long time ago were modern inventions compared to when those claims were made, or what those claims were made about. So if you're afraid that there is a hell, or afraid about who Satan was, or afraid about any of these claims in the Bible, the history shows that you can either believe the history or you can believe the faith. They are incompatible. So that's all I wanted to come on and say.
I appreciate that.
And I love what you're doing in this community, and I love the people in the community. Y'all are awesome, and the support that you all give each other is awesome. And I'm glad to be a little part of that too.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So
Jason.
that's all I want to jump on and say.
Well, Sean
I'll
will
let
be
you get back to the rest of your evening.
Sean will be sad that he missed you, but I'll let him know that you're here.
No, he won't.
No,
he will not. He can't stand me, and I'm okay with it.
He loves you. He loves you.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, great to speak to you, and thank you
Thanks for having me up.
What you said. All the best, man. Take it easy.
All right.
Cheers. Take care.
Night.
Night. Okay. We are going to bring in PVG, who does an outstanding job on the timestamps for the live streams, with Espresso as well. They both are outstanding friends and colleagues helping me do this. PVG, are you there? Yes, I hope he is. There we go. Hey, PVG, how are you?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I gotcha.
Oh, thank you. I'm so sorry for coming in so late. I woke up just like 5 minutes ago, just before your call with Jason. And
cool. Well,
it's funny because I just got. Pardon?
You're in the nick of time because I'm about to shut up shop. So you've arrived at a good point.
Extremely fast. I just wanted to. I had so much to say and share, but then I'll just leave you with just this one snippet of what happened last night. I had my first dose of Procasm, which was yesterday for PTSD and nightmares. First dose, first time. And funny enough, my night terrors stopped. I mean, it kind of stopped yesterday, slowly, not as bad as before. And around just a few hours before I woke up, I had a dream where I was on the call with you.
Right.
And then we were having a nice big conversation. And then you were in a conference hall with other people. And I was just, we were having jokes and everything. And I thought, oh, okay, I've finished. Then I just slept nicely. And then, oh, okay, I've already spoken to John. So when I woke up, it almost felt like I've already spoken to you. And then I realized, hold on a second. I think that was a dream because there were some, because in spite of all that, there was also some people flying around and I was teleporting around. And I realized that happened in real life. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
So
that's always a tell, isn't it? When people are flying around and you're teleporting around, it's like, oh, hang on a minute, it's a dream, isn't it?
Yeah, I know that. But then you never know that they feel so real when in the dream.
Yeah.
Because even if something goofy happens, or because of how your brain works, they still feel real and you accept it. But when you wake up, you realize that that's not possible. And then I I think John's probably already ended the show. Let me just go see if I can do something with the timestamps. And then I came onto your channel and I saw that you were still alive. And oh, okay, let me just go on. And I said, oh, let me make this name Sean's #1 fangirl. And I realized that Sean wasn't here. So it's like, oh no. So yeah, I think that was a great. That's the thing I wanted to share.
Fair enough.
I'm so grateful to be able to speak to you and for so long. We'll catch up again next time, and
sure.
can share even more.
All right, friend.
Yeah, it was so nice to talk to you.
And you. Hope you're doing okay. And let me say again, thank you for the work you do on the timestamps. They really legitimately make a difference because when we've got some of these live streams are 6, 7, 8 hours long. It makes a massive difference if people can find the things they might be interested in, or in fact, for me, sometimes I have to look back and review something, and I can use this timestamp to think, where was that call with that guy? So it's massively helpful, and it really makes a difference to all of us. So huge thank you to you and Espresso for.
No, there's no need to thank. There's no need to thank at all. I love doing it. In fact, if any, I'll have to thank you for creating this awesome community. And I've been speaking with so many people in the community, and I can see that now I have it very hard, and many people in the community also have it very hard, extremely hard times, and I don't feel alone in my suffering, and I feel like there are other people I can talk to and relate to.
Good.
And then the best of it all, everyone, I don't have to bring in religion to justify my suffering. Say, oh my God, please hang in there. God will make a way. But throughout my life, many well-wishers, that's what they've said. Have faith, and God will open a way towards the light, and everything will be okay.
They're empty words.
Empty words, and it felt really I don't know. So it's great. So I'm the one who has to thank you for
Good
doing
stuff.
what you do in the way you do it. So,
Thanks, PPG.
and
keep well, friend.
Bye, John, and take care.
Take
And
You too.
yeah,
Bye bye.
see you soon.
Thanks.
Bye.
Keep well. Okay. Well, this seems like a suitable place to end things. The only person left in the queue is Felix. This is not a Felix moment. Felix, read the room. This is an explicitly non-debate stream, and I don't think you're calling in to ask me what my favourite collar for my cat is. I can tell you that for this one, it's blue. Look how well it suits her. A little blue collar. You see her blue collar? Oh, you can't see her collar. Hang on, there we go. There we go. Look, it's a little bit. It probably needs a new one soon because she does kind of, I don't know, scratch it sometimes. But she's been on my lap the entire time. We've been doing this now for, how long is it? 7 hours. I can't even remember. My timer stopped because I had to restart the TikTok where I normally get the timer from. She's been on my lap the entire time. She's still here now. And you asked me why I'm chilled. You would also be chilled if you had her sitting on your lap. You can't be stressed when you've got a Burmese purring on your lap. It doesn't work. So thank you, everyone. I'm trying to think if there are other duties that I must discharge. I suspect that... are there some super chats still to deal with? No. The super chats queue is good. I think we're all right. I always go do this mental checklist like a pilot bringing in a plane to land. When I'm coming towards the end of the test, or the end of the stream, I'm like, have I named everyone? Have I done the things? What we can do in the closing moments, I suppose, which I ought to have done, is this. I can just put these names of the wonderful Inner Circle members while we approach the end. It's been really nice, hasn't it? It's so interesting to me that these streams, the after hours thing, the audience is so much smaller than the debate stream, but the engagement is so much more. I mean, there's never a point in the debate stream where we had one point today, I think there were 15 people in the queue waiting to come in. That never ever happens in the debate stream. So that tells me that there is a demand for people to come up in these spaces to have their say about something or ask questions or something. So while that demand is there, I'll keep doing it. The first one of these, I remember having a conversation before I did it, and I was speaking to Lacadian actually, who was up earlier, and I said to him, and Annabella as well. I said, I don't know if anyone's going to come in. I don't know if anyone's going to want to come up. And they both agreed that they would come and say hello. I was like, okay, well then that's two conversations I know we're going to have. And it's really gratifying to know that people want to come and say hi. And I really appreciate all the kind words. I don't do this so that people will come up and say what a good job we're doing with this. I really don't, honestly don't. And sometimes I feel a bit almost embarrassed when people are saying these nice things, but I want you to know I don't take them for granted. I'm genuinely humbled by them and very, very appreciative of the things that you guys say. So, yeah, we've got a few names still to run. I can't end it before the Inner Circle list is done. But just a recap of what's going to be happening the next couple of days. So tomorrow night, from 10 p.m. UK, 5 p.m. Eastern will be the normal debate stream. I haven't picked a topic yet, but I will do one of those. And Jason Gleason has just responded to PVG's suggestion that he might have called himself Sean's number one fangirl before coming in. With Jason has said, PVG, everyone knows that I'm Sean's number one fangirl. That's excellent. I could understand why anyone would want to be. Jason, I don't know if you saw what Sean was sporting when he was in here earlier today, but he came in with the sort of black vest look because he's not at home at the moment. He's on a trip somewhere tonight, Andy was looking very buff indeed, wasn't he, everyone? I said, Sean, you're gonna win some new fans tonight, and I'm sure that's exactly what happened. So yeah, tomorrow night, regular debate stream from 5 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. UK, and then Sunday night, I can't remember what time. I can probably find this out for you right now. Actually, let me just do it. I'll tell you right now what time. I should be able to look this up on the Skeptic Haven thing, so I can tell you what time the show is on Sunday. It is 8 p.m. Eastern. That's the time. So 8 p.m. Eastern, we'll be doing the Let's Talk call-in show on Skeptic Haven with John Gleeson, Godless Engineer. Very, very excited about that. When I've done shows on Skeptic Haven before, it's a great crowd, and they are awesome people who run the channel. I absolutely love those guys. They are fantastic. Not an enormously high volume of callers, so it may be that we don't have that many callers, in which case it will be really great to just hang out with John and talk about stuff. It would be great. So either way, that's what's happening tomorrow. Regular show, Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time will be that one. And I think that brings us to the end. So I'd like to issue a special thanks to Felix for maintaining his position in the Video Ninja call-in queue with 2 different accounts for the entire duration of the show. Dedication knows no bounds. So thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your night if you have one, and catch you tomorrow. Tomorrow is will be normal time, 5 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. UK.